wish you a happy new day. At the beginning of the story, on the surface of the lake, twinkling stars entrusted their primordial appearance to the river. The water's surface reflected the blurry figure of a girl. She stepped onto the bridge's railing, waiting for a chance to jump. The hem of her dress fluttered up with her movement. This breathtakingly beautiful scene turned out to be a suicide attempt. Screams and shouts echoed all around. Oh no, someone fell into the water. It's the princess consort. Quickly, save the princess consort. She was suspended in midair, her eyes shut tight, embracing the death she had longed for. She, Deep Chew 2, was the author of a webcomic who had accidentally transmigrated into a book. The clothes on her body were gradually pulled down by the weight of the water. She looked up at the faint glimmer of light that remained, feeling a sliver of hope. The story she had transmigrated into had a torturous plot with a most tragic ending. Indeed, according to the rules of time travel novels, dying should allow one to return to reality. Thinking about how she had tried every way to die in the past few days was a bit laughable. There was hanging herself. At that time, a maid in the residence saw it and was so frightened she fainted. The servant's main job in the residence was to watch over her to prevent her from harming herself. Deep Chew 2 reached out, only to be held tightly by two maids. Your Highness, this is the 10th time you've tried to seek death this month. Please, spare us servants. They probably thought she was crazy, trying to jump into the lake in the rear courtyard every few days. She even remembered those two maids hugging a pillar, wailing loudly. It's no good. The princess consort has jumped into the water again. But unexpectedly, after hanging, jumping into the river, and strangling herself, it didn't follow the usual transmigration story tropes. Instead, she would die and come back to life, returning to the same starting point. Chew 2 gradually lost consciousness, her delicate body sinking to the bottom under the weight. In the inner courtyard of the prince's residence, the fresh, early morning air mingled with the faint scent of wood. Every corner of the grounds glowed with the golden hue of sunlight stretching across the walls. Deep Chew 2 patted her face. It seemed this attempt was also a failure. Deep Chew 2 placed one hand on her chest and the other on her head with a confused expression. Why did she return to the first day of her transmigration every time? The frustrated young woman burrowed into her blankets, tears streaming down her face. Her small mouth couldn't help but curse. What damn stupid author wrote this godforsaken setting? After a moment's thought, wasn't she the one who wrote it? Deep down, she felt like she had just dealt herself a fatal blow. Well then, there's no way out. While she was clutching her chest and trying to calm herself, an announcement came from outside the door. The prince has arrived. Deep Chew 2 was terrified by the sound. Her whole body stiffened, her eyes wide like a dead fish. Deep Chew 2 skillfully flipped over the blanket, pretending she was still asleep. But this deception made her heart uneasy. She silently listened to her maid receive the unfamiliar prince. The princess consort is still resting. He had an arrogant demeanor, dressed in a robe with a flying dragon pattern. Of course, only a fool wouldn't understand how high this person's status and position were. The other person was in poor health. He raised a hand to his mouth and coughed softly a few times. Feeling him standing beside her, she shivered though it wasn't cold. This was the male lead whom she, after revising the manuscript 30 times with a fried brain, had personally changed from a white character to a black one. A wolf in sheep's clothing, who couldn't be whitewashed even with 84 types of pure bleach. When enraged, he wouldn't even recognize his own family, would kill without batting an eye, and would torture himself. He lifted the curtain. His long, slender, and powerful fingers were alluring without even touching. He was Huck Vong, Quang Lai Thuong. His clothes seemed to be intentionally pulled down, revealing his firm chest muscles. Huck Vong had a pair of sad eyes, with a beauty mark under the corner of one. He looked at her and asked gently, "Phuong Gi, are you all right?" The maid behind him clasped her hands, bowed, and spoke. "Your Highness, the imperial physician said that the princess consort is in no danger. It's just a cold that requires some extra attention." Deep Chew 2 didn't move, smiling bitterly in her heart. She was the ill-fated princess consort from a story she herself had created, Huck Vong Phi Tu Phuong Gi. The prince waved his hand, dismissing the servants. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Deeply, he said, all of you may leave. Don't disturb the princess consort. These words made her break out in a cold sweat as she lay there. He growled, emphasizing the two words, peace and quiet. Deep Chew 2's heart was now on tenterhooks. This guy might have grown up looking human, but he acted like a dog. He looked weak and pitiful, but in reality, he was a great demon, a character I had buffed with many layers of invincibility. She knew him well. In front of others, he was a delicate little white flower, but behind their backs, he was a carnivorous flower that devoured people without spitting out the bones. She cracked open her eyes and saw the maid leaving. Her heart truly shattered. Big sister, don't go. If you leave, what will I do? No, I don't want to be trampled by him. Kuang Lai Thuong touched her hair, carefully caressing it. Thuong Yi, he called softly. The great demon's shadow loomed over her. He leaned down, strands of her hair weaving through his fingers, and asked, "Are you unhappy about marrying me?" Why? When everything was fine. The other's soul-snatching gaze made it impossible for Deep Chew 2 to even pretend to be asleep. The weak man stood by the bed, crying and coughing. Why would you want to seek death? His actions made her break out in a cold sweat, and she could only hug the blanket and retreat into a corner. She pulled back her legs, stammering and denying, no, it's not that. She couldn't find a reason at the moment and answered casually, I was just too hot, so I wanted to jump into the river to cool off. Kuang Lai Thuong sat on the bed, slowly leaning closer to her and asking again, "Really?" His hand rested on the blanket. Their faces were only a short distance apart. She could feel his breath on her. I thought that since we were a newlywed couple, we would be very loving. She was going crazy. She wasn't thoughtless. She knew he hated her because the Empress Dowager had forced this marriage upon him. The thin curtain fluttered gently. Their figures, blurry and indistinct, were pressed close together. She heard a voice very close to her ear. She unconsciously shrank back. Why, on such a beautiful day, would the princess consort jump from the city wall into the moat? If people find out about this, the Empress Dowager will surely intervene. Moreover, the Emperor Emeritus. The Empress Dowager is also getting on in years. She will definitely worry. The threatening implication was very clear. She was like a kitten being blatantly toyed with by him. Deep Chew 2 cried without a sound, "Don't come near me." Suddenly, he propped one hand on the bed, while the other covered his mouth as he coughed incessantly. The little princess consort was so scared by him that she bit down hard on the blanket, cursing inwardly, "Stop acting, you sick bastard." Kuang Lai Thuong lowered his eyes, steadied his heartbeat, and said to her, "All right, we can't be so unfilial. It will make our elders worry." Kuang Lai Thuong patted her head. The gesture was so gentle and soft that even the terror from a moment ago dissipated. How about tomorrow? The princess consort goes to the palace to explain things clearly to everyone, all right? His hand slid up to her cheek. She unconsciously moved away, trembling as she agreed. On the surface, she agreed, but inside she was screaming, "Just talk, don't get handsy, okay? I'm scared. Big brother, your neck-snapping technique is too masterful." Their gazes met. If she remembered correctly, Tu Fuangyi's subsequent storyline could only be described as painful and arduous. Physical abuse, mental torment, suffering that ends in sweetness. Looking at the man before her, she could only kneel and beg the heavens, promising she would never write a torturous story again. His fingers, unromantically, moved close to her lips, making them appear even more vibrant. Kuang Lai Thuong smiled, praising her aloud, "So obedient, just as you said. In this life, our fates are inseparable until death do us part, right?" She clutched the blanket in her hands, denying those empty promises. "Those were just casual words. Don't be so serious, big brother." Just then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes widened, repeating the 4 words "until death do us part" in her mind. The word she had typed on her computer reappeared in her memory. The sword, as swift as water, pierced through Kuang Lai Thuong's chest. Blood gushed out. He fainted. She was freed, and so was he. This memory was like her lifeline. It turned out she didn't need to die. Instead, just like in the plot, she had to kill Kuang Lai Thuong. Having been revived once more, Deep Chew 2 was organizing the information in her head. She had just transmigrated into a book and it was the torturous story she herself had written. Kuang Lai Thuong smiled and patted her head. Princess Consort, it seems your soul is still wandering. You must have been in shock after falling into the water. That fake expression was truly repulsive. To her, his hands were no different from a demon's claws. If he would just take his hands off her precious body, she would build an altar to thank him. Her despicable husband was actually a pervert. Deep Chu too was so tired of this life and death struggle every day she wanted to go home. She remembered the good old days, bathing in a full bathtub with an automatic shower head, and eating fast food that would arrive right after a single call. Or the super cool computer setup she had saved half a year's salary for. A powerful rig that was smoother to play on than premium chocolate was to eat. Her brain could no longer accept anything but the image of her former self, the image of Deep Chu Tu. She really couldn't bear to be so far away. Kuang Lai Thuong noticed her expression. His eyes were like the warm rays of a spring day, yet incredibly cold and unapproachable. He lifted her chin and said, "The princess consort truly needs more nourishment." He intimately sniffed her hair. "Then I won't disturb you any longer." Deep Chu too felt a surge of joy, hurriedly nodding and obediently replying, "Yes, your highness." Only when she was sure he had left did her expression relax a little. Dealing with this guy was exhausting. He was finally gone. Returning to the earlier issue, she had tried to kill herself 3 times without success. Was following the plot really the only way? Deep Chu too rummaged through her memories of the day she wrote this story. The ending gradually revealed itself. For many years, for the sake of the country and the stability of the court, Kuang Lai Thuong had done many evil deeds. He has countless enemies. But in the end, to appease the people, the emperor ordered him to commit suicide. Kuang Lai Thuong had anticipated that things would end this way, so he begged Princess Consort Tu Phuong Gi to kill him. In return, the princess consort could return to the Tu family and be safely protected. She took the sword from his hand, its sharp blade glinting with a cold, silver light. Her eyes welled with tears as she finally pierced it through his chest. Their bodies pressed close together, her hands gradually becoming soaked with streams of blood. Kuang Lai Thuong reached out, losing consciousness but still whispering, "In this life, I have never regretted the things I have done." His trembling hands rose. Only I'm sorry, Phuong Gi." Following the force, she was pulled into his embrace. For a moment, besides the sound of gasping, it felt as if a piece of her heart had shattered. They were free. Deep Chu too felt that this idea of hers was not bad at all. Her eyes lit up. Therefore, as long as Kuang Lai Thuong died, this story would end and she could return home. Elsewhere in the prince's residence, this prince had many suspicions about his wife. He clasped his hands behind his back and called out lightly to Min. The person behind him responded quickly. Kuang Lai Thuong said, "This morning His Majesty gifted me several baskets of fresh fruit from Jiangnan. You are to send some to the Tu residents as a gift for Madame Tu Q, the princess consort's mother. Have Zhang Noyet go along so she can chat with Madame Tu Q, especially about matters related to the princess consort from her childhood to adulthood. Ask about her personality, preferences, daily hobbies, and the friends she often visited." The prince's sudden concern made De Min a little curious. Could it be that you are afraid the new princess consort is problematic? Kuang Lai Thuong placed a hand on his chin, his eyes unreadable. "We are currently being watched. We need to be more careful." His steps halted, his attention fixed on the figure in the adjacent room. Besides, this wife of mine seemed strange. Night fell like a deep, jet-black silk cloth. The wind carried waves of mist, making one want to hide in their room and bury themselves in blankets. At this moment, Deep Chu Du had been thinking all day, drawing up hundreds of plans, but it seemed there was still no way to kill Kuang Lai Thuong. She rested her hands on the table, her mood heavy. According to the ending of the original work she had written, Kuang Lai Thuong and Tu Phuong Wai were always entangled with each other, colluding in evil deeds, a deeply angsty romance, a you live, I die situation. In the years that followed, the two loved each other but didn't understand each other. Kuang Lai Thuong only begged Tu Phuong Wai to kill him to be set free. Thinking of that, Deep Chu Du felt a bit troubled. She was not the well-bred Lady Tu Phuong Wai, with her 3 obediences and 4 virtues, gentle and virtuous, easily ordered around by him. She declared decisively, "As if I'd let him torture me." Thinking this, she bared her teeth and giggled mischievously. She was the type to bounce back easily from failure. It's fine. She stood up, posing as if holding a sword. All I have to do is kill Quang Lai Thuong. So from now on, I will start over with this identity of Tu Phuong Wai. While she was still immersed in the scene she had painted in her mind, the door to the room was pushed open by someone. The male character, dressed in a half-open, half-closed black robe, saw the scene before him and gently called out, "Princess consort. Dies voice statan tu Phuong Yi." She quickly stood up straight and stammered out her sentence. "PRPR Prince, why are you here?" Quang Lai Thuong covered his mouth and coughed a few times, smiling lightly at her as he said, "What are you saying, Princess Consort? We are newlyweds. If I don't come here, where would I go?" Hearing this, Deep Chu Du scratched her little head. It seemed she had forgotten they were a newlywed couple. She gave a forced smile. According to the original work, this guy didn't care about Tu Phuong Wai in the slightest. On their wedding night, he even pretended to be sick and frail to avoid consummating the marriage. Anyway, this was his residence. Why would he need her permission? The prince walked to the corner of the wall and carefully hung up his outer coat. This action of his made her eyes widen. What in the world is he doing? He slowly took off his outermost layer of clothing, leaving only the last garment. As he took off his clothes, Quang Lai Thuong struck an incredibly seductive pose and said roguishly, "Princess consort, could you come and help me undress?" The lighting in ancient times was not as good as in modern times, so it was dim, flickering between light and dark. The two stood a meter apart, and Tu Phuong Wai could not see Quang Lai Thuong's face clearly. She also had no way of understanding what he was thinking. He took the initiative to say, "Princess consort, can you help me undress?" The two were husband and wife in name, so this was naturally a normal request. She didn't act shy like other well-bred young ladies. On the contrary, she secretly gulped. As expected of the male lead I designed. What's the point of a beautiful man? This beauty is truly demonic. Firm shoulders, a slender waist, and also, she looked down. It seems to be just the right size to hold. Tu Phuong Wai pretended not to hear, her limbs freezing as she tried to look away. This ascetic beauty really made one unable to resist touching. In just half a minute, the purity, integrity, and propriety she had built up over the years officially collapsed. She raised her hand and sweetly called out, "Okay." Meanwhile, her modern self really wanted to jump out and punch her. This is an angsty story, so the main goal is still to kill this fox, not to sleep with him. But Tu Phuong Wai's eyes were now filled with carnal desires. All she has to do is go back and change the plot. That's all. She could faintly hear Deep Tu Du-esque screams snap out of it. Quang Lai Thuong witnessed the entire scene of her internal struggle and coughed. He called out, "Princess consort." A second later, she briefly looked up, even wiping away her drool. He shrank his neck, his face flushed red, looking both pitiful and shy as he suggested changing clothes. Her little celebrity was in trouble. This Tu Phuong Wai couldn't just watch him die and not save him. She rolled up her sleeves and scurried over to him. This fellow's trust is too strong. Neither of us can let go of our own burdens. There weren't many lamps in the room. There was one next to him, its faint yellow rays casting a strangely enchanting hue. It painted his face with a few more shades of ambiguity. She looked down at his Adam's apple and collarbones. It was too stimulating. He himself realized that this woman had designs on him. For a moment, she couldn't react, openly admiring the beautiful man. Phoenix eyes, dark brows, thin lips. More importantly, when facing those eyes, she felt as if she were hypnotized, unable to think of anything. He really is the male lead I wrote. So handsome. The two maintained this strange posture of staring at each other for a long time. Finally, her animal instincts erupted. She couldn't resist wanting to touch him a little. Quang Lai Thuong couldn't act anymore. He clicked his tongue and grabbed her arm. His scalp tingled, and veins popped on his forehead as he reminded her, "If the princess consort wants to change my clothes, you must place your hands here." Then he pulled her hand down to his waist. A man's strength is not small. The slight grip made Tu Phuong Wai's eyes water with pain. In his agitation, he forgot to control his strength. He was startled by her whimper and gradually loosened his grip. Quang Lai Thuong hastily let go, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. He held his arm and turned his head to hide his face in embarrassment. As for her, she was full of question marks. Why such a strong reaction? If she really wanted to do something, he would be dead for sure, she thought while rubbing her wrist. This bastard isn't cute at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Third watch of the night. The room was quiet, with only two figures lying next to each other. Tu Fuang Wai pretended to be asleep, only daring to open her eyes when she heard steady breathing. He must be sound asleep. She tilted her head, stealthily took out a golden pin from under her pillow, trying not to make a sound. All it would take is one slice to the main artery in his neck to kill him. She looked at the person beside her. The other party seemed to still be deep in dreamland. As if remembering something, she stuffed the weapon back under the pillow. Must not act rashly. Tu Fuang Wai turned her back to him, unaware that his eyes had not left her this whole time. She bit her finger. This fellow's hearing is formidable, his internal energy profound. If I can't kill him with a single strike, my life is over. Suddenly, she sat up, wanting to confirm something. The abrupt movement startled Quang Lai Thuong, who had to continue feigning sleep. He could feel the warmth of her skin, not to mention that heavy thing pressing against him. Does this princess consort not understand romance? Or has she lost all feeling? How can I possibly sleep like this? Hearing a sound from below, she froze. It seems he's awake. Tu Fuang Wai crawled over and propped herself up on her hands, lying on top of him. Their two faces were very close, so close they could even hear each other's breath and heartbeat. She leaned down, her lips brushing past his face. His breathing hadn't changed. He's not awake. Quang Lai Thuong had been on pins and needles this whole time, no different from being tortured. He just wanted it to end quickly. He reached out, and with a single movement, pulled her down to lie beneath him, one hand lifting her chin, the other pinning her movements. My body is weak, unable to fulfill our marital duties. So it has left the princess consort unsatisfied, correct? This sentence stabbed straight into her brain. What the hell? One of his hands gripped her neck, as if ready to squeeze tightly. What's wrong? Is the princess consort feeling lonely? Tu Fuang Wai's expression was flustered. She let out a confused hunt. Quang Lai Thuong did not repeat his words, only staring intently at her, thinking her clothes are currently disheveled, her eyes seductive. Her gestures are wanton. This woman is shameless. It made him doubt whether she was truly raised in a well-mannered family. Quang Lai Thuong regretfully brushed the corner of her lips, making them even more vibrant. This expression is reserved only for me, isn't it? His hair fell over his shoulder as he said sadly, "It has been 7 or 8 days since our wedding, yet the princess consort is still a virgin." His gaze shifted, and his hands followed, falling to her collar. It's only natural for the princess consort to feel lonely. His hands were several times larger than hers, so when he touched her waist, he could wrap around it with just one hand. Tu fuang is expression d'arkend. Sensing something was wrong, she had the urge to struggle. Could it be that this guy was serious? The scenery blurred. The man before her was as handsome as a painting. The distance, so close their noses were touching. His phoenix eyes curved slightly. I wonder what the princess consort hopes for this husband to do to be worthy of being a good husband. His movements were slow, gradually fumbling inside her clothes. The night dew was cold, so when he touched her, she flinched, her body stiff as a statue as she stared at him. No, you don't need to trouble yourself like that. Thank you. He gave a low, menacing laugh, his voice deep. How could I not? The princess consort has been so proactive. If I, as your husband, don't respond, wouldn't that be too unromantic? As he spoke, he stripped off her thin nightgown, revealing a lace chemise and her milky white skin. This has gone too far. This guy is definitely a rogue. Her hands were held so tightly by Quang Lai Thuong that they trembled. She suppressed her voice and pleaded, "Please let your servant go, your highness. Please don't act recklessly." Tu Fuang Wai's heart was in a panic, anxiously thinking that this inhuman fellow currently had no feelings for Tu Fuang Wai. If she angered him, the possibility of him crushing her to death was not out of the question. Quang Lai Thuong leaned down, meticulously touching every inch of her skin. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, so nervous she could barely breathe. This husband isn't acting recklessly. Come here. The man's nose brushing against her neck made her shiver. The corners of his mouth curved into an unconcealed smile as he said, "Princess consort, you smell so fragrant." This was the first time she had been complimented and felt so embarrassed. Tu Fuang Wai moved her face away, forcing a smile. Really? The body wash your servant uses is refined from Hong "Do yet, Fuang. Let me give you a box." He licked his lips lightly, his tone flirtatious. "No need. This fragrance, I only smell it on the princess consort." These words came from his mouth as easily as eating a piece of cake or drinking a cup of tea. She wouldn't believe him in a million years. Tu Fuang Wai had countless men, up to 800 husbands, even if only online. She had never thought that one day she would be pinned down by a handsome man. But because she was so terrified, she didn't want this at all. It was truly cliché. Her face couldn't help but visibly turn red. Kuang Lai Thuong stroked her arm. This woman had been squirming nonstop. She lifted her upper body, unintentionally rubbing against him, even brushing against that place. His movements suddenly slowed, and he let out a heavy breath. Until now, he had treated her with some consideration, but suddenly he reached out and squeezed her mouth shut. During the struggle, her chemise had slipped down, faintly revealing a vague curve. Kuang Lai Thuong couldn't maintain his composure, saying irritably, "Don't move." She couldn't understand this person's temperament. It was as erratic as a demon's. Tu Fuang Wai argued stubbornly, "You're too heavy. You're crushing your servant, making it hard for me to breathe." All she got in return was a sharp glare from him. She quickly resumed her previous obedient demeanor and immediately admitted her fault. "Your servant was wrong." Kuang Lai Thuong's mind was in turmoil, as if 10,000 worms were crawling inside his chest. His ears grew hot, as if he had plunged directly into a fire. His eyes were glued to her as he thought to himself, "Her hands are so soft and weak, her breathing is chaotic, and she doesn't know any martial arts. She also doesn't know any tricks to seduce or bewitch men, unlike a specially trained female spy." Kuang Lai Thuong's lips moved as if to say something, but in the end, he let go, only uttering 3 words, "That's enough." Having been held in the same position for so long, her arms were a little numb. This fellow had actually let her go. He lay down on the bed, conveniently pulled up the blanket, turned his back to her, coughed a few times, and said, "This husband's body is weak. I'm afraid I cannot satisfy you. Let's just forget it." He continued, but his tone held no sense of apology. "I apologize for the princess consort's sincere feelings for me. I will make it up to you another day." Tu Fuang Gi sat bolt upright, looking at him with a belly full of question marks. He started this himself and ended it himself. "Go to sleep early. We have to wake up early tomorrow to enter the palace." After saying that, he pulled the blanket over his head. She was thoroughly impressed by him. This fellow's ability to handle the situation was truly fast. When he said no, he meant no. She curled her legs, replaying the recent scene over and over in her mind. Just now her heart skipped a beat. It seemed she had rubbed against him just now, which was why his face had turned so red. Tu Fuang Gi fell silent, carefully committing it to memory, then used her hand to estimate the length. It seemed it wasn't bad at all. The next morning proceeded as usual. Kuang Lai Thuong sat at the dining table, indifferently watching the servants set out the bowls and chopsticks. He picked up the bowl of hot congee that had just been served, carefully passed it to Tu Fuang Gi, and smiled gently, the smile reaching his eyes as warm as a spring plum blossom. "This is snow clam congee, suitable for the princess consort's nourishment." She didn't reply, coldly staring at the congee bowl in his hand. So suddenly caring and attentive? Something's wrong. She enthusiastically played along with his act, taking the bowl with both hands and leaning down as if to eat the congee. She could hear a maid whispering beside her, "The prince is so good to the princess consort." She recognized with a glance. These palace maids were all part of the dowry given to Tu Fuang Gi by the Empress Dowager. In reality, they were spies planted by Kuang Lai Thuong to watch her. He picked up some food and placed it in her bowl, then suddenly brought a hand to his mouth and coughed violently. She frowned and thought to herself, even during a simple meal, he has to pretend. Since he liked pretending so much, she would reluctantly act along. Tu Fuang Gi held the congee bowl from earlier and called out gently, "Your Highness, you need nourishment too. Last night must have been tiring for you." She deliberately drew out the last part of her sentence. Her virtuous and gentle boudoir maiden act made his scalp tingle, and goosebumps erupted all over his arms. He almost spat out the food in his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand and looked at her with suspicion. "Your Highness's body is already weak and last night you didn't know how to restrain yourself. If you don't get more nourishment, it could be bad." The corners of her lips curved slightly, her tone enthusiastic. The palace maids nearby were all young women in the bloom of youth. Hearing such things, they couldn't help but feel shy. She rested her chin on her hand, watching him clutch his chest and cough. "Who told you to mess with me last night?" Kwong Lai Thuong was so angry his hands clenched into fists, and his movement caused the whole table to tremble. In contrast to his current flustered state, his princess consort was extremely satisfied. It was now the end of the season, with fallen leaves and bare branches. The carriage arrived at the city gate, and the courtyard looked a bit desolate. Tu Phuong Gi lifted the curtain, her gaze drifting into the distance, feeling restless. "We're really about to enter the palace." The space inside the carriage was quite large, and the lighting was good, so it didn't feel stuffy at all. Kwong Lai Thuong tilted his head, leaning against a corner, holding a book and reading intently. She reached out to pull the curtain shut, her stream-like black hair falling over her shoulders, thinking gloomily, "I'd rather stay home and figure out how to deal with Kwong Lai Thuong than meet Empress Dowager too." She frowned, judging. "After all, she's a character I created myself. That old woman may look kind, but in reality, she's insidious and cruel." Tu Phuong Gi shrugged and sighed. Why is there no one good in my story? Since the meal, he hadn't said a single word to her. He just quietly read his book. The plot will get more chaotic later. I can't waste any more time. I have to find a way to kill him soon. She rested her hand on the window, puffed out her cheeks, and clicked her tongue in annoyance. The sound wasn't too loud, but was very clear. But she couldn't beat him in a fight either. If she still had her computer in hand, she would definitely write him to death. But right now, she couldn't change anything. Tu Phuong Gi was lost in her own thoughts, repeatedly going over the plot problem. A few minutes later, she raised her eyes, having just come up with an idea. Based on what she had established, in this world, the Shang Kingdom to the north was the most powerful. The Li Kingdom of the Kwong clan was located in the southeast. The Shang Kingdom's abundant military power made other countries wary and fearful. So princesses would be sent to serve the Shang Son of Heaven, or princes would be sent there as hostages. In the story, it was written that 18 years ago, Kwong Lai Thuong's father, the crown prince of the Li Kingdom, suddenly fell ill and passed away. The second prince succeeded the throne and became emperor with a reign title Long Duk. After that, the former crown prince's children became orphans. The situation for Kwong Lai Thuong and his older brother, Kwong Hoi Lan, became even more delicate. Emperor Long Duk decisively sent them to the Shang Kingdom's capital, Ingtian, as hostages. Over the years, Emperor Long Duk unexpectedly found himself without a single living child. A nation without an heir is an unstable nation. He didn't want to lose power, so last year he finally summoned the two brothers back. He thought that after being away from the Li Kingdom for so many years, their power would have weakened and they would have no support. After making Kwong Hoi Lan the emperor, he abdicated to become the emperor emeritus. The two brothers lived very carefully and cautiously in Ingtian. After returning to the Li Kingdom, the court was still under the control of the emperor emeritus. Of the two brothers, one pretended to be foolish, while the other pretended to be ill. Kwong Lai Thuong read the last line of the book, and at the same time, realized that Tu Phuong Gi's gaze had been fixed on him the whole time. He raised his hand and coughed lightly a few times. This action of his also helped her remember a few things. According to the plot, today after entering the palace, Empress Dowager II would inquire about Kwong Lai Thuong's illness. Her mind suddenly started racing. Her expression changed as she quietly broke into a sinister smile. Every member of the royal family had their own separate area. As for Empress Dowager II, she resided in Can Tai Palace, which was surrounded by many plants and trees with fresh and airy atmosphere. From the moment he got out of the carriage, Kwong Lai Thuong needed someone to support him. Even when paying respects, he needed a hand to help him up, looking as weak as a man on his deathbed. Tu Phuong Gi, however, found this boring act of his an eyesore. Although Empress Dowager II was advanced in age, her skin had only a few wrinkles, showing that she lived a very comfortable life. The clothes she wore were all of the finest brocade, and even the jewelry on her head was anything but ordinary. She nodded and gestured for him to rise. Standing behind, Tu Phuong Gi quietly averted her gaze. The Empress Dowager leaned forward, her expression worried and concerned as she asked, "Regarding this illness of Lai Thuong, what has the imperial physician said recently?" He clutched his chest, his shoulders trembling. No matter how one looked at him, he just resembled a man on the brink of death. His voice was very soft, punctuated by coughs. Tu Fangyi thought to herself, the Emperor Emeritus kept Kuang Lai Thuong around also because his short-lived appearance meant there was nothing to worry about, and it could also demonstrate his own affection and magnanimous heart. The old fool in the guise of a white lotus was acting too well in front of her. He covered his mouth, turning his head away from the other, a glint of sadness and utter helplessness in his eyes. This childhood illness. I won't trouble the imperial physicians any longer. I'll just live one day at a time. Tu Fangyi inwardly detested his act of feigned weakness and the Emperor Emeritus's suspicious nature. If he knew this fellow was faking his illness, and was a scheming boy at that, he would definitely not let him leave the palace alive today. Thinking of such a bright prospect, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Oh, Deep Chew too, you are a genius who can casually borrow a knife to kill someone in your own novel. No one can defeat you." And her strange laugh was also noticed by Kuang Lai Thuong, who was beside her. The Empress Dowager frowned and asked, "This palace heard that yesterday Fangyi fell into the water. What is this about? How could you be so careless?" In response to her question, she immediately dropped to her knees. Calculating according to the timeline in the novel, at this stage, Kuang Lai Thuong was secretly colluding with court officials and even had connections with some famous scholars. Tu Fangyi lowered herself, her eyes red and brimming with tears, the words catching in her throat, making them very difficult to get out. "Empress Dowager, it is all this servant's fault." And these words left them both stunned. She used her sleeve to wipe the tears rolling down her cheeks, sobbing. "Your servant wanted to bring medicine to the prince's study for him to drink, but who would have thought I would accidentally bump into a great lord from the Taiha Pavilion coming out of the prince's room? Your servant also did not expect the prince to be so upset and lose his composure like that." When the Empress Dowager heard it was someone from the Taiha Pavilion, her expression immediately darkened. She cried until her face was streaked with tears, like a small, weak, and lonely flower. Your servant's heart was filled with immense fear and unease. In that moment, without thinking, I thought of death. Would doing so appease the prince's anger? She glanced over and saw Kuang Lai Thuong gritting his teeth as he stared at her. How could Tu Fangyi not know these things like the back of her hand? Associating with court officials, harboring malicious intentions, it violated the Emperor Emeritus's greatest taboo. The Empress Dowager curled her lip into an O. She maintained her smile, her expression somewhat different as she asked, "Which great lord has such a good relationship with Lai Thuong?" Tu Fangyi was frantically giving her a thumbs up in her mind. She snorted coldly. "Let's see what you'll do." Kuang Lai Thuong, his weak spot exposed, was like a hedgehog with its quills raised as he looked towards her, his gaze like a hidden dagger, wishing he could kill the woman beside him with a single stab right now. "Keep acting." The Empress Dowager sat steadily on high, with Kuang Lai Thuong and Fangyi standing below to pay their respects. She took the initiative to speak first, calling out, "Li Thuong." She took a teacup from a servant's hand and carefully opened the lid. "Then you're truly skilled at socializing, having been back in the capital for not even a year." The other party did not rush to drink. While waiting for the tea to cool, the Empress Dowager said, "And you even have relations with the great lords who hold important positions in the Taiha Pavilion." Kuang Lai Thuong maintained his bowing posture, his lips pressed into a line as if devoid of emotion. Every subtle change in his expression was observed by Tu Fangyi from start to finish. Her heart was now extremely refreshed. Yes, he looks tense now. Let's pressure that fellow to death. A moment later, he knelt down, his attitude reverent. "Empress Dowager, regarding this matter, this servant wishes to make a correction." The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, but did not reply. He clutched his chest, being extremely tactful. "Your servant, Kuang Lai Thuong, is frail and sickly. I fear I do not have much time left to live, and will probably not have an heir to continue the family line. Fangyi is in the prime of her youth. How can she be allowed to waste her time on a short-lived person like this servant?" Tu Fangyi heard every single word frozen in place. Kuang Lai Thuong clasped his hands. This servant is very ashamed to say this. With a frail and sickly body, when it comes to the matter of the marital bed, this servant is truly powerless. Even last night, this servant tried a little, but alas, it only led to Phuong Gi's disappointment. Quang Lai Thuong's expression did not change as he recounted this as if it were a common matter. To Phuong Gi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Do you have no shame? How can you even say something like that? Lai Thuong reached into his sleeve and gently pulled out a piece of paper. Therefore, although we have been married for many days, we servants have not yet consummated our marriage, which is why I had to ask. He enunciated each word, unhurried. Had to ask Imperial Physician Niam of the Niam Ministry of the Taiha Pavilion to act as an intermediary and write a letter of divorce to return her freedom. The reason is clearly stated in here. It will not implicate her. Quang Lai Thuong put on an exemplary appearance, taking all the blame upon himself. It is I who have wronged her, and I am willing to return 10 times the original dowry and send her home. Tu Phuong Gi stood unsteadily, her mind filled with only the 2 words letter of divorce that he had uttered. He truly knew how to strike a blow to others. This was a marriage arranged by the Empress Dowager. For him to present a letter of divorce before her very eyes was an immense humiliation. Needless to say, her expression now could not be worse. A letter of divorce. How dare he? The Empress Dowager snatched the letter from his servant's hand and read through it once. Then the Empress Dowager said, Lai Thuong, you are still young. It has not reached the point where you must do this, has it? Quang Lai Thuong hid his face behind his sleeve, coughing continuously. It is the useless Lai Thuong who has failed the Empress Dowager's kindness. The tables were turned on Tu Phuong Gi. She shot him a look of contempt and hatred. This fellow had actually learned from Wang Jian and Xiao He to conceal his own wicked deeds. She closed her eyes and let out a heavy breath. The character from the Niam Ministry that she had created was an extreme gossip. In just a few more days, the entire capital would probably know that Prince Huck couldn't perform. Tu Phuong Gi dejectedly thought back to last night. Wait, he intended to divorce Phuong Gi, so yesterday he deliberately took advantage of me. She shuffled a few steps to the side, her face flushing red. Truly a scumbag. The Empress Dowager looked over at her beloved niece, enunciating each word. Therefore, it is Phuong Gi who resents her aunt for betrothing you to Prince Huck. Tu Phuong Gi's eyes widened. She looked at the letter of divorce thrown back in front of her as she heard the Empress Dowager finish her sentence. Just the other day, you put on a suicide drama in front of the entire capital, didn't you? With every spear pointed at her, Phuong Gi didn't know what to do and could only stand rooted to the spot. The Empress Dowager could not swallow this anger, her brows furrowed. You use death as a threat. Is this dissatisfaction with the prince or dissatisfaction with this palace? Having lived so many years in the imperial palace, her words were stern and sharp. If she intended to, she could pressure someone to death. She was endlessly uneasy, her palms unconsciously breaking out in a cold sweat. Aunt, no, it's not like that. Realizing she had been set up, her blood boiled with anger. This fellow is truly formidable. I was betrothed to him by the Empress Dowager, yet he wants to find a reason to divorce me in front of the Empress Dowager. With the Empress Dowager being humiliated by him like this, he is simply shifting the disaster onto me. The Empress Dowager's face darkened as she leaned against one side of her chair, propping her head with her hand to watch. Phuong Gi stood below in turmoil. Damn it, I guess no matter what I say now, she will assume I'm dissatisfied with this marriage and am just looking for trouble. Looking again towards Lai Thuong, Phuong Gi made a resolution. I cannot let him send me back to the Tu family. Quang Lai Thuong slightly raised his head, glancing at Phuong Gi with the corners of his lips curved, his face full of smugness, no longer showing the dejected and sorrowful look he had when facing the Empress Dowager. Tu Phuong Gi calculated, if I leave Prince Huck's residence, how can I possibly kill him? The afternoon sun was about to set completely. In front of the city gate, a carriage was gradually moving away, the sound of its wheels leaving behind a clatter, clatter. Tu Phuong Gi se delicat bodao fudao. She clutched the hem of her robe in her hand, pensively watching Quang Lai Thuong leisurely sipping his tea. You, for the sake of the Tu family's face, the Empress Dowager won't let him divorce me. Otherwise, I'll have no chance to get close to him, and then it's all over. Recalling the scene at that time, the Empress Dowager, to preserve a bit of her own dignity, had stepped in to persuade them with all her might. A newlywed couple, arguing and having misunderstandings is a common thing. 1,000 years of sharing a pillow, How can you so easily say farewell? She turned to Tu Fuangyi, deliberately reprimanding her. As a woman, once married, you follow your husband. Know your place, preserve your virtue and character, and don't cause any more trouble. Do you understand? She clasped her hands and bowed her head in a salute. Yes, understood. Your child understands. It was thanks to this that she could continue to cling to this position of princess consort Huck. She wearily raised a hand to her forehead, feeling a bit sullen as she thought to herself, this is so different from the original work. In the original work, although Kuang Lai Thuong hated Tu Fuangyi, he was still wary of the Empress Dowager and didn't dare to do anything out of line, just ignoring her completely. She glanced away, shuddering slightly at the thought of her face. Now the Empress Dowager is angry with me. I no longer have that old lady's backing. The current Tu Fuangyi just wanted to jump back into the past and slap her own mouth. Kuang Lai Thuong paid her no mind, just leisurely sipping his tea. I even offended that brilliant lotus blossom. The days ahead are probably ruined. I never expected the situation to turn out like this. I was too hasty just now. I should have left myself an escape route. Who knew this fellow was so slick, able to resolve even a matter like meeting privately with a court official so smoothly? Kuang Lai Thuong quietly looked at the teacup in his hand, the beauty mark below the corner of his I'm making this appearance all the more stunningly beautiful. He withdrew his gaze, then looked with confusion at the woman who had just been bent on harming him. Based on the current situation, this woman was just some young lady from the clan that the Tu family had casually chosen for him, merely to seize the position of princess consort Huck. The atmosphere between the two was as if an iceberg had been added, chilling to the bone. He thought to himself, but based on her actions and temperament these past few days, if she were dissatisfied with this marriage, she absolutely would not have attempted suicide. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down Tu Fuangyi's fair face. Under his scrutinizing gaze, she pouted, a little annoyed. Why wasn't he saying anything and just staring at her so gloomily? Could he be thinking of how to deal with her? He maintained his posture. She is dissatisfied with me, framing me in front of Empress Dowager II just now. That seems more like her real tactic. The space between his eyebrows furrowed. Then why did she commit suicide? He tightened his grip on the teacup, his expression growing darker, staring at her without blinking. Moreover, when Niam No came to the residence, Jia Min's soldiers were guarding outside. She absolutely couldn't have gotten close. How'd she know? Tu Fuangyi felt her face burn from his glare. She bit her finger, trying to calm herself down so she wouldn't suddenly jump out of the carriage. Her brain was running at 200% capacity. She had to quickly remember the next part of the plot to see if there was any other way. In the original novel, after entering the palace, Empress Dowager II asked Tu Fuangyi about Prince Huck's illness. Although Tu Fuangyi didn't say anything detrimental to Prince Huck, the Emperor Emeritus became suspicious and sent a trusted imperial physician to examine Prince Huck. This fellow had taken a type of poison that disrupted his pulse, which was how he managed to cover it up. An idea flashed through her mind. It seemed she could use this point against him. Deep Chu Tu, you're so clever. She covered her mouth and giggled. Kuang Lai Thuong saw her unsettling expression and didn't dare to look directly at her. This fool is so temperamental, happy one moment and sad the next. Looking at her expression, she must be thinking of a way to deal with me again. The sun was gradually setting, painting the sky in the beautiful colors of dusk. In contrast to the warm colors outside, the atmosphere inside Kintai Palace gave one goosebumps upon entering. Empress Dowager II walked slowly and cautiously. She looked at the man sitting opposite her with some apprehension. Your Majesty, Prince Huck's consort's maid said that although the two of them were in the same room last night, there were no traces left in the middle of the bed. He sat silently playing chess, a fur cloak covering nearly half his face. It is said that Prince Huck never got close to women when he was in Ongtian Kin. Now, faced with his new wife, he shows no interest. Could it be that he really has an illness that prevents him from consummating with others? The Emperor Emeritus was old, his hair almost completely silver. He toyed with a chess piece in his hand and sneered. An illness? He's just dissatisfied with this marriage, that's all. It's fine. There's no need to rush this kind of matter. Can he not get along with any of the women in an entire rear residence? Long Duk had no difficulty with this chess game. His fingers picked up a black piece as he calmly continued. Moreover, although Tai Hoa Pavilion is secretive, he is just a lowly imperial physician, merely a sixth-rank scribe. His haste is to clear his connections. He's not timid, but a cunning old rat. I want to test what kind he is. After speaking, Long Duk placed the piece in his hand on the board. This difficult game had finally come to an end. That night, outside Prince Huck's study, Tu Fwangyi was hiding in a corner, sneaking around like a thief. Hearing a noise, she pressed her back against the wall, peeking out with only half her face to observe. This type of poison is very hard to find. Luckily, I know where to find a most effective poison. Tu Fwangyi had a small frame, which made it much easier for her to move around. She walked to a wall and saw a maid leading a man. He was dressed like a Taoist priest. Tu Fwangyi faintly heard the 3 words, Immortal Mu. The Emperor Emeritus's trusted Taoist priest. Immortal Mu stroked his long beard, his whole face flushed and radiant as he nodded at the other person. I never expected there to be a beauty like Miss Zhang in Prince Huck's residence. Zhang Noyet lifted the black cloth covering the tray in her hand, revealing several sparkling gold ingots. Her face was delicate, with curved peach blossom eyes and a fair, rosy complexion. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, truly pleasing to the ear. We have troubled the immortal for making a special trip to check on our master's condition. Please convey the prince's gratitude to the Emperor Emeritus on his behalf. He looked excitedly at the pile of gold before him, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Noyet offered the tray to him. When the prince is better, he will personally enter the palace to express his thanks. Immortal Moon nodded immediately. Of course, certainly. His words carried a hint of a smile. I will definitely pass on the message. Tu Fwangyi witnessed the entire scene. She rolled her eyes, thinking the Emperor Emeritus has always wanted immortality. This Taoist priest is the charlatan who helps the Emperor Emeritus concoct divine elixirs. In the original novel, this event didn't happen so early. What has happened? The moon tonight was particularly round and bright. The courtyard was unlit, but she could still see the 2 of them from a distance. He looked Zhang Noyet up and down, praising her endlessly. For beauty like Miss Zhang to be a maid is truly a pity. She covered her mouth and replied humbly, "The immortal is too kind." Tu Fwangyi kept peeking from behind. Suddenly, she saw Jia Min walking towards the study, holding a bowl of hot medicine. She placed a hand over her lips and let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, the plot point of that man, surnamed Kwong, drinking poison and faking his illness remains unchanged. He keeps this poison in a secret base inside the study. But that is the den containing Kwong Lai Thuong's schemes and conspiracies, always strictly guarded. Thinking of that, she felt her shoulders grow heavy. She leaned against the wall, helplessly. It's truly harder than ascending to heaven. How can I get in there? There were no servants in the study. A few lamps glowed dimly. The light from a nearby candle illuminated his face. Kwong Lai Thuong clutched his chest in pain, his collar loose, his forehead drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled on his back. His hands were clenched in a fist, his nails digging into his flesh. Jia Min stepped forward and quickly offered the medicine. "Your Highness, this is the extremely cold Luong Huyet Tao and Bang Tam Tan. Please drink the antidote quickly." Kwong Lai Thuong took the bowl of medicine, breathing heavily. If I didn't truly have symptoms of physical weakness and a cold, I probably couldn't have hidden it from that Taoist. He brought the bowl to his lips and drank it all in one go. The smell of this thing was truly awful. His brows furrowed, and his tongue tasted a slight bitterness. Kwong Lai Thuong wiped his mouth with his hand and uncomfortably put the bowl down. Jia Min picked up the empty medicine bowl and spoke. "Fortunately, everyone now knows that your Highness is truly gravely ill. It would not be good for the Emperor Emeritus to make things difficult for you." He lowered his eyes and denied it. "No, everyone knows my illness is severe. For a sickly person on the verge of death, dying at any moment is very normal, isn't it?" Hearing this, Jia Min immediately understood. "You mean that if the Emperor Emeritus wants to kill you in the future, he won't need an excuse?" Kwong Li Tong not that. That old man sent the Taoist Mu to probe me, which means he thoroughly suspects me and will not let down his guard. Suddenly, an image of Tu Fwangyi appeared in his mind. His gaze turned slightly vicious, and he clicked his tongue. If it weren't for that shameless woman. Initially, I thought that if she knew her place, I would have just ignored her, treating her as if I were raising a cat or a dog. Jiamin narrowed his eyes. Those words, shameless woman. Are you referring to the princess consort? He leaned back lazily in his chair, his hand supporting his forehead. He was exhausted from being pestered by one person after another all day. Madame 2Q, her mother. What did she say? He closed his eyes as if he were sleeping. Madame 2Q, she. Before he could finish, shouts from the servants outside echoed through the residence. Oh no, a fire. There's a fire. Hurry and put out the fire. Both of them were startled by the commotion and simultaneously looked towards the source of the noise. Outside, the moon was bright and the wind was cool. A fire had broken out on one side of Prince Huck's residence, with black smoke filling the sky. Tu Fuangyi stood to one side with a cunning smile, silently tossing away the fire starter in her hand. The servants were seen running around in a panic like a disturbed beehive. It's the warehouse that's on fire. The fire is too big. Quickly call for more people. Hurry and report to the prince. She turned her head and walked away from the fire, a sense of pride swelling in her heart. Faint to the east, attack in the west. Lure the tiger out of the mountain. Old tricks, but still very useful. Jia Min followed behind, saying worriedly, We're doomed, Your Highness. In the warehouse, Kuang Lai Thuong rushed over, not even fully dressed. He ordered, The warehouse is full of important items. Quickly, go put out the fire. The courtyard was deserted, with only the red glow of the fire visible in the distance, a complete contrast to the starry sky tonight. The study door wasn't closed. Tu Fuangyi dashed inside. This is why fire safety is so important. Gold, silver, and jewels in the warehouse being burned is a small matter, but having a stash of dozens of smuggled sets of armor discovered is the real big deal. She was in an extremely cheerful mood, deliberately drawing out the last sentence. Looking at the room before her, she was a bit stunned, marveling to herself, the layout here is just like what I described in the story. She walked to the bookshelf on the west wall, fumbling around for a moment. So it must be here. There really is a secret door. Tu Fuangyi felt a sense of accomplishment and couldn't stop smiling. Perfect. Luckily, there are no particularly complicated mechanisms. The next second, her expression changed, and her whole body froze like a statue. Kuang Lai Thuong was sitting on the desk, his hand resting on his leg, his outer robe draped casually over his shoulders. He raised his eyes to look at her and asked gently, Has the princess consort also come to escape the fire? Tu Fuangyi was rooted to the spot, screaming frantically in her mind, Oh my God, writing a rotten plot really brings its own karma. Deep Chu Tu thought to herself, if this were a system space in a novel, I would strive to become a master assassin. Deep Chu Tu imagined a scene where she was wearing a tight, midriff-bearing leather outfit, holding an AK-47 in her left hand and an RPG in her right, turning all those who displeased her into a muddy pulp, crying and whimpering at her feet. Or this could be a Mary Sue type of story, where men number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would line up to save her from the fire, and she would just have to sit still. On her left would be a sugar daddy willing to throw money at her. On her right, a clingy, dewy-eyed, puppy-like boy, followed by a blue-eyed, fair-skinned prince willing to give up his entire kingdom for her. And next, a gentle white lotus, with whom she could spend the spring days, day after day, for a lifetime. The fantasy was so beautiful that Deep Chu Tu's mouth watered just thinking about it. This old lady will accept all of you. But life is not a dream, and certainly not like the current situation. She was Tu Fuangyi, just caught red-handed doing something bad by Kuang Lai Thuong. Fuangyi, how did you know there was a partition in this room of mine? His phoenix eyes curved slightly, carrying a midwinter blizzard that made the person opposite him shiver without the cold. She silently lamented in her mind, why did I have to create such a pervert, the kind with not a single adorable trait? As he spoke, he moved closer, pinning Tu Fuangyi against the wall. He blocked her with one hand above her, their noses almost touching. She turned her head, determined not to look at him, her annoyance obvious. Get away. Don't you male leads in novels know you're supposed to stand up straight and keep a polite distance when talking to people? A moment later, a voice came from above her head, and you even knew to burn down the storeroom, where I kept important things. He moved closer, whispering next to her ear, his breath tickling her neck. If you dislike this marriage so much, why didn't you just agree to the annulment letter in front of the Empress Dowager this morning? Tu Fuangyi, like a porcupine with its quills raised, aimed her barbs at him, If you don't move, I'll get angry. His lips touched the shell of her ear, warm and soft. His voice was low. Fuang Gi, would you care to explain your husband's suspicions? Having been taken advantage of, Tu Fuang Gi felt a sense of repulsion, gritting her teeth, her face darkening. She turned her head slightly to face his scrutinizing gaze directly, laughing coldly. Your Highness, why have you stopped coughing? Thanks to this question, Prince Huck finally backed away, sparing her ear. Tu Fuang Gi's eyes darted around. What should I do to hide this? What's the next part of the plot? Think fast, think. Reminded, he covered his mouth and slowly let out a few coughs. Kuang Lai Thuong gestured invitingly, his expression somber, the corner of his eyebrow raised. Princess Consort, you seem very interested in my secret room. He walked back outside, his attitude softening as he introduced it. Perhaps you don't know that this room has a secret. Tu Fuang Gi, being its creator, naturally knew it well. She was terrified, her limbs stiffening. I'm done for this room. His hand touched the secret room's door, sliding down it slowly. A glint of pride shone in his gloomy eyes. If the door to this room is closed, not a single wisp of air can get through. Last time, some unlucky fellow accidentally wandered in here. He screamed for 3 straight days, but there was no response. He shrugged, his tone sorrowful, even ending with a regretful sigh. Tu Fuang Gi watched Kuang Lai Thuong's every move with contemptuous eyes. Trying to scare me? If you could really make me die, I'd thank 18 generations of your ancestors. Prince Huck walked deeper inside. The walls were covered with old scratch marks. His fingers brushed over those traces, lazily uttering each word. Tell me, when a person is in a state of despair, only when they know they are about to die, would they use their fingernails, mixed with flesh and blood, to carve such marks into these iron walls? He nonchalantly glanced at the expression on Tu Fuang Gi's face. A normal action, yet the cold aura around him sent a chill down one's spine. It's heartbreaking to see a hand get hurt, isn't it, Princess Consort? She suddenly saw herself after being revived, her back drenched in sweat, her breathing halted. I thought I wasn't afraid of death, but the painful sensation of the air being stolen from my lungs, the sound of a faint heartbeat before the candle of life was extinguished again and again, repeatedly, was the most haunting feeling. No, the taste of death is too unbearable. I can't do it. It's just repeating the pain, the suffering, and the disappointment. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt. Kuang Lai Thuong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you done thinking? Speak." Tu Fuang Gi opened her mouth, taking in a breath to calm her heart, and nodded. Fine, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. She covered half her face with her sleeve, striking a delicate pose, and said honestly, "Actually, I am the 9th heaven profound maiden descended to the mortal realm. I know the past 500 years and the next 500 years. The atmosphere froze because of her antics, reluctantly falling into contemplation. Tu Fuang Gi scratched her face, laughing awkwardly. All right, actually, I was sent by the Kadda of the Ung Tien Kin. Kuang Lai Thuong raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to lose his patience. She struck a dramatic pose, spinning and gesturing wildly. The Kadda has always wanted to move south into the Lai Kingdom. He sent me here to throw the Lai court into chaos. In times of turmoil, a beautiful woman brings disaster to the nation. A femme fatale, you understand? Kuang Lai Thuong closed his eyes and walked out of the study. The princess consort has gone mad. The light from outside obscured his expression. From today onwards, do not enter this secret room without permission again. Focus on recuperating. Tu Fuang Gi dashed over, grabbing his arm to stop him. Hey, let me think for a moment. Wait a bit. He flung her hand off. Due to the difference in strength, he could quickly reverse her movement and restrain her. A woman's wrist is very small, easily held completely in one's palm. Waiting for the princess consort to invent another amusing story to deceive me, to make a fool of me, are you? The two stared into each other's eyes. Kuang Lai Thuong released her hand. Tu Fuang Gi felt a dull ache in her wrist as she heard him say, "However, the princess consort even dares to use the cot to deceive me." The man in front of her turned his back, brushing the dust from his clothes. Before he finished speaking, he added, "Is the princess consort worried that the secret she's keeping, if exposed, would lead to an even worse fate for a spy from the Cot dynasty?" Tu Fuang Gi's inner world collapsed in an instant. She began to doubt herself. I was clearly the one who wrote this story, the one who created him. Why can he see through me so easily? Morning light streamed through the paper window. Gusts of wind blew past, making the surrounding trees rustle, as if no incident had occurred last night. Everything was incredibly quiet. At this moment, in the prince's residence study, a loud noise erupted from behind the bookshelf, causing the books on the shelves to shake. Tu Fuangyi slammed against the stone wall with all her might. Her clothes and face were grimy, her hands were soaked, and the small, narrow room reeked of blood. She screamed madly, her voice hoarse. "Let me out! You surname Kwong, you bastard! The Empress Dowager is my aunt, after all, and the Tu family has held the highest positions in the court for 4 generations. If their beloved daughter dies for no reason, they will surely not let you off." Kwong Lai Thuong decisively tossed her words to the back of his mind, leisurely tucking a letter into an envelope. Her hands ached, and she gradually slid down. She looked around, feeling as if she had fallen into a deep abyss. It's over. The design of this room. I once referenced some archaeology books. Its anti-theft capability is top tier, using molten copper to form a concrete block. Tu Fuangyi could vaguely sketch out the layout of this place. There were only 4 solid walls. Besides this door, there was no other way out. Her hands rose, trembling. She couldn't even cry out loud. Why did I dig my own grave? Time passed quickly, and soon it was night. Tu Fuangyi's throat was parched, and the blood on her hands had long since dried. Saiven, Kwong Li Tong. Her face contorted, her resistance weak. She gave a faint, mocking laugh. That bastard clearly has profound internal energy and superior hearing, yet he pretends not to hear. A few mocking calls came from inside. Prince Huck, faking an illness must be more tiring than practicing martial arts. Kwong Lai Thuong glanced over and then continued with his work. The next day, he still had no intention of releasing her. Having not eaten or drunk for several days, Tu Fuangyi was so exhausted she started hallucinating, only able to repeat words like bastard, let me out. Jia Min, standing beside Kwong Lai Thuong, who was intently writing something, was drawn by the sound from within. A feeling of reluctance rose in his heart. She was the princess consort. After all, it had been 2 days. Kwong Lai Thuong sealed the letter, handed it to him, and said, "Send this to Lin Chao tonight. Tell Chu Hak and his men they must act carefully." Zaming a sepet understol. Tu Fuangyi felt herself about to lose consciousness. I have to get out. I have to find a way out of here. She couldn't sit up straight and could only lean her whole body against the wall. The next plot point seems to be related to Kwong Lai Thuong's arrangements in Lin Chao. Kwong Lai Thuong bribed the eunuch's sweeping Kintai palace to steal the Emperor Emeritus's medicinal dregs, learning that the Emperor Emeritus's health had recently worsened. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, her breathing heavy and difficult. The small, narrow space didn't have much oxygen to begin with. The 70,000 troops of the northern route under the command of Marquis Vu Oi in Lin Chao are the Emperor Emeritus's henchmen. Kwong Lai Thuong had sent someone to reveal the Emperor Emeritus's illness to Marquis Vu Oi and used the Emperor's authority to promise the position of Empress to the second daughter of the No family, pushing Marquis Vu Oi towards a future rebellion. However, this matter would not proceed smoothly. The variables within it had stirred up a great wave. She lowered her eyes. Not sleeping for 2 nights had given her large, dark circles under her eyes. After thinking for a moment, the daughter of Marquis Vu Oi. She tried to speak, her voice now so soft it was like the buzzing of a mosquito. Ah, what a pity that person. Tu Fuangyi knew for sure he would hear. She gave a faint laugh and recounted, that year, at I Luong Tavern, someone caught a fleeting glimpse of a young lady's beautiful figure. The daughter of the Marquis Vu Oi's house is very beautiful, isn't she? His movement slowed. This sentence struck Kwong Lai Thuong's heart directly. She persisted, her voice echoing outside. The person you like, you can't even speak of it, and you even have to help someone else get her. And the hand he was holding his brush with trembled, provoked by her words. Tu Fuangyi pulled at her collar, panting and mocking, personally proposing to the Empress that his own brother be the candidate. Your Highness is truly so great, so pitiful. His endurance had its limits. The brush in his hand was snapped in two. With no strength left, she collapsed to the ground, her hand reaching up. The desire to escape grew stronger. The Emperor Emeritus is sick. No, not sick, he's muddled. Each word was punctuated by a labored breath. A place with no escape. The air in this room was growing thinner and thinner. Her vision went dark, so dizzy. Tu Fuangyi grabbed the leg of the table. Marquis Vu Oi, with an army of 70,000 men, is truly a delicious, tempting rack of ribs. I'm so hungry. Kuang Lai Thuong stood before the secret room's door. The person inside was already so exhausted she was talking nonsense. The teacup on the table was knocked over, water spilling out. Only bones will be left, perhaps. Tu Fuangyi felt her face was wet. She spat out a few words in a sarcastic tone, waiting for the prince to come see me. See me, huh? Kuang Lai Thuong was stunned, his eyes lifeless, a chill running down his spine. Marquis Vu Oi and the Emperor Emeritus had a bond when they were young. He has been loyal to him for over 40 years. How could there be any discord for me to exploit? His expression darkened, and for a moment he was lost in layers of thought. I was too hasty. But that good-for-nothing charlatan Taoist priest, he provoked me into revealing the truth. Kuang Lai Thuong clicked his tongue and spoke. Jia Min immediately recalled the letter sent to Lin Chao. His gaze shifted to the secret door behind the shelf. There was no more movement from inside. He sighed. What on earth is this woman's background? Drop by drop, water from the table fell to the floor. Drop by drop, it dripped like the sound of her heart at this moment. Tu Fuangyi closed her eyes. It seems I'm going to die again. It's over. It's not like I haven't died before. In that moment of despair, she saw herself as Yi Xiaoyu, not Tu Fuangyi. She was at home, soaking in a fragrant bubble bath, happily singing. If only I could wake up and be back home, that would be great. I will definitely get my revenge. Kuang Lai Thuong, you inhumane scumbag. I'll write a trashy novel about you, the kind where everyone attacks you and hates you. Yi Xiaoyu felt as if she were drowning. Her tears would finally merge with the water and disappear. I have to go home. That was the last and only thought in her mind. The secret chamber door opened, and light from outside streamed in. A man stood against the light, tall and well-built. He stood straight, looking at her struggling like someone on the verge of death, and said coldly, "It's been 2 days. I wonder if the princess consort has anything to say?" Tu Fuangyi was preparing to slowly waste away and die in here. Opening her eyes only to see this fiend, it was truly a nightmare. She clicked her tongue. Truly, I can't even die if I want to. In the princess consort's bedroom at Prince Huck's residence at this moment, a gentle breeze stirred the curtains in the bedroom. It also stirred the person lying on the bed. Tu Fuangyi was sleeping when she suddenly smelled a fragrance mixed with the incense in the room. Her eyes fluttered open, vaguely seeing the figure of a man holding a spoon of white congee. She instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to eat. She thought she was going to be fed, but unexpectedly, the other person brought the spoon of congee back. She shot up, shouting, "That's my congee." Kuang Lai Thuong sat beside her, stirring the bowl of congee in his hand. The princess consort is awake? Just in time, we can talk a little. Tu Fuangyi stared, drooling with desire. Having not eaten for several days, her stomach had already begun to protest. She puffed her cheeks. "I'm hungry. I don't have the strength to talk. I'll talk after you feed me." He scooped up a spoonful, the steam rising with a warm aroma. Oh, is the princess consort talking about this? Then he decisively put it all into his own mouth. This is my late-night snack. If the princess consort wants to eat, you must say something in exchange, right? A proper reason, clear conditions. Even the way he sat and ate was elegant. Everything fell silent. The scene before her was more terrifying than the apocalypse. His princess consort's soul had long since followed the food down into his stomach. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she roared. Say what? While inwardly cursing furiously, "Bastard, royal bastard, madman, I'll strangle your whole family." He scraped the congee off the spoon against the side of the bowl, making a clinking sound. "Weren't you very talkative in the secret chamber just now, princess consort?" Lai Thuong brought the spoon in front of Fuangyi, his movement as gentle as if he were holding a precious treasure. "For example, why does the princess consort know my affairs? And even know about Marquis Vu Oi and Lin Chao?" His deep voice carried a hint of teasing laughter. Could it be that my princess consort is truly a fairy? Her mind was hazy, unable to think of anything, let alone listen to the words he had just said. She stared at the spoonful of kanji before her. It smelled so good, it must be delicious. As she leaned forward to eat, Kwong Lai Thuong simultaneously made a similar move. The two drew close, but he quickly snatched the kanji away. His phoenix eyes curved, very pleased. No, you can't. You can eat after you answer. The two almost kissed. She glared you. Prince Huck wasn't even careful when he ate. There was a little bit of leftover food stuck to the corner of his lips. Perhaps she was dizzy from hunger. It makes a person not themselves. Hunger prevents me from thinking or doing anything. Tu Fluangyi leaned forward and licked the trace of kanji from his mouth, quick and fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the water. She sat up straight on the bed, remarking, so delicious. His cheeks flushed hot, and he hastily covered his lips. He reached out you, truly shameless. Lai Thuong gripped her neck tightly, forcing out each word, his expression changing faster than a face-changing opera. The princess consort's mouth is really stubborn. You're at death's door and still won't talk. She clutched his hand, crying out softly in pain. He roughly squeezed her face to one side. Tu Fluangyi was in so much pain that tears streamed down, but she retorted stubbornly, whether my mouth is stubborn or not. Didn't the prince just feel it? Seeing her attitude, he frowned, a little angry. Just try speaking more nonsense. Continue with your boring tricks. We'll see. The more he spoke, the more force he used. Princess consort, surely you don't want to go back to the secret chamber to recuperate, do you? Between the great demon and the tormenting hunger, Tu Fluangyi could only follow her stomach. She cried loudly, making a fuss like a child. I'm hungry. I'm starving to death. I'm so hungry. I've lost my mind. The force didn't lessen, but increased. Rest assured, I won't let you die. But if I use a little more force, you won't be able to get up for the rest of your life. You won't even be able to take care of your own bathroom needs. Her brain quickly processed the information. So I can't even die? She burst into tears, immediately admitting fault. I was wrong. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to offend you again in the future. I absolutely won't touch a finger of yours. Hearing this, the force of his hand gradually loosened, leaving a few bruised marks on her neck. Lai Thuong stood up straight, rubbing his wrist. I'm in no mood to play with you anymore, and I certainly don't want to hear any more nonsense. She collapsed on the floor, clutching her neck and coughing violently. But I'm sorry, this story was just made up by her, including him. She looked up, extremely cooperative. What the prince asked about was you faking your illness, right? Her heart pounded with fear. If I tell this rebellious son that I'm his biological mother, he definitely won't believe it. But adding supplementary details to the existing plot is my responsibility. In response to her question, he covered his mouth with extreme disgust. Fluangyi propped herself up with her hands to sit steadily. My mother was always ill, so I learned some pulse-taking techniques and how to observe one's chi from the physician. Although the prince usually has difficulty breathing and coughs constantly, when we sleep in the same bed all night, after the prince falls asleep, your breathing is very even and deep, your pulse is steady and strong. You sound very healthy. These things sounded very reasonable when said, so there was no need to go too deep. What about the matter of Marquis Vuoi? She clutched her stomach, trying to suppress the rumbling and churning inside. So hungry I can't think of anything. She mumbled, Marquis Vuoi. As for Marquis Vuoi, Tu Fluangyi clenched her fists, having no strength left, trembling from hunger. I overheard it over a year ago, before His Majesty and the prince returned to the capital. On that day, my uncle, Grand Preceptor II, had a relapse of his old illness. I sent medicine to visit him and accidentally overheard the Emperor Emeritus, in disguise, come to the two residents, discussing with my uncle. She repeated the words from that time. If the young master ascends the throne and repays kindness with enmity, what then? My uncle then said, if the new emperor is so wolf-hearted, we must first grasp military power. The 70,000 elite troops are in Lin Chao. Marquis Vu Oi can be used as bait. It must be said that Yi Xiaoyu had written novels for many years, but had never had a rush her brain for a deadline like this. She had probably already set up her computer and was clattering away at the keyboard for this eavesdropping story. That day, I was in the prince's study. I smelled medicine, the exact same smell as the medicine in Kintai Palace. That's the prescription the Emperor Emeritus takes. The prince must also know that the Emperor Emeritus's condition is worsening. And then there's the matter of the immortal Mu Shun visiting the prince. If he saw something, the prince surely wouldn't sit still, right? Besides, these past few days, envoys have often visited the residence, and the carriages are all from Lin Chao. She felt her hands go numb. She could only lie face down on the floor, struggling to the extreme. The plot points related to the Emperor Emeritus were not described in detail in the original work, so there's room to add things in. As long as I can grasp the key moments, it'll be fine. A flicker of surprise crossed Lai Thuong's face. He stepped forward softly. I never thought my princess consort was so intelligent. He gently stroked her head, praising to be able to grasp the entire situation based on just these fragmented pieces of information. Tu Fuangyi had been tormented by him and suffered so much just hoping to fill her hungry stomach. This explanation deserved a full meal, right? She was now like a boneless person, letting him do as he pleased. He squatted down, lifted her chin, and carefully observed this strange woman he called his princess consort. The candle in the lantern flickered, making Tu Fuangyi's already unclear vision even blurrier. He let her lean against his chest, a flicker of emotion passing through the depths of his eyes. Kwang Lai Thuong placed the bowl of congee on the table. Then, Kwang Lai Thuong turned to leave. She fell to her knees, reaching out for the bowl of congee. Kwang Lai Thuong reminded her, eat. Tu Fuangyi struggled to say one word, congee. Before reaching the door, he stopped. His princess consort was faint with hunger. There were still a few things, but it's better to talk about them later. If she really starved to death, it would be even more troublesome. With food, Tu Fuangyi's stomach was no longer clamoring like before. She slurped it all up, leaving nothing behind, constantly clicking her tongue in praise. I'm alive again. In an instant, she felt her energy recover. Although the bar wasn't full, it was enough. She put the bowl down and exclaimed, "Oh, right. Why didn't the prince ask me how I knew about Marquis Vu Oi's daughter from the No family?" Upon hearing this, Kwang Lai Thuong's expression darkened, perhaps with extreme anger. He did not answer, leaving coldly, his back disappearing behind the wall. She licked her lips, liking someone that much, yet not mentioning it. Tu Fuangyi was startled. She felt her throat tighten. The words she had just tried to say didn't come out as sound. She weakly touched her neck, trying to force the words out of her throat, but could only manage a muffled completely unable to make any sound. Tu Fuangyi looked at the bowl of congee in her hand, which she had finished completely. It must have been this bowl of congee. Jia Min walked behind Kwang Lai Thuong, spitting a mouthful of the congee he had just eaten into a handkerchief, then threw it away. That woman talks too much. I don't want any more trouble from now on. She smashed the bowl in her hand, porcelain shards scattering everywhere. A silencing drug. Tu Fuangyi's eyes were filled with utter terror. She bit her lip hard, emphasizing the name Kwang Lai Thuong. She sat down, breathing evenly, trying to calm herself. It's okay, calm down. I have to find a way to kill him. In the following days, her daily life was not smooth because of this damn drug. A palace maid placed a cup of tea on the table. Princess consort, please have some tea, but she could only respond by writing. The scrawled handwriting looked very rushed. Tan Dao, listen to me, and I will tell the Empress Dowager that you have performed a great service. The palace maid's face turned pale as she clutched the tray to her chest. Princess consort, how do you know this servant's name is Tan Dao? No one in the palace knows. Before she could get an answer, Tu Fuangyi handed her a second piece of paper. I can ask the Empress Dowager to let you return to your hometown and marry the boy next door. Tan Dao never thought the princess consort would know about such private matters. The young girl was shy, stammering, "This servant." "Sir, aye." Tu Fuangyi looked outside. Kwang Lai Thuong was not in the residence at the moment. He was out attending to important business. 7 months later, the Emperor Emeritus would pass away, forced to his death after Kwang Lai Thuong led the Imperial Guard to seize the palace. The Emperor Emeritus always thought that if the Emperor wanted to seize power, the target should be the thousands of people waiting not to welcome but to guard. But the Marquis of Vu Oi was far away in Lin Chao. Kwang Lai Thuong only needed him to remain inactive, and that would be enough. Someone rushed over to stop her. Princess consort, the prince has given his orders. Before she could finish speaking, a piece of paper was held up to stop her. I want to enter the palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Who dares to stop me? Behind her, Tan Dao pretended to know nothing, looking away. Kwang Lai Thuong really intended to collude with the Imperial Guard. The Grand General of the No via Imperial Guard, Luong Thua Bitch, was the consort prince of the eldest princess Kim Tan, and he was also the Emperor Emeritus's only son-in-law. Consort Prince Luong also had a shady secret that Quang Lai Thuong had gotten hold of. He used this to coerce and entice him into obeying his orders. The eldest princess had been unable to bear a child, so Consort Prince Luong secretly kept a mistress outside. Today, he discovered she was pregnant, and the doctor who examined the mistress had long been bought by Quang Lai Thuong. At this moment, at Dr. True's house, Quang Lai Thuong sat firmly in the main chair of the room, the corner of his eyebrow raised, his gaze deep and inscrutable. I hear Consort Prince Luong has a good tolerance for alcohol. This humble one has a jug of fine wine. He actually took out a jug of wine and slowly poured it into a cup. The other man dared not offend this prince, unwillingly standing there to drink with him. I especially wish to invite you for a few drinks. I wonder if I will have this honor. Luong Thua bitch took the cup of wine, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. How does Prince Huck know that I have a good tolerance for alcohol? Quang Lai Thuong was always like this, wearing that infuriatingly calm and relaxed expression, as if everything in the world was light and easy, with nothing to hide. This humble one has heard that my elder sister in Kim Tan is quite strict, causing the consort prince to be without a child for so many years. This first cup is a toast to the consort prince, to congratulate your lady on her pregnancy. He raised his eyes. The Luong family now has an heir. The moment the words left his mouth, Luong Thua bitch drew a hidden dagger, waiting for a moment when Prince Huck was not paying attention to strike. He stabbed straight into Quang Lai Thuong's abdomen. He grabbed the blade with his hand, and blood flowed out, staining the dagger. Consort Prince Luong laughed maniacally, a vicious look on his face, his hand on the dagger, trying to push it deeper. I hear Prince Huck is frail. You should be at home recuperating, huh? Exerting yourself outside could easily get you killed. The blade was pulled out, drenched in fresh blood. The air was thick with a metallic smell. Prince Huck is truly brave to make a fuss about this in front of the Emperor Emeritus. In the end, is this trivial romantic affair really that important? Luong Thua bitch stood up straight, appearing much more imposing than Quang Lai Thuong, who had just been stabbed and had a hand full of wounds. He bent down, staring at the back of his hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead as a thought occurred to him. Tu Phuong Gi was in the room opposite, from where she could see the outside of the tavern. There wasn't much time left. 15 minutes earlier, in this very room, Luong Thua bitch stood a screen's width away from her. Tan Dao spoke. Consort Prince Luong, if you can kill the person waiting for you at Dr. True's house, it will be a great merit. The woman on the other side slowly cast a sharp glance at the man's blurry figure. The Emperor Emeritus will certainly not pursue the matter of you taking a concubine. Luong Thua bitch was so frightened he broke into a sweat, unable to believe what he had just heard. The child in the young lady's womb will not be an illegitimate child. It can live in the princess's residence, with a very bright future ahead. Returning to the present, the door to the room slowly opened. It was unknown how this matter would end. Jia Min, dressed in simple dark clothes, smiled with curved eyes. The person who opened the door saw him and was scared out of their wits as if they had seen a ghost. Princess Consort, the prince invites you. Back at Dr. True's house, Luong Thua bitch roared, dagger in hand, wanting to rush forward and stab him a few more times. Or perhaps the matter of Prince Huck plotting to threaten the Grand General of the Vu Vi Imperial Guard is a bit too hasty. His movements were completely anticipated by Quang Lai Thuong. He forcefully grabbed the other's wrist, right before the blade that was placed next to his neck. Quang Lai Thuong's voice was deep and cold, speaking with a smile that wasn't a smile. The dagger in Luong Thua bitch's hand also fell due to the pain. Consort Prince Luong, before you came here, did you go to see a woman? Luong Thua bitch was in so much pain from his grip that he fell to his knees, screaming incessantly, "My hand!" Prince Huck sneered. Princess Consort, I am growing more and more curious about you. Strands of hair fell before his face. His lips couldn't help but curve up in interest. My actions and my goals, I never expected you to know them all so clearly. Tu Phuong Gi was brought before him by Jia Min. She wore a light-colored outfit, with a few small flowers in her hair, looking very striking from a distance. Her expression, already unpleasant, became even uglier upon seeing Quang Lai Thuong. You. Her throat ached faintly, but it was much more comfortable than before. Tu Phuong Gi placed a hand on her mouth, surprised. I can speak again. The silencing drug. When Luong Thua bitch stopped struggling, Quang Lai Thuong also let go. He moaned incessantly on my hand. It hurts like hell. Regarding her surprise, he explained it was just a bit of throat-protecting medicine with a numbing and calming effect. It just makes you unable to speak for 2 or 3 days. His collar was loose, revealing a glimpse of his firm chest muscles. Prince Huck took a cloth and slowly wrapped it around the wound on his hand, saying, "I thought the princess consort was someone who likes to joke like that. Being mute would surely make you very angry." Consort Prince Luong struggled to sit down on the ground, clutching his wrist. "It's broken. It's broken." He walked to his princess consort's side, gently lifting her face to meet his gaze. "Only a corner dog will leap over the wall. I wasn't forcing you. How else could you have played your trump card? Don't be angry. If I don't clarify your inner workings, I won't be at ease." These seemingly ordinary words carried a high level of damage. Deep down, she wanted to jump up and punch him to death. "Dog, you're the dog, you bastard. Damn you, you huge bastard." Quang Lai Thuong put on a pitiful face, his tone insufferably feigning innocence. "But the princess consort is indeed divinely resourceful. You even knew that I wanted to find consort Prince Luong. Tell me, where did you overhear this?" She laughed, haha, turning away from him and evasively replying, I guessed it all right. The Imperial Guard protects the Imperial City. You want to seize power, so threatening consort Prince Luong for your own use isn't logical and reasonable." He maintained his expression, turning to look behind him. Jia Min drew his sword and placed it against Luong Thua bitch's neck. "Your Highness the consort prince, I must trouble you to be quiet for a moment." Feeling the cool metal against his skin, he shrank back and fell silent as a mute. Quang Lai Thuong looked at the two of them and said, "The princess consort is joking again. The dignified Grand General of the Vu Ve, the consort prince of the eldest princess, how could he be so easily threatened by me?" Prince Huck said these pleasant words without his expression changing for a second. Such good acting, no wonder no one had ever seen through him. A hero like General Luong here would naturally understand the principle of renouncing evil and returning to the righteous path very quickly. Luong Thua bitch, furious and ashamed, scowled and threatened loudly. "Quang Lai Thuong, you're delusional. I will definitely report this matter to the Emperor Emeritus and see what you can possibly do." Tu Fuangyi looked at him, her heart a tangled mess. Quang Lai Thuong couldn't bear to look at this horrifying scene, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Forget it. I, on the other hand, am more interested in what the princess consort is trying to do." He smirked, slowly enunciating each word. "The princess consort seems to be wholeheartedly focused on just one thing, killing me." Tu Fuangyi froze, terrified that he had hit the nail on the head. Her hands fidgeted, not knowing what to grab onto, as she weakly denied it, of course not. He was no fool. Her current expression only further confirmed his thoughts. "If I couldn't even detect that the person beside me wants to kill me, I would have been killed countless times in Ung Tien Palace already." Quang Lai Thuong caressed the beautiful face of the woman before him. "You are not the Emperor Emeritus's person, nor are you his eyes and ears. And if you were a spy for Kot Chiu, that would be truly." He sighed after speaking. Tu Fuangyi felt she was being looked down upon. Unhappy, she frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "What do you mean by that? You're underestimating me too much." His pupils were as clear as a lake, yet cold and inscrutable. "You don't hate me either. We have no grudges between us, so I still find it a bit hard to understand." He was extremely curious about why she wanted to kill him. What on earth was the reason? Quang Lai Thuong spoke slowly, word by word, even daring to use General Long. "Should I admire the princess consort's courage, or sympathize that the princess consort truly had no other choice?" He moved closer, his breath brushing against her. "I'm very curious. If Luong Thua bitch had not killed me, what would you have done? Has the princess consort never considered this possibility?" Speaking of this, Tu Fuangyi burst out laughing, her words light and very casual. "I never expected Luong Thua bitch to be able to kill you." The sky was gradually darkening, glowing with a brilliant orange hue. Quang Lai Thuong stood to one side, casually adjusting the white bandage that was being soaked red. A firm voice rang out, "Luong Thua bitch could never have killed you." Tu Fuangyi smiled, as if everything that happened had been calculated by her beforehand. Even those closest to Prince Huck do not fully understand his skills. Or to put another way, in this world, only I know that ordinary people cannot possibly kill Prince Huck. The woman before him had a familiar face, but her personality was strong and cruel to the point of being foreign. But what does this have to do with anything? She stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed close to him. I only needed to let the Emperor Emeritus know that Prince Huck was planning to attack the Imperial Guard. That was enough. Tu Fuangyi brought a hand to her mouth, laughing mockingly. Oh, that's right, Consort Prince. I think your little lover will sooner or later enter the princess's residence to enjoy a life of comfort. I have already told the eldest princess of this great, joyous news on your behalf. The eldest princess should take good care of her, and the child in her belly too. As she spoke, she could picture the scene, the eldest princess holding a whip, and how she would then take care of that little lover of his. Luong Thua bitch was like a spinning top, constantly being spun around by her, only to end up with no benefit and being sold out. He was so angry his face turned red. Tu Fuangyi placed her hands on her hips, winked, and giggled. Of course, I knew Prince Huck sent people to follow me, but you still needed some of my dowry maids to tell the Empress Dowager a secret, to provide you with a reverse cover. You didn't dare to follow them too closely, otherwise it would cause the Emperor Emeritus to discover a flaw, which would surely give rise to even greater suspicion. So I asked them to do me a favor. The more she spoke, the prouder she felt. At that time, 2 palace maids were huddled in a hidden corner. One of them carefully took out a gold ingot from her pouch and instructed, "Please, elder sister, call a trustworthy person to make a trip to the eldest princess's residence. It's urgent." Luong Thua bitch lunged forward, so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. Does the eldest princess know everything now? Does Hui still have a chance to live? He clutched his broken arm, cursing incessantly. "You bitch, you said that I only needed to kill Quang Lai Thuong." His words were cut off by Tu Fuangyi's interruption, but you couldn't kill him. She stood against the sunlight. Tu Fuangyi raised an index finger to her lips to signal silence. She'll listen. Outside, the sound of horses mixed with hurried footsteps. It seemed many people had arrived. Eldest Princess Kim Tan, having been betrayed, was fuming with anger and commanded fiercely, "Seize that man surnamed Luong for me." Tu Fuangyi said lazily, very casually, "I had to blow this matter up before the prince could find a way to persuade the consort prince to collude with him. If I hadn't sent someone to find the eldest princess, how could she have arrived so quickly to catch you all? The Empress Dowager won't believe your empty words." Tu Fuangyi had calculated everything thoroughly, having already found an escape route. She happily shook her little head. Prince Huck would set a trap ahead. So how can I not keep a card up my sleeve? We are the same. Quang Lai Thuong was cornered by her words, momentarily at a loss for a reply. Thus, that entire afternoon, there was no place untouched by eldest Princess Kim Tan's search. Search every nook and cranny for me. The surrounding residents were scared out of their wits. "Ah, who are you? How dare you enter without knocking? Oh my God, not here." Jia Min somewhat understood the prince's anxiety. He was all worked up. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Quang Lai Thuong's face fell. The space between his eyebrows furrowed like a crumpled piece of paper. All around was only the sound of Tu Fuangyi's teasing laughter. "That's right. The Empress Dowager's lady-in-waiting is probably about to return to the palace. She will report all of this to the Empress Dowager in detail." There is shouting outside the main gate, reporting to the eldest princess. "The houses in front are clear. Only this last house remains." Kim Tan's voice commanded powerfully, "Block this alley for me. Don't let a single mouse escape." Tu Fuangyi blinked her almond-shaped eyes, cupped her face, and said, "With the eldest princess making such a commotion, the Emperor Emeritus will surely investigate this matter clearly and thoroughly. Even if the prince escapes now, you can run from the monk, but you can't escape the temple." Quang Lai Thuong looked outside and called in, "Jia Min, how many usable men are in the residence right now?" Jia Min nodded and quickly replied, "To avoid attracting attention, everyone is doing odd jobs outside. There are still 30 to 40 men who would die loyal to the prince." It's unknown what he was thinking, but after hearing this, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. "Very good. You return immediately and gather our men. In 1/4 hour, meet at Dan Duong Gate." Tu Fuangyi giggled, speaking half jokingly, half seriously. Prince Huck isn't planning to take 30 to 40 men into the palace to stage a rebellion, is he? How brave." Quang Lai Thuong ignored her and turned to ask Luong Thua, "Bitch, General Luong, do you want to live or die?" He was climbing the wall, trying to escape, his legs dangling in midair. Being addressed, he answered angrily, "That man's surname Quang. Don't you dare drag me down with you." Prince Huck frowned. "Consort Prince, You come down here right now, you are already in the water. Luong threw a bitch sneered in response. Prince Huck, perhaps you should worry about yourself first. Quang Lai Thuong had no time to negotiate with him. He called out, Jia Min. In the distance, a figure flew towards the wall he was climbing. Jia Min was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Consort Prince Luong's neck was under his sword. Quang Lai Thuong clasped his hands behind his back and said, if you want to die, I will kill you right now. Or I can open the door, surrender, but I will confess everything to the Emperor Emeritus, saying that today's meeting was an invitation from the consort prince. Luong Thua Bitch was once again spun around like a top, stammering, unable to speak Quang Lai Thuong Yu. He jutted his chin towards the door, continuing, but if you want to live, you will walk out that door, go to the northern barracks to gather your men. At the earliest, you can enter the palace to rescue the emperor in 2 quarter hours. Luong Thua Bitch was stunned by the last 4 words. What rescue the emperor? Quang Lai Thuong raised an eyebrow, saying leisurely, of course, whoever wins is who you will be rescuing. Consort Prince Luong, I will give you a chance to achieve a great military merit. After speaking, he pulled her hand forcefully. And you, Tu Phuong Gi closed her eyes, thinking to herself another deal. He looked down at the top of her head, seeing the woman who was just laughing uproariously now had her eyes shut tight in resignation. He couldn't help but scoff. Huh, scared now? A large horse charged forward. On its back was the man in black and his princess consort. The eldest princess's subordinates were knocked down and scattered. Stop him. Only when the figures of the 2 on horseback had receded into the distance did someone shout, how audacious. Eldest Princess Kim Tan is here. Where did this villain come from, daring to bump into this princess? Kim Tan had no dealings with this person, but it wasn't that she didn't know him. Seeing him, who was perennially sick and weak, now with a rosy complexion, forcefully pulling the reins and riding away, she was a little startled. Kim Tan et Glim Quang Li Tuong. Suddenly, a subordinate cried out, Consort Prince, are you all right? Luong Thua Bitch clutched his injured arm and dragged himself out the main gate. The eldest princess connected the recent images. Luong Thua Bitch, why are you with Prince Huck? Do you want me dead? She growled, your entire Luong family will die. He couldn't explain, only able to stammer, Princess, I. As if suddenly remembering something important, she turned back to instruct her subordinates to keep this matter secret. No one is allowed to spread the word about seeing Prince Huck today. But with the commotion just now and people's houses being stormed and searched, a crowd of onlookers had quickly gathered outside. Those are people from the eldest princess's residence. The eldest princess is here too. What's going on? Why are there so many soldiers? Wasn't that person who just passed by the new emperor's brother, Prince Huck? The scene was as bustling and lively as the new year. She looked at Luong Thua Bitch, her gaze as sharp as a knife. You are such an idiot, a fool. She was like a fierce tiger, while General Luong was just a lonely, weak little rabbit. Princess. Quang Lai Thuong pulled the reins, charging forward. Tu Phuong Gi huddled in his embrace. Her voice, carried away by the wind, was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Hey, Prince, you're not like a cornered dog jumping over a wall, planning to attack the imperial palace, are you? She suddenly realized something. What did I say also? Eldest Princess Kim Tan grabbed Luong Thua Bitch by the collar. He told you to enter the palace to rescue the emperor. Is that what Quang Lai Thuong said just now? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Is he playing tricks on me again? The more she spoke, the more worried Kim Tan became, questioning him urgently. You said he's completely healthy, not sick at all, and has superb skills? Luong Thua Bitch held out his hand, showing his broken arm towards her, pointing at the injury. Yes, he even broke my arm. I couldn't even resist. She bit her lip tightly. There are over 1,000 guards on duty in the palace every day. Seeing his appearance just now, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop him. Based on what Quang Lai Thuong said, after you saw through his scheme, you were to immediately go to the northern barracks to gather everyone. The wind blew gently. The color of the sky gradually changed, like a clear stream sparkling with starlight. Quang Lai Thuong wrapped his arm around Tu Phuong Gi's waist to hold the reins. She grabbed his arm. Even if you threaten Luong Thua Bitch, making him concede and lead soldiers into the palace, you still can't storm the palace with just 30 to 40 men, because Dan Duong Gate alone has over 50 guards. She looked up at him, not knowing what he ultimately wanted to do. Moreover, the Emperor Emeritus's Tin Dai Palace is surrounded day and night by over 100 masters. You won't even be able to see his face. After a long while, Tu Fuangyi faintly heard a man's voice from above her head. The princess consort is truly brilliant. It took me over half a year to find out the number of hidden guards in Tin Dai Palace. Hearing this, she felt a little guilty. Damn it, he was inwardly slamming the table. Why can't I control my own mouth? The horse's pace slowed, slightly under Kwong Lai Thuong's control, his eyes deep, truly wanting to just level this place. He looked at the city gate, which was being guarded by 2 soldiers. He grabbed Tu Fuangyi's shoulder and mercilessly threw her to the ground. His expression didn't change, showing a hint of disgust. Go, cry and run into the city gate, shouting as you run that I'm trying to kill you. You need to run to the Empress Dowager to save your life. Her clothes were dirted, and her fair, delicate face was slightly scratched. She propped herself up with her hands, bewildered. What are you doing? Kwong Lai Thuong pulled out a rope. Otherwise, I'll tie you up, bind you to the horse's back, and drag you inside from the ground. She couldn't think, much less understand the meaning of his current actions. But compared to being dragged inside, walking on her own was probably much better. Tu Fuangyi cried and shouted, Empress Dowager, save this servant consort. Empress Dowager, Prince Huck wants to kill me. Kwong Lai Thuong retracted his gaze from behind him, only to see the men flash past in an instant. Behind the men were countless others, all clad in armor, following with swords in hand. A guard recognized her and called out, Put away your blades. That's the princess consort of Huck. Then let her run through the city gate. Tu Fuangyi was so tired, she was out of breath. She gritted her teeth. That man named Kwong, let's see how you die this time. She waved her arm and shouted loudly, shattering the silence from before. Kwong Lai Thuong is staging a rebellion. Quickly close the city gate. Just as she finished speaking, a cry rang out, and the color of blood stained the ground. Kwong Lai Thuong, dressed in his robes, brimming with killing intent, rode up behind her. She froze, thinking to herself, in just the blink of an eye, the guard from before had fallen down dead on the spot. Tu Fuangyi stood beside him, and the guard's blood splattered onto her face at the same time. Is the blood of characters in novels this hot? Kwong Lai Thuong spurred his horse and charged inside, simultaneously reaching out to scoop up Tu Fuangyi, who was frozen in place below. Sitting in his lap, she trembled. Let me go, you bastard. One by one, people fell with his every move. In an instant, the road was stained a brilliant red, the metallic smell of blood rising, corpses piling up like fallen wheat. He looked at the woman in his arms, his expression utterly satisfied. Princess consort, you schemed in 100, 1,000 ways to harm me. Isn't this the result you wanted to see? Are you scared now? The two of them, a man and a woman covered in fresh blood, thus advanced deeper inside. Oh, but something even more terrifying was still to come. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent beat of warning drums echoed throughout the palace city. Soldiers shouted in unison everywhere. The situation now utterly chaotic. Prince Huck is rebelling. Thump, thump, thump. Quickly, report to the Grand Emperor. Where are the golden armor guards? Even the crows perched in the trees sensed something was amiss in the imperial palace. They scattered and flew off in all directions. The soldiers urgently said to one another, Vin Gate, Lu Gate, Chiu Gate, close them all quickly. Go inform Grand General Luong immediately. Fuangyi no longer had the frightened look from before. Now, sitting on the horse, she watched as if it were a play and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, so strong. Kwong Lai Thuong narrowed his eyes in annoyance. He warned her, Shut your mouth. If you say any more nonsense, I'll gut you and strangle you to death. Hearing this, Tu Fuangyi obediently covered her mouth and replied to him, Okay. At the same time, the soldiers following him seemed to be growing exhausted. One of them said to him, Your Highness, we have too few men. Fighting 1 against 10 is impossible. Kwong Lai Thuong took the reins and adjusted the horse's direction. He instructed his men, Follow me. After speaking, he quickly charged straight toward the temple. Tu Fuangyi was surprised to recognize where it was. A moment later, at Vin Cuc Palace. As soon as they arrived, Kwong Lai Thuong forcefully shoved Tu Fuangyi inside, ordering her to enter. At that moment, inside the hall, Quang Ho-ai Lan. The emperor saw Quang Lai Thuong and immediately showed a stunned expression. But he quickly regained his composure and asked Lai Thuong, "What has happened?" "I heard the noise outside." Before Quang Ho-ai Lan could finish, he had gripped Tu Thuong-gi's hands tightly, making her cry out in pain. He did this as if to show she was now a hostage. He calmly said to Quang Ho-ai Lan, "Imperial brother, in 15 minutes at most, you must listen to two things I have to say." Quang Ho-ai Lan seemed to understand Quang Lai Thuong's meaning and calmly said to him, "There is no one in the hall. When the drum sounded just now, I already sent people out to see what the commotion was." Hearing this, Quang Lai Thuong was relieved. He dragged Tu Thuong-gi across the floor to where Quang Ho-ai Lan was and said warningly, "First thing, this woman is very strange. She knows a lot of inside information. Imperial brother must personally investigate her carefully, and you cannot let her die." Tu Thuong-gi was taken aback by what Quang Lai Thuong said. She thought to herself, "Huh?" Quang Lai Thuong continued, "Second thing, your subject brother has gone mad." As soon as he finished, he released her hands. Freed, Tu Thuong-gi quickly clutched her aching hands. "Damn it, that hurts." Quang Lai Thuong gently drew the sword he carried, finishing his incomplete sentence. "He has gone mad out of jealousy for your majesty's supreme position." Quang Ho-ai Lan felt something was wrong and asked with an uneasy gaze, "Lai Thuong, what are you talking about?" Tu Thuong-gi suddenly guessed what he intended to do. Quang Lai Thuong began to explain to Quang Ho-ai Lan. Because the Grand Emperor investigated the truth, Mukden Tin discovered the feigned illness. He continued, "Furthermore, in the past few days, the Prince of Huck's residence burned down and the hidden sets of armor were exposed. Today, he then tried to threaten consort Prince Luong into colluding with him, but the plan failed. Driven to desperation, he plotted to assassinate your majesty to seize the throne." A murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the surrounding air grew cold along with it. Suddenly, Quang Lai Thuong offered his sword to Quang Ho-ai Lan. He continued, "We two brothers turned against each other in a struggle for the imperial throne. Fortunately, your majesty is protected by the gods, vanquishing the rebel to reclaim your position. Heavenly principles always shine through. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness." It seemed less like he was explaining why he did it, and more like he was dictating a script for Quang Ho-ai Lan. Quang Ho-ai Lan, unwilling to accept this outcome, called out Lai Thuong's name in anguish and asked him, "Is this the only way?" Quang Lai Thuong remained resolute in his decision. He frowned and said to Quang Ho-ai Lan, "Tin Dai Palace is already highly suspicious of me. My movements have also been exposed. The only strategy now is for you to kill me with your own hands. Only then can you protect yourself." Quang Ho-ai Lan still couldn't accept it. "No, let me think for a moment. There must be another way." But it was too late. Quang Lai Thuong told him, "There's no more time to think. Can you bear to witness me being thrown into prison, brutally tortured, and still have the iron will not to reveal any flaws?" Outside the city, Luong Thua Bitch had also arrived with his troops. He shouted an order to the soldiers behind him, quickly. Tu Thuong-gi could also hear the sounds from outside. She thought to herself to be able to make himself an outsider. Luong Thua Bitch will surely seize this opportunity to sacrifice himself to save the king, and he will absolutely not hold back. This time, Quang Lai Thuong truly has no way to live. The sound of banging on the door, footsteps, and shouting grew closer and closer. "Quick! The traitor is in Vin Cuc Palace. Quickly surround this place." Quang Lai Thuong knelt down. As he handed the sword to Quang Ho-ai Lan, he expressed his gratitude towards his elder brother. "If it weren't for you, that year in Ung Tien Kin, your brother would have already died. If only my imperial brother protects me. How could I calmly accept such a principle? My life belongs to you, imperial brother. Your life, imperial brother, belongs to the world. The Grand Emperor is power-hungry and unprincipled. He will surely be punished. The suspicion surrounding our father's sudden death that year must be thoroughly investigated." Hearing those words from Quang Lai Thuong, Quang Ho-ai Lan's heart grew incredibly heavy as he reached out to take the sword. Lai Thuong's death won't be able to dispel the Grand Emperor's suspicions. Quang Ho-ai Lan's voice was filled with pain. After this, he will certainly be even more careful. Quang Ho-ai Lan still held the sword firmly, but his hands couldn't help but tremble. Tu Thuong-gi, witnessing this beside them, was no less stunned. To this extent, could the situation possibly be reversed? Quang Hai Lan raised the sword. Before his elder brother struck, Quang Lai Thuong didn't forget to carefully instruct, Imperial brother, don't kill me with a single strike. Stab me randomly many times. Tu Phuong Gi looked in surprise at the man before him. Finally, Quang Hai Lan struck, slashing Quang Lai Thuong's body with one strike after another. Before dying, he was still muttering something. Only this can prove that although the brother is greedy for power, killing his own younger brother with his own hands, he is, in fact, a coward, completely lacking the resolve to kill. Quang Lai Thuong, his face devoid of life, turned around. He looked towards the door that was about to be broken down and said, "Only then can the Grand Emperor be at ease." In the end, Quang Lai Thuong breathed his last in front of the other two. It happened so fast she couldn't react. Dead, he's dead. Then she came to her senses. He's really dead. Tu Phuong Gi smirked, inwardly celebrating, he succeeded. She looked at Quang Lai Thuong's corpse and snorted coldly. Tu Phuong Gi felt a little guilty. She went to his corpse and whispered to him, "Wait for me to return. I will write you a better ending. I'll let you live to be 100 years old, with many wives, each one a peerless beauty." She spoke her last words to him as a final message, "Rest in peace." Everything around them fell into silence. Phuong Gi felt something wasn't right. Quang Lai Thuong is dead. Phuong Gi, wearing a mourning headband, thought but couldn't understand. But why haven't I returned yet? Today was the third day since Quang Lai Thuong's death. Phuong Gi, wearing a mourning headband, was burning joss paper for Quang Lai Thuong. Hai Lan was also standing there with her. Hai Lan sadly confided in Phuong Gi. We and he relied on each other for survival since we were children. Phuong Gi could sense the sadness in his voice and turned her head to look at Hai Lan. Hai Lan lowered his head and continued telling her, "When we two brothers were young, we were hostages living on the streets, not knowing where our next meal would come from, under the scornful eyes of everyone." Hai Lan clenched his fists in anguish. "It's such a pity that we always shared hardships together, but we couldn't enjoy prosperity together." Then, Hai Lan's expression changed. He emotionlessly said to her, "I never thought that Lai Thuong had long been dissatisfied with me, wanting to usurp our throne. Fortunately, thanks to you this time, Madam, his rebellious intentions were discovered. You upheld justice over family, exposed his conspiracy, and protected the safety of the court." The words Hai Lan spoke reached Phuong Gi's ears. She was startled and panicked. Only now did she clearly understand his thoughts. It's over. This guy is even more sinister than Quang Lai Thuong. He says such things with his mouth, but in his heart, he actually wants to have me sliced by 1,000 cuts, tore to shreds. Hai Lan continued, "It's also fortunate that the Grand Emperor is merciful. For committing such a heinous crime, he only said that Quang Lai Thuong had truly gone mad, and then died." Hai Lan clenched his fist so tightly it bled. "Grand Emperor, this matter should not be made public, to avoid shocking the court and the people. Just demote him to a commoner, bury him in a thin coffin, with no need for any royal rites. That will be enough." After speaking, he turned to ask Phuong Gi, "Madam too, have you remembered?" Needless to say, Phuong Gi was terrified and immediately nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." The eunuch sitting beside him announced, "Your Majesty, you should return to the palace now." He took Hai Lan's arm to help him walk. Phuong Gi looked towards him with worry. Hai Lan put on a pained expression and said to the eunuch as he walked, We did not think this traitor would be so foolish." Tears began to stream down the poor emperor's cheeks. The eunuch beside him also comforted him. "Your Majesty, please restrain your grief, lest you harm your body. This is all Quang Lai Thuong's own doing." Hai Lan said to him in a choked voice, "If my brother wanted to be emperor, he should have just told us directly. We would have let him. Why was he so foolish? Killing people, causing a disturbance in the imperial palace, disloyal and unfilial, a rebel who defied all reason." Outside the door, Hai Lan still hadn't stopped crying. Sob, sob, sob. "It is because we did not teach our younger brother well, causing the Grand Emperor to be alarmed. We truly feel we have failed the Grand Emperor's benevolence." The eunuch beside him worried for him. "Your Majesty, be careful." Only Phuong Gi saw through his acting trick. Seeing it, she couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being Quang Lai Thuong's older brother, his acting skills are truly top-notch. But what about me? Surely not. Phuong Gi was horrified. Could it be that I have to spend the rest of my life in this blood-soaked place? Then she was stunned to realize she had become a widow. Fuang Yi tried to reflect on what had happened. Where did the problem lie? She silently burned joss paper for him. Then a thought flashed through Fuang Yi's mind. She recalled a passage from a novel. Tu Fuang Yi finally took the sword that had been stained with the blood of countless people from Kuang Lai Thuong. Her trembling fingers could not hold the sword steady. This sword had killed countless of Kuang Lai Thuong's enemies, and today he too would die by its blade, and die at the hands of the person he loved. The blade pierced Kuang Lai Thuong's heart. Blood flowed like water. Finally, he passed out. She was free, and so was he. The last line of that first paragraph said, "Die at the hands of the person he loved." Fuang Yi now had a sudden realization. Could it be that she had to kill him with her own hands? After a moment of careful consideration, she came to a bold decision. Fuang Yi approached the coffin and, using all the strength she'd had since birth, pushed the coffin lid open. Finally, she succeeded in pushing the coffin lid off. Fuang Yi stared at the man inside the coffin. Lai Thuong lay motionless inside. His face had turned pale due to the lack of blood circulation. Fuang Yi stood silently looking at him for a moment. Then she reached for the sword placed on his body. However, she hesitated. It felt a bit strange. Fuang Yi said to Lai Thuong's corpse, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm doing this not to let you die for love, huh?" As if to reset everything, Tu Fuang Yi chose the path of suicide. In an indefinite void, she touched her own neck. Dying like this, no matter how many times one goes through it, is not a skill that can be perfected through practice. Clang. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a metal cup falling. Fuang Yi saw something that surprised her. This is wine from a golden cup spilled all over the floor. The red color of the wine, like the liquid flowing from Haoi Lan's mouth. He had been poisoned by the Grand Emperor. Haoi Lan collapsed in pain, crying out and asking him, "Grand Emperor, what has this subject done wrong?" The ancients have a saying, "The older the ginger, the spicier it is." Moreover, the old man before him was the Grand Emperor. He had already guessed his scheme and spoke coldly. "Do you really think I am so senile as to believe the lies you two brothers fabricated?" He exposed his and Lai Thuong's plot. Before, the matter of Kuang Lai Thuong failing to break into the palace and then committing suicide to protect you. You have hated me day and night. The enmity in your eyes is too obvious to be concealed. After speaking, he angrily shouted in his face, "An ungrateful whelp like you dares to have such wild and baseless thoughts." Having been found out, Haoi Lan could only lie helplessly, waiting for a painful death. Afterward, the Grand Emperor sent soldiers to Lai Thuong's tomb. The soldiers dug up and exhumed his grave, along with a voice reading an imperial edict by order of the Grand Emperor. Kuang Lai Thuong is demoted to a commoner for the crime of treason, an unforgivable act of great treachery. His tomb shall be destroyed to serve as an example to others. Kuang Lai Thuong's corpse was dug up and also hanged from a large tree, like a tasty morsel for crows to peck at and eat every day. Fuang Yi couldn't believe her eyes. Is this what happens after death? This is because of the butterfly effect from Kuang Lai Thuong's early death. How the story has reached such a tragedy. The Grand Emperor killed the late Empress, is greedy for power, and wants to destroy the dominion of my Kuang clan. The sagacious Holy Emperor knows that as long as the old thief of the Great Lai Kingdom does not die, the common people will not be at peace. The Crown Prince has personally led troops south to help me suppress the enemy. All of you who have shared hardships with me today, in the future, we will rule the world together. The entire kingdom was now plunged into a state of continuous warfare. Houses burned everywhere, people died like falling wheat, and smoke from the fires billowed up. The entire imperial palace was extremely chaotic after the war. Tu Fuang Yi felt horrified. Will this world eventually be destroyed in a sea of fire like this? And what about her? What will happen to her? Where will she go? Dad, Mom. Fuang Yi remembered the moments when she was still in the modern era where her parents were. The voices of her parents echoed in her ears. Xiao Yu, come home for dinner this weekend. Dad caught a lot of fish. Honey, why has Xiao Yu's phone been unreachable lately? I take it. She said she's been very busy with work lately, and she turns off her phone when she's working. Tu Fuang Yi bowed her head in despair. She had had a nightmare. She dreamed that she went to another world and couldn't find her way home. It was too scary. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up, and Fuang Yi was startled. She realized the person in front of her was Kwong Lai Thuong. Fuang Yi stared at him, stunned. Lai Thuong thought she was scared and was somewhat pleased. Humph, it's good to be scared. Fuang Yi looked around in confusion. She was still here. Memories of her past life flooded back into her mind one by one. She had returned to the moment when they were both at Dr. Zhao's house. The sound of Kim Tan's soldiers called out again. Your Highness the Princess, ahead is the last house. The main gate is locked tight. Hearing this, Kim Tan ordered loudly, that's the place. Break down the door for me. Fuang Yi was so surprised she could only exclaim, oh my god. Lai Thuong noticed her expression wasn't good and asked her, what's wrong with you? Your expression suddenly changed. Did something agitating happen? Fuang Yi cursed silently in her heart. Even if I can't go home, couldn't you at least let me go back to the first day I transmigrated here? Why am I in this place? Her expression gradually became more annoyed. She recalled the scene she had just seen after her death. The post-death scene I saw was Kwong Lai Thuong dying, the emperor losing his capable assistant, a lone tree unable to stand, and soon he would be poisoned by the Grand Emperor. After that, the Shang dynasty took the opportunity of a Lai kingdom's destruction to move south. 50 years later, the southern countries fell into a state of chaotic warfare, and the people suffered immensely. However, what concerned Fuang Yi even more was why she saw such a scene this time after dying. Could it be that heaven was telling her that if she made the wrong choice, it would be the worst outcome, the standard wrong answer? Having been brought here and then shown such things, Fuang Yi was extremely distressed. But why am I in this place? Wouldn't it be better to go back to the very beginning? Asking without getting an answer, Fuang Yi's expression changed even more than before, making Kwong Lai Thuong annoyed as well. He pinched her cheek and questioned, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you playing tricks again? Fuang Yi looked at him with a bitter smile. At least at the beginning, her relationship with this guy wouldn't be as bad as it is now. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, Fuang Yi guiltily remembered that she needed to kill him with her own hands, so she couldn't let him die at the hands of others right now. The sound of banging on the door grew more urgent. Outside, Kim Tan shouted angrily, that consort Luong, this old lady knows you're in there. If you don't obediently crawl out here for me, I'll send your bastard self to the underworld to continue your family line. Hearing this, Cut Bitch was so scared he remained silent, not daring to answer. Princess. The situation was urgent. Fuang Yi didn't know what to do to save him now. Kwong Lai Thuong again noticed her unstable expression. He thought to himself, this woman. Fuang Yi was helpless. I tried my best to drive him crazy, and in the end, I still want to save him. She lamented to the heavens. What crime have I committed? I just wrote a tragic story. The crime can't be this great, can it? Oh God, if you're not pleased with me, wouldn't it be better to just strike me dead with lightning? It's clean and hygienic. As if granting her wish, heaven indeed struck Fuang Yi's spot with a bolt of lightning. Fuang Yi was struck by lightning, her whole body smoking. She made up her mind. No, I have to go home. I can't give up. Fuang Yi calmly called him. Prince Huck. She started her acting game again, pretending to cry as she told Kwong Lai Thuong that the current situation was very tense. The pounding on the door grew stronger, and the lock seemed about to give way. She hurriedly said to him, but I have a way to help you escape punishment. Do you want to come with me to a better place? She sensed he was suspicious of her, so she tried to convince him. Don't be afraid. Rest assured, I won't trick you. Kwong Lai Thuong frowned at the woman before him. Her unusual behavior made him hesitate, unsure whether to believe her. Fuang Yi could only force a smile to persuade him. Fuang Yi led Kwong Lai Thuong to Shintong Pass. Around Shintong Pass, it was quiet as if nothing had happened. Kwong Lai Thuong gazed at the palace chamber ahead. Fuang Yi beside him said, that's the place. There's a secret passage leading to the Grand Emperor's palace. She continued, inside, there is an alchemy room, which is where Immortal Mu makes the elixir of immortality for the Grand Emperor. To deceive everyone, there weren't many guards here, but they were all highly skilled in martial arts, extremely elite. Fuang Yi saw him frown slightly. After hearing her words, Kwong Lai Thuong believed her immediately. He turned his head and signaled to the group of guards behind him. The guards saw the signal and understood at once. They bowed their heads and clearly acknowledged the order. After that, they infiltrated Shintong Pass one by one to scout. Just as the two were about to enter, Tu Fangyi suddenly had some reservations. She asked him, "Prince Huck, I have a small question. I ruined your plan and attracted the Grand Princess's attention. Why are you still willing to trust me to come to this place?" She raised an eyebrow, asking Kuang Lai Thuong with curiosity and excitement. "Aren't you afraid I'll pull some trick?" Hearing her question, he just gave a faint smile and replied, "Of course, it's because the princess consort is a simple and sincere person who would never deceive others, making people trust her." As he spoke, he even raised his eyebrows proudly. After speaking, Kuang Lai Thuong turned and went inside, leaving a completely baffled Tu Fangyi behind. She thought in confusion, "I've set traps for him so many times, yet he still says I'm simple, sincere, and would never deceive anyone." A suspicion suddenly occurred to her, or maybe he's calling me stupid, unable to lie. At this thought, she angrily cursed Kuang Lai Thuong under her breath. That rotten egg. The two entered Shintong Pass. Tu Fangyi curiously looked at everything around her. Suddenly, Kuang Lai Thuong stopped walking, his face grim as he stared at something ahead. Tu Fangyi behind him was confused as to why he had stopped. Then she too saw what had made him stop short. Her pupils couldn't help but widen in terror. The sight before them was truly horrifying. In front of the two was a very large vat, filled with a red liquid and a human corpse inside. Tu Fangyi was so shocked, she was speechless. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. The Grand Emperor was too obsessed with immortality. I had set him up to believe in the nonsensical things of immortal Mu. It was said that the blood of virgins could prolong life, so he had ordered the kidnapping of virgins to concoct elixirs. She clearly felt a heaviness and nausea in her stomach, feeling extremely guilty towards the character she herself had written. Tu Fangyi thought sadly, "I only wrote a few lines. I never expected reality to be like this." While she was still lost in thought, suddenly, Kuang Lai Thuong covered her eyes with his hand and ordered, "Go." Tu Fangyi looked at him, a little surprised, this guy. At the same time, Kuang Lai Thuong discovered the door leading into the secret passage. Tu Fangyi noticed a small knife nearby, and she anxiously recalled that she had to be the one to personally kill Kuang Lai Thuong. The two entered the secret passage. Tu Fangyi still had questions and asked Kuang Lai Thuong, "Prince Huck, don't you want to ask me anything? For example, how I knew there was a secret passage here, or why I told you about it." She continued to bombard him with questions. "Don't you think I'm the Grand Emperor's eyes and ears, or a spy for the Holy Dynasty? Why don't you try to guess who I am?" Finally, she asked a conclusive question. "And also, why do I want to kill you?" Kuang Lai Thuong only stopped after she had finished her barrage of questions. Despite being questioned by Tu Fangyi in such a provocative tone, he calmly said to her, "All those things, wait until you can survive today, then I will question you thoroughly. Therefore, it's best that from this moment on, you start thinking about how you can make me believe the nonsense you've used to deceive me." After he spoke, both of them fell silent, saying nothing more. Suddenly, a patrol of soldiers passed by, right above their heads. Hearing them, Kuang Lai Thuong immediately covered her mouth. "Shoo, there's a patrol." The two dared not say anything, waiting for the patrol to pass. After the soldiers had gone, Kuang Lai Thuong removed his hand from Tu Fangyi's mouth. Her mouth freed. She immediately gasped for a few mouthfuls of air, then turned to angrily reproach him. "Prince Huck, please, for the sake of me telling you the benefit of this secret passage, next time you kill me, give me an easier way out." Kuang Lai Thuong glanced at her, muttering something unintelligible. Meanwhile, with Kim Tan, she had just arrived to report the news to the Grand Emperor. He slammed his hand on his chair in anger, roaring furiously. "Not found? What is the meaning of this?" Just as Long Duk roared, he coughed violently. He loudly ordered, "Send people to find him for me. Find Kuang Lai Thuong at all costs." Kuk Bitch and Kim Tan were terrified by his wrath. They trembled as they replied that they understood. Kim Tan also spoke up to placate him. "Imperial Father, please quell your anger." Long Duk glanced over again and ordered the guard beside him, You go too. If you find that ungrateful wolf, kill him without mercy. That person also replied, understood. Cuck bitch boldly declared to Long Duk. Imperial father, rest assured, I will definitely capture that ungrateful wolf. Unbeknownst to them, Quang Lai Thuong and Tu Phuong Gi were already hiding carefully behind screen. He warned her, that guard's inner energy is restrained and profound, making him hard to fathom. Hold your breath, don't move around. As soon as he finished speaking, Quang Lai Thuong suddenly kissed Tu Phuong Gi, surprising her. However, he only did it to keep her quiet, then carefully observed the situation outside. After seeing that it was safe, reassured, he moved away from her lips. Tu Phuong Gi, both embarrassed and angry, silently cursed him. Honestly, this technique of yours is nothing special. Suddenly, Quang Lai Thuong covered her mouth with his hand again. And then with his other hand, he raised it and gave Tu Phuong Gi a direct knock on the head. She didn't have time to react, only able to sadly and quietly hold her aching head, tears threatening to stream down. Outside the palace, it was pouring rain and thunder roared across the sky. In front of the palace gate, a soaked Hai Lan was kneeling, crying out in anguish as he pleaded with Long Duk. Grand Emperor, Lai Thuong daring to plot treason is a misunderstanding. I implore the Grand Emperor to see the truth. As Hai Lan spoke, he kowtowed heavily on the ground to show his sincerity, his blood mixing with the rainwater. I implore the Grand Emperor to see the truth. Grand Emperor, see the truth. Hai Lan's voice was loud enough for Lai Thuong and Phuong Gi to hear inside. She thought to herself, things have already come to this. The Grand Emperor will not let him go. I'm afraid only by killing the Grand Emperor will his two brothers have a chance to survive. But then she changed her mind. But His Majesty has just ascended the throne. He has no military power in his hands. He fundamentally cannot make the other factions submit. If the Grand Emperor is killed by Quang Lai Thuong, how will he face all the civil and military officials of the court and the feudal lords of the realm? Phuong Gi's head began to ache. Even she, the author of the story, didn't know how to resolve this. She held her head helplessly. This is a dead end. I really want to know how he is going to develop this plot. After a while of pleading, the space suddenly became quiet again, with only the sound of the ceaseless downpour outside. A eunuch also came to inform Long Duk, Grand Emperor, His Majesty has fainted. Hai Lan, having pleaded in the rain for too long, coupled with his existing injuries and the self-inflicted bleeding from kowtowing, collapsed from exhaustion onto the cold stone ground. The eunuch worriedly asked him, the rain is so heavy. Should we help His Majesty inside? Suddenly, the Grand Emperor waved his hand. The eunuch wondered what he was doing. Long Duk glared at him, coldly questioning him. Hai Lan dares to be called His Majesty? The eunuch was terrified. Grand Emperor, spare my life. He slowly sat up, and Empress Dowager too came to support him. Long Duk said angrily to them, Humph, Quang Lai Thuong dares to have designs on the Imperial Guard. Two ungrateful little beasts. I cannot let them become fully fledged. We are not dead yet. Just as he finished speaking, a sword shot forward. The sword pierced straight through Long Duk, leaving him stunned. Empress Dowager too, witnessing the Grand Emperor's assassination, screamed in terror. Lai Thuong calmly pulled the sword from his body. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining everything. The Grand Emperor never expected that the person he was hunting was hiding behind him and had now ruthlessly assassinated him. Empress Dowager too and everyone around fearfully called out to him, Quang Quang, Grand Emperor. A eunuch was just about to call for help when Lai Thuong immediately ran him through with a single strike. In for a penny, in for a pound. Lai Thuong breathed heavily, his heart pounding. He held the blood-soaked sword and turned to look at Empress Dowager Tuesday. At this moment, she was so shocked she could only stammer, you. Annoyed, he ordered her to be silent. Lai Thuong gave a faint smile. He asked her, Empress Dowager, what do you think the Grand Empress Dowager will do after she finds out I killed the Grand Emperor? She screamed in indignation. She will tear you to pieces. He continued emotionlessly, quite right, my brother and I will be torn to shreds. But Empress Dowager and the Tu family, what will you gain? The Grand Empress Dowager will find someone else to succeed the throne. And as for the Tu family, humph. I don't recall any vassal king who has a good impression of the Tu family. Outside, thunder and lightning crashed. Empress Dowager Tu was also stunned. She finally realized that what he had just said was right. But then Lai Thuong glanced lightly toward where Thuong Yi was hiding. He said to her, "But your humble nephew is still the son-in-law of the Tu family. Since marrying Thuong Yi, we as husband and wife have always been extremely loving." Hearing this, Thuong Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Who's been extremely loving with you? You're just making things up. Lai Thuong expressed his gratitude towards her Tu family. Towards the Empress Dowager as well as the Tu family, your nephew is extremely grateful. Empress Dowager Tu began to agree to cooperate with him. She stood up and asked Lai Thuong, "So what do you want to do?" Lai Thuong looked at the Grand Emperor's corpse with a mournful expression. He suggested a plan to Empress Dowager Tu. Tonight, the Grand Emperor consumed too much of the golden elixir, suddenly vomited blood, and died. I think it was due to some kind of dark magic. The Empress Dowager must capture the culprit to give the world a satisfactory explanation. Thuong Yi, hiding behind, felt a chill run down her spine as she heard his scheme. Oh my God, how can I possibly kill a monster like this with my own hands? After the matter was settled, Thuong Yi returned to the Prince of Huck's residence. Her heart heavy, she looked at the dagger in her hand and mumbled, "Kill him with a hammer." Finally, she tossed the dagger aside in frustration and said, "I'm just going to break the game." Thuong Yi started planning for the long term. Maybe I should exercise and go to bed early every day and try to outlive him. She imagined a scene where Lai Thuong grew old and fell ill. As he was about to die, she would bring him medicine. "Darling, here's your medicine." Thuong Yi was lost in her imagination and didn't notice her room door had just been opened. She chuckled with delight when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. The princess consort seems to be in a rather good mood, doesn't she? Hearing that familiar voice, she was startled and turned to see him sitting imposingly right before her eyes. He cheerfully picked up her dagger and asked curiously, "I wonder if there's something you could share with me?" Tu Thuong Yi jumped, screaming in fear. "When did you get in here?" "No. What are you planning to do to me?" Kwong Lai Thuong tapped a fan against his hand and replied, "The princess consort is so frightened. Surely you haven't been plotting anything against me, have you? But you don't need to rush. I am very idle every day. Whatever you do, I will follow you to the very end." Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Her face gradually turned serious as she glanced at the old fox before her and began, "You want to ask how I know so many secrets, right? Or why I want to kill you? Or perhaps you want to know who I am, correct?" On the outside, she was like this, but inwardly she was screaming in agony. "What do I do? Oh God. This guy's methods are so profound. Lying won't work, and hiding it is impossible. Oh God, how hopeless." He sat upright, his sharp phoenix eyes focused, his hand dangling the dagger she had picked up. "I want to hear the details," he said. Tu Thuong Yi calmly stepped off the bed and replied, "My apologies, Prince of Huck, but I will not say a single word." Kwong Lai Thuong's eyes narrowed, shooting out a cold glare. Unafraid, she said, "Even if you get angry, you can't do anything to me." Meeting his glare, she said nonchalantly, "But if I don't talk, what will you do to me?" In her heart, she was thoroughly enjoying her own drama. "Once I switch to shameless mode, no one can beat me." As she turned her head back, smiled provocatively, and asked, "Kill me?" "You certainly can't kill me, because I guess you've realized how important I am." Tu Thuong Yi glanced at him lightly. "Or are you planning to imprison me? But be a little careful. I'm a member of the Tu family and also allied with the Empress Dowager. If you're not careful, the Empress Dowager will become suspicious." As she spoke, she gave a sinister smile and leaned close to Kwong Lai Thuong's ear, provoking him. Unexpectedly, he let out a laugh and said, "Princess Consort, you've misunderstood." Then he turned his head back, smiling brightly, looking harmless and enchanting. "Why would I want to kill you? Imprisoning you is even more impossible. Thanks to the Princess Consort telling me that secret information last night, I was able to keep my life. Even His Majesty is extremely grateful to the Princess Consort," he said in a low voice. As he spoke, he clapped his hands to signal. "Last night, the rain was heavy and the wind was cold. I was afraid it would affect the Princess Consort, so I ordered some delicacies to be prepared to nourish you." As soon as the clapping stopped, servants brought in savory, sweet, sour, and spicy dishes one by one and placed them on the table in front of Tu Thuong Yi. Kwong Lai Thuong said, "These are the delicacies that I, your husband, personally selected for you to nourish the princess consort's body." Tu Thuong Yi's eyes darted back and forth between the dishes, her mouth nearly watering. I heard you didn't eat anything last night. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Then, his face broke into a smile like a husband concerned for his wife, and he said, I've already summoned the imperial physician. Unable to believe what was happening, she put one hand on her hip, slammed the other on the table, and said suspiciously, one, your husband. Two, your husband. Are you trying to seduce an innocent girl like me? The more she thought about it, the more Tu Fuangyi's sense of shame seemed to be plummeting without breaks. She sat down, propped her leg up, and continued, well, someone must think that dealing with me with food is as easy as flipping a hand, right? That doing this will make me obediently listen, correct? Then, when you want to ask something, how could I not tell the whole truth? You think I don't know you're planning to dig out all my information, don't you? Hearing this, Kuang Lai Thuong covered his face in defeat. Finishing her words, she raised her hand, feigning a charming and innocent look. It seems the prince has forgotten that I'm the shameless type. Like a flower left to be toyed with, I won't resist. Saying that, she reached out, lifted his chin, and laughed. Kaka, what other tricks do you have? Bring them all out at once for me to see. His face darkened. He grabbed her hand, but still had to force a friendly smile and say, you shouldn't overthink things. We are husband and wife, so wanting what's best for you is the right thing to do. Kuang Lai Thuong defended himself, pretending to say to her, if the princess consort doesn't want to talk about those things, you must have your own difficulties. And for me, your husband, to be unable to help you resolve them is a shameful thing. Why would I press you and make you tired? As soon as he finished, she seized the opportunity to retort, that's not it. Look at your eyes. There's a spark of anger. And look, your lips are pressed tightly together. You're probably thinking to yourself, this woman is truly shameless. I can't stand it anymore. After this is over, I'll make her disappear forever, never to be seen again. Seeing Tu Fuangyi's casual demeanor as she laid out a series of speculations, along with her triumphant and nonchalant expression, it was rare for Kuang Lai Thuong to be unable to respond, only able to sit in silence. His hands were clenched tightly, trembling as if holding back. His whole body was angry, yet it was a little cute. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself right now. You, right now, stay a little further away from me. Tu Fuangyi raised her hand, feigning innocence, and asked, but you kissed me yesterday. It's okay for you to kiss me, but it's not okay for me to get close to you? That's so unfair. Suddenly remembering that, Kuang Lai Thuong realized he was blushing. About yesterday, don't misunderstand. I only did that out of necessity. If you felt offended, I will compensate you. Hearing this, Tu Fuangyi propped her chin on her hand and teased, oh my, there's no need for that. But why are you blushing? His face was as red as a tomato. Being called out, he turned back and said resentfully, you. Before he could say another word, she cut him off. Io, your face is so red. So the prince would be shy too, huh? How cute. It seems I was wrong. Your pretty boy trick is still very effective. Kuang Lai Thuong angrily slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, speaking so casually, you truly have no manners. Tu Fuangyi covered her mouth, laughing so hard she cried at his appearance. Right, whatever you say is right. Kuang Lai Thuong shouted, you are truly unreasonable. After speaking, he turned and stormed away, silently cursing Jia Min. Were the sweet words. Besides, am I supposed to lower myself just to self-destruct? As he reached the door, she wiped her tears and thought to herself. In the original story, Kuang Lai Thuong gained the trust of Empress Dowager II and doted on Fuangyi completely. But now, he surely detests her more than the Tu Fuangyi in the original story. His way of flirting is also too fake and stiff. Tu Fuangyi couldn't help but think, if he knew her identity, knew she wrote this novel, and about the past she created for him, I guarantee 100 he would chop her into 1,000 pieces. Because in his past, the two brothers had to endure ridicule, being treated like stray dogs of the Holy Dynasty. Tu Fuangyi looked at the short sword in her hand and sighed, I don't know martial arts, have no special skills or any spatial system. I only know the plot, but now I don't know what will happen after the Grand Emperor's passing. I have to find a way to kill him and then return. Completely dejected, she sprawled on the table and lamented, if I had known, I would have designed Fuangyi as a demon who kills without batting an eye. Suddenly, she froze. Thinking back, if she died, what point in time would she return to? She couldn't help but wonder, why did I always return to the beginning when I died before, but now I return to Dr. True's house? There must be some kind of rule to this. Early the next morning, the Grand Emperor's procession headed to Taiping Palace. Tu Fuangyi, sitting in the carriage, quickly lifted the curtain to look out the window. She was shocked to see the emperor's traveling procession with her own eyes. Her voice trailed off. The Grand Emperor's procession is going to Taiping Palace. No, the Taiping region is a hot spring area. She suddenly turned to ask Kwong Lai Thuong, do dead people also get to go to the hot springs? He calmly replied, the princess consort should watch her words. The Grand Emperor merely felt unwell and is going there to recuperate and receive treatment. He continued, His Majesty is truly filial. Since the Grand Emperor fell ill, he has been tireless day and night. On this trip, he is always by his side, not leaving for a single moment. Oh, she understood his words. You're afraid that in the capital, with all the princes and high officials there, it would be difficult to conceal. Then you will announce the Grand Emperor's death at Taiping Palace, more than 300 li from the capital. Kwong Lai Thuong glanced at her. Correct. If you don't speak, no one will say you're mute. Withdrawing his gaze, he couldn't help but think to himself, this woman, aside from knowing everything, was also able to guess the outcome of my discussion with His Majesty without any panic. How could the two family have such a daughter and then marry her to me? Isn't this no different from having her used and discarded? She rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window. In the original work, the Grand Emperor went to the hot spring palace to cultivate because a wood immortal had offered an elixir of immortality. In truth, it was to test whether the two Kwong Lai Thuong brothers would have a change of heart when he left the capital. Now the Grand Emperor was dead, but the journey remained unchanged. Perhaps even though the story had changed, some events would still occur. Suddenly, Tu Fuangyi's gaze fell upon a horse-drawn carriage, and she looked at it with suspicion. Inside the carriage, their eyes met at just the right moment, as if there was something to be said. He chuckled and said, You don't need to worry. I have important business in Linqiao, but my princess consort has just married me. We are deeply in love and can't bear to be apart, so I invited her to come along. Hearing this, Tu Fuangyi couldn't help but let out a laugh. He could lie without even blinking. She let his hand play with her hair and said, The Grand Emperor died suddenly. Once this news gets out, it will be very chaotic. Right now, you want to incite the Marquis of Vu Oi, borrow his troops to stabilize the situation, and you're not at ease with the secrets in my head, so you drag me along, right? He didn't lie and answered honestly, That's right. Kwong Lai Thuong gently stroked her hair as if playing with a toy and said profoundly, But that's not all. That's just your feeling. It seems my honey trap isn't too bad. Tu Fuangyi's face went blank. Looking at the man before her, she broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what kind of sickness does he have? Kwong Lai Thuong reached his arm around behind her and brushed her hair back, startling her into turning her head. As he fondled her hair, he said, I actually want to know what the princess consort is thinking. Since I have a request for the princess consort, I should also show my sincerity. Gold, silver, jewels, fine delicacies, as long as the princess consort states what she wants, I can grant it. If the princess consort likes it, what's wrong with using this honey trap? As long as the princess consort is satisfied. Kwong Lai Thuong gently pulled the tie of Tu Fuangyi's robe. She was flustered, surprised by his bold action, and wondered to herself, yesterday this fellow was teased by me, looking like he was at death's door. Could it be that he held a grudge and wants to get revenge on me today? Yesterday, after being teased, Prince Huck's mood changed constantly. He angrily recounted everything to Damin. With that, he stepped forward, grabbed the innocent Gar by the collar, and yelled, I know, the two family married you to me just to anger me to death. Such toxic thoughts, such a wicked heart. Damin said in confusion, Your Highness, please calm down. You can still use his own trick against him. He awkwardly proposed a plan. You must be certain that in terms of acting or the level of thick skin, you must be better than a young lady like the princess consort. Kwong Lai Thuong looked at Damin with eyes blazing with killing intent and asked threateningly, Are you saying that I and that woman are the same? Shameless, right? He fearfully replied at once, That is not what this servant meant, Your Highness. Returning to the present, Kwong Lai Thuong had followed Damin's words. One hand pulled the tie of Tu Fuangyi's robe, the other unfastened his own, revealing his firm body. He said, I heard the princess consort was a little dissatisfied yesterday. She was shocked to her core, her eyes wide, unable to speak. He used his handsome face and perfect body to tease her, flashing a sinister smile as he said, I don't know what is considered healthy, But how about this? Tu Fluangyi panicked, screaming silently, "Oh my god, is this guy really going to try something indecent?" Deep you do, at this very moment, you must not admit defeat. She regained her composure, placed her hand on Kuang Lai Thuong's shoulder, and said, "Your Highness, we have already bowed to heaven and earth, but we have not yet consummated our marriage. I blame myself for not serving your Highness well, but..." Tu Fluangyi moved closer, a triumphant smile on her face, held out her hand, and said provocatively, "Is your Highness sure, right now, in the carriage, with people outside?" He saw that not only was she not annoyed, but she was also pushing back. So he said awkwardly, "It's fine, they can't hear." Outside, Demin and the driver reluctantly told themselves, "We are all deaf, thank you." She brought her face close to his with a roguish expression and goaded him in a whisper, "It's no problem for me, but your Highness has only taken off the top part, not the bottom part yet. You wouldn't be so thoughtless, would you? To make a weak girl like me help you." She silently urged, turn hostile, so this old lady can mock you." But Kuang Lai Thuong still hadn't given up. He replied teasingly, "No need to trouble the princess consort. I'll do it myself." But the princess consort hasn't taken hers off either. Or should I, your husband, help you? Seeing this, Tu Fluangyi thought with contempt, "That night you still struggled with me. I'll see how long you can pretend now." He lifted her chin. They both half closed their eyes, slowly giving each other a smile. At this moment, the prince's carriage was traveling along a precarious cliff. Neither of them noticed a large rock above about to fall. In the carriage, Fluangyi was immersed in a sweet kiss, her eyes hazy, face flushed, heart pounding. This was noticed by Kuang Lai Thuong. He pulled back, smiling as if he had caught her red-handed. "Aha, you're blushing." She turned her face away in embarrassment and denied it. "No, I'm not." He leaned his face closer, pinched her cheek, smiled triumphantly, and asked, "I can hear your heart beating very fast. You're really shy. If not, to put it nicely, admit defeat, and I'll spare your life. How about it?" Kuang Lai Thuong's voice was cut off by a strong jolt, and the sound of rocks falling from above onto the carriage. At first, they were just small stones, but it was enough to make the horse and the driver panic. Kuang Lai Thuong inside, still not understanding what was happening, called out, "Demin, what's going on?" Suddenly, Demin's eyes widened, and he screamed in panic, "We're doomed." A giant boulder, the size of the entire carriage, was rolling quickly down from the cliff's edge. The situation was now extremely critical. He shouted, "Your Highness, get out of here quickly." In just a flash, the boulder smashed into the carriage. Demin managed to jump out in time. The carriage was pierced by the rock, but Lai Thuong and Fluangyi were still inside. He reached out his hand and said loudly, "Come here, quick." She was also terrified and reached out her hand to grab his. Because they couldn't get out of the carriage in time, they both fell into the abyss with the carriage. The prince held her tightly and reassured her, "Fluangyi, don't be afraid, hold on to me tight." Unexpectedly, she turned her head to look at him, her gaze terrifyingly sharp. From her sleeve, Fluangyi pulled out the sharp dagger she always carried with her. Then with a thud, the dagger stabbed straight into his chest without a shred of mercy. Kuang Lai Thuong didn't have time to react. He just looked at her with a surprised and slightly hurt expression. He asked Fluangyi in pain, "For what reason must you kill me?" She laughed loudly, her eyes soulless and devoid of emotion. "I've finally killed you with my own hands." Every scene before her eyes gradually blurred, the sound of the dagger being pulled out, the sound of the large rock falling into the water, mixed with the neighing of the horse. The two of them just fell, the wound gushing blood. Tu Fluangyi glared, a terrifyingly satisfied smile on her face as she thought, "The key story, no matter what, will happen as usual, especially here. To kill you today, I have died 24 times." She recalled her own failed suicide attempts, from jumping into water to cutting her wrists to slitting her throat, even stabbing herself in the stomach. Fluangyi also remembered the moment their lips touched. At that time, her heart was filled with guilty words. "Sorry, just now I only wanted you to soften your heart towards me, so that when the carriage fell, you would save me without any defense. I have tried so many times just to find a fleeting opportunity like this." The scene shifts to the narrow road on the precarious cliff where the carriage just had the accident, but riding quickly on the road were Kuang Lai Thuong and 3 guards on horseback. Above, the giant boulder had not yet fallen. It turned out these were Tu Fang's memories of the original novel. She thought, in the original novel, there was a plot where Kuang Lai Thuong, under the pretext of seeking medical treatment, left the palace to find famous doctors. But in reality, he secretly went to Lin Chao to incite a rebellion against the Marquis of Vuoi. Kuang Lai Thuong's repeated secret actions finally attracted the attention of the Grand Emperor. But since he couldn't be caught red-handed, he had people follow him to prevent any consequences. Standing next to that rock were soldiers of the court, specifically the Grand Emperor's men, with the purpose of pushing the rock from above to assassinate Kuang Lai Thuong. Thuong Gi continued to think, the assassins are ambushing here. Kuang Lai Thuong will be seriously injured, and then his whereabouts will be unknown for a period of time. That was the plot I deliberately set up to advance the feelings between Kuang Lai Thuong and Tu Fanggi. But now, she was on that road with him. She sat in the carriage, looking out the window, carefully hiding the dagger in her sleeve. Fanggi looked up at the rock resting precariously on the edge, about to roll down. She waited nervously. The Grand Emperor is dead. There are no assassins, but this big rock. Suddenly the surrounding trees shook. Birds flew away in a panic. The large rock and loose debris were rolling down. The men screamed in panic, "Landslide, Your Highness, run!" Tu Fanggi, inside the carriage, was overjoyed that everything was going as she wished. It's going to fall here. Thank goodness. It seems some important plot points will still happen no matter what. At this moment, Kuang Lai Thuong and she had escaped the carriage. He was standing in front. She held the sharp dagger, thinking a good opportunity, then rushed forward to stab him. He saw the rock rolling quickly closer, reach his hand out behind him to stop her from advancing, and shouted, "Protect your head, get away from here." Because Kuang Lai Thuong suddenly put his hand back, instead of the dagger stabbing his body, it cut his palm. Seeing this, Fanggi stumbled, horrified. He was startled, whipped around to look at her, his eyes filled with confusion, tinged with a bit of pain. The rock had landed. It lay still on the ground without rolling any further. Everything around suddenly became unusually silent, as if it were as tense as those two souls. Kuang Lai Thuong looked at his bleeding hand and asked heartbrokenly, "You wanted to kill me at this very moment?" Tu Fanggi sat dazedly on the ground, then suddenly sighed in disappointment and said, "Failed." She raised the bloody dagger to her own neck, squeezed her eyes shut, gritted her teeth, and said, "It's over. I need to go back immediately." It wasn't easy to get such a good opportunity. When Fanggi stabbed the dagger in her own neck, everything around her shattered into pieces. Everything she had done to get the chance to kill Kuang Lai Thuong was vanishing, forcing her to start all over again. He saw her trying to kill herself and rushed over in a panic, reaching out and calling, "Don't. Why? Tell me." That was just one of the hundreds of times her assassination of Lai Thuong had failed, returning her to the present. Fortunately, they had both fallen into a shallow pond. Fanggi emerged from the water, choking and coughing, her entire body soaked. To be sure, she looked around for him. That scoundrel, is he dead this time? Then she was startled to see Kuang Lai Thuong's body floating on the water surface, blood flowing out and turning the surrounding water red. She slowly backed away, her voice trembling with emotion. "I did it. I killed him. I killed him with my own hands. I can go back now." Tu Fanggi's face was flushed, tears streaming down. They were tears of happiness. She said joyfully, "I've died so many times. I can finally go home." Memories of the beginning, when she first transmigrated, suddenly flooded her mind. The first image that appeared was a large city gate with a sign that read Lin Chao Province. Outside the gate was the carriage of Princess Consort Huck and the prince. The stream of thought from when she was about to kill herself in front of Lai Thuong after the failed assassination also rushed back. The truth is, after I've been here for 3 days. The first time after Kuang Lai Thuong died, I returned to Dr. True's house, which was a rewind of 3 days. Fanggi held the dagger pointed at her neck, her hand trembling as she deduced, there might be some kind of rule this time. After that, I did indeed return to the day before the rock fell. The moment they kissed, her mind was rejoicing over her new discovery. That's right, it rewinds 3 days with a maximum difference of an hour and a half. Next, I'm sure that 3 days is a key point. After I die, as long as 3 days haven't passed, I will return to a previous point in time. Now, she no longer had to stab herself in the stomach and neck, or behead herself like so many times before. Tu Fanggi looked down at her palms with a soulless gaze, but her mouth curved into a cunning, sinister smile. Her darkened expression now looked truly terrifying. She thought smugly, everything will go smoothly if I grasp all the details. Even if I can't kill him in 1 try, or 10 tries, 100 tries, 1,000 tries, I will definitely succeed. The water around Lai Thuong's corpse suddenly rippled and swayed slightly. Thuong didn't notice. She was still crying in happiness. I succeeded. I can go home. Dad, Mom, brother, boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, Lai Thuong's body stirred, moving slightly. Thuong thought of the pleasures of her old world and wailed, "Boo-hoo-hoo, I wonder how many new shows have been updated by now. How are the couples I ship doing with their public displays of affection? The fried chicken restaurant downstairs. Even though it's greasy and salty, I really want to eat it. I wonder if I'll make it to the comic convention. Even though the tickets are so expensive. Boo-hoo-hoo." Thuong kept crying, not noticing the corpse getting up from the water, coughing a few times, and pulling the dagger from its chest. Quang Lai Thuong was not dead. He said, "If I were you, when killing someone, I would first confirm if that person is truly dead, and then celebrate." Only then did she stop crying, realizing he was still alive. Lai Thuong turned to look at her, his face dark, radiating a gloomy, killing intent. Thuong screamed in terror, "Damn it, you don't come over here." She turned to find the dagger to defend herself, but realized it was gone from her hand and was now in Quang Lai Thuong's. Thuong immediately submerged herself in the water to commit suicide due to the failed assassination plan. He covered his wound with his hand, standing there watching her with a pensive, emotionless expression. Lai Thuong walked towards the bank. He walked past, seemingly about to ignore her. But no, after reaching the bank, he reached his hand into the water and said, "Drowning won't kill you instantly." He grabbed her clothes and pulled Thuong out of the water. Lai Thuong said sarcastically with a displeased expression, "You should have hit your head on the rock by the water's edge earlier." She choked on water and coughed. A moment later, he let go of Thuong and sat watching her vomit a large amount of water, laughing mockingly. "Even if the mountain spring water is delicious, you don't need to drink that much, little girl. Your stomach isn't big, but it sure can hold a lot." She wiped the water from her mouth with her hand, then turned sharply and said in confusion, "I already confirmed it in the carriage. You didn't realize I wanted to kill you. How could I have been mistaken?" Lai Thuong replied, "Because I don't trust you. You are such a stubborn person. But when you looked at me then, you had a shy, embarrassed, and at times, charming and adorable appearance." He moved closer, narrowing his phoenix eyes, looking at Thuong with a contemptuous gaze, and said with a smirk, "Your acting just now was truly excellent, so adorable." She looked at him, surprised and flustered. Quang Lai Thuong frowned, annoyed, and ordered, "Now, tell me the whole story." He looked at the dagger in his hand, his wound still oozing blood, and then asked, "I know you're not afraid of death. Even the bravest warrior in the world, in their most desperate state, wouldn't commit suicide with the same natural and decisive manner as you. Therefore, not letting you die is the right thing to do, isn't it? This young lady, how should I address you?" Quang Lai Thuong's low, cold voice was aimed directly at her as he asked. On a quiet, full moon night, the men booked the entire pharmacy, saying no servants were needed, and ordered everyone to leave. All kinds of medicine, from hemostatics to painkillers and vitality boosters, were brought by him for Quang Lai Thuong to use. While holding the bowl of medicine, he drank while looking at her with a suspicious gaze. He suddenly ordered, "Yiming, everyone get out and stay 50 paces away from this room." Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat, knowing full well she was about to be tortured with 1,001 questions. Quang Lai Thuong looked at her sternly, telling her to speak. "Tu Feng Ni Sai, Fighting in No Sen." What should I say? I am Tu Thuong, daughter of the Tu family, the princess consort betrothed to you by the Empress Dowager. He sneered, "Oh, daughter of the Tu family, are you?" Previously, His Majesty gifted a basket of fruit. Yiming sent some of the fruit to the Tu family as a gift for my mother-in-law, who is your mother. My mother-in-law, said the princess consort, is very fond of painting. On your wedding day, you were in such a hurry that you forgot to take the painting you most wanted to finish. So I had the men bring it to the prince's residence for you. His phoenix eyes glanced at her, implying, "This morning when we left the palace, I thought the journey would be boring, so I brought the painting along. I very much hope the princess consort can finish it so I can admire it." Tu Thuong's face stiffened, unable to maintain her smile. He continued, "This is your painting. Surely you haven't forgotten how to paint, have you? These brushstrokes probably aren't too different." Just hearing that was enough to make her limbs go weak. She forced a smile and tried to reach for the painting. I'll paint it, that's all." In her heart, she was now cursing silently. "Damn it, I don't know how to paint at all, let alone something this intricate. Yi Xiaoyu, why did you have to create a supporting character who is so talented?" Her body trembled involuntarily as she stammered, "I'm not in the mood." Tu Fuangyi couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, "I'm not painting. Just say what you want directly." "Oh no, or have you already figured something out?" As expected, he stood up, reached for his cloak, put it on, and replied, "It's about the things you said at the true residence. You knew I was keeping an eye on Luong Thua bitch. The fact that Luong Thua bitch has a lover outside, that's not strange." Kuang Lai Thuong pulled his robe over his injured part and continued, "But you knew I was faking my illness, knew I had profound martial arts, and even burned down my warehouse. You knew there was armor inside, and entered the study because you knew it contained poison. You even knew about the secret passage under the Shintong Hall. I guess you learned this through the Empress Dowager or Grandmaster Tuesday. Knowing one or two things can be explained, but knowing everything is truly too strange," he asserted, bringing his face close to hers. She retorted in a strained voice, "It was all my guessing, thinking, eavesdropping, and peeking. Is that not allowed?" Kuang Lai Thuong stood up straight, looking down at her, and continued, "Impossible. First, eavesdropping on the Grand Emperor's secret once might be a coincidence. The second time, do you think the surrounding guards are just for show? Even I can't be sure I wouldn't reveal a flaw." He calmly presented his arguments. "Second, you might have guessed or thought of it, but it's impossible to guess so accurately. If there were prophets in this ancient era, you woman would surely be the first. Especially since you have no one, you're all alone, with no precious items. What evidence do you have to say you were just guessing?" After speaking, he asked again in a low voice, "Who on earth are you? Human or ghost?" Kuang Lai Thuong said faintly, "That night in the courtyard of Dr. True's house, one moment your tongue was sharp. The next moment, you seemed to awaken from a dream, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. Then you told me about the matter of Shintong Hall. But why did you want to save me from that dilemma? At that time, I kept thinking about the ghost stories I had dismissed in the past. You are Tu Fuangyi, otherwise I couldn't have passed the test. But you're not the Tu Fuangyi from before." She stood looking at him blankly, sighing inwardly, feeling as if she had been exposed. It's no use. The cat's out of the bag. Finally, she spoke up, "I will tell you the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." After hearing everything, his face showed disbelief. "Everything was written by this woman?" he asked skeptically, "and wanted to kill me to end everything and go home. With no proof, it sounds absurd." Tu Fuangyi replied calmly, "There's no proof. I can only mention a few things in your heart from your days in the Shang dynasty. You and your brother had to endure humiliation from everyone. When you were 16, in the Holy Palace, a maidservant carrying an incense burner accidentally bumped into you, and your clothes were burned. She didn't know who you were, so she was terrified and apologized repeatedly. But you said it was fine, and she gave you a sincere smile. That was the only truly sincere person you had ever met." Her voice deepened slightly as she continued telling the story. "But unfortunately, the crown prince of Shang saw it. Wanting to humiliate you, he didn't even let her speak and just shouted, 'Say no more.'" Tu Fuangyi turned to look at him and continued firmly, "Your older brother, in order to protect that person, begged the crown prince for mercy. 3 days later, he brought back that maid's corpse. She looked at him fearlessly and said, 'She only smiled at you.' Yet the crown prince of Shang wouldn't even grant you that, and your older brother had to endure that unforgettable nightmare." In her heart, Tu Fuangyi thought to herself that she had angered him. She might as well let him kill her so she could return home. Kuang Lai Thuong trembled with anger, forcing out each word. "I said that's enough. Shut your mouth." His trembling voice rose as if submerged in extreme anger and fear. "For the past 18 years, all the hardships my brother and I endured were written by you." A few tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, uncontrollably, as he slowly asked again, "Is it just a story?" Tu Fuangyi looked at Kuang Lai Thuong with a haughty expression, saying that it was just a story and he was merely a character in that story. His life was created by her, and the events he encountered were also arranged by Yi Xiaoyu. Therefore, everything Kuang Lai Thuong was pursuing and protecting was meaningless. He turned to look at her with eyes full of hatred. Tu Fuangyi continued to provoke Kuang Lai Thuong, saying he was just a puppet for the plot, and even the person he loved, the person who loved him, and his deep-seated hatreds, none of it existed. After hearing this, Kuang Lai Thuong was utterly infuriated. He raised his hand, preparing to strangle her. Then Tu Fuangyi raised her voice, saying he wasn't Kuang Lai Thuong, that he was nothing at all. Kuang Lai Thuong was furious but could do nothing. He clenched his fists, restraining himself. Kuang Lai Thuong angrily turned and left, leaving a bewildered Yi Xiaoyu who didn't understand what was happening. He slammed the door shut. Inside, Tu Fuangyi was extremely annoyed for failing to provoke him, even wondering if he had forgotten to kill her. After going outside, Kuang Lai Thuong felt a sharp pain from his wound. Inside, Tu Fuangyi was not about to give up either. She figured that hitting her head against the wall for the first time probably wouldn't be a big deal, so she could manage it. With that thought, she slowly backed up to get a running start. Then she ran quickly towards the door, but what she hit was not the wall, but Kuang Lai Thuong's hand. In this awkward situation, neither of them knew what to say. Yi Xiaoyu could only curse under her breath. Night fell. The bright moonlight outside the window made Kuang Lai Thuong gaze out, lost in thought. While he was deep in thought, Tu Fuangyi sat up in bed. She asked if he now knew everything and was planning to use her. He sat down on the bed with Tu Fuangyi and told her there was one more thing she had forgotten to mention. Kuang Lai Thuong wondered how she had died many times but always came back to life, questioning if those were important moments in time. Tu Fuangyi turned her face away as if unwilling to answer, and he tacitly understood that his guess was correct. Tu Fuangyi turned back, stuck out her tongue, and told Kuang Lai Thuong that even if he knew the truth, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't use her because she could bite her tongue and commit suicide. He threatened her, saying that biting one's tongue would be very painful and not an easy way to die. He told her not to be so hasty, because it's only called using someone when only he benefits. But if it's something that benefits them both, it's called cooperation. Kuang Lai Thuong wanted to cooperate with her. He wanted her to prove that the fantastic story she told was true, and if her words were true, he would owe her a favor. She would be stuck in this world with no way back. Wait until his imperial brother no longer needed him, and he would let her fulfill her wish. But Tu Fuangyi was worried. She would have to kill him if she wanted to return, and since this world was fictional, it made no difference whether they lived or died. Then she wondered why, even though Kuang Lai Thuong knew this world was fake, he still tried to sacrifice himself for his older brother. Kuang Lai Thuong, however, was different. He believed that everything in this world was real. He reached out, playfully taking her hair, and said his promise to his older brother was real. The majestic mountains were real. The teachings in the Crown Prince's residence, and in the Ingtian scripture, the 18 years of humiliation, Kuang Lai Thuong had carved them all deep in his heart, never to be forgotten. He placed his hand on her cheek and caressed it gently, leaving Tu Fuangyi momentarily stunned. Kuang Lai Thuong was certain that it would be very difficult for her to kill him. He didn't know how many times she would have to die to fulfill her wish. Kuang Lai Thuong took out a sharp dagger and placed it on the bed, telling her that if she wanted to enjoy a painful death, she was free to try. But he wasn't sure that the next time she faced Kuang Lai Thuong, it would be as easy as this time. Without hesitation, Tu Fuangyi picked up the dagger on the bed. She held the dagger and thought to herself at the last time that Kuang Lai Thuong was indeed not as accommodating as he was now. He didn't believe her origins and refused to listen to her explanation. So this time, she wanted Kuang Lai Thuong to discover her abnormality on his own while she was trying every way to die in front of him. She knew very well that only when she went from confident to desperate did he propose this deal, and she would accept it. As she recalled the moment she stabbed herself in the neck. If she couldn't kill Kuang Lai Thuong, dying countless times was meaningless. She needed to think about how to make Kuang Lai Thuong willingly die at her hands. Tu Fuangyi realized that the most important plot point in this book was Kuang Lai Thuong's tragic love for the original Tu Fuangyi, and this plot point would not be changed. But she was not that Tu Fuangyi, so she couldn't make him die for love of her. Therefore, only Kuang Lai Thuong's older brother could make him willingly cooperate with her. After some hesitation, Tu Fuangyi agreed to a happy cooperation with the male lead, Kuang Lai Thuong. At this moment, the carriage escorting the prince was on its way to Lin Chao. Kuang Lai Thuong had a contemplative expression, his hand propping up his chin as he stared thoughtfully out the window. An indescribable melancholy showed on his face as he suddenly recalled old memories. 18 years ago, Lai Thuong was still a child, with his older brother by his side. He hugged his older brother in fear, his voice timid as he said, "Older brother, does uncle want to kill us?" Kuang Hai Lan, sitting beside him, deliberately spoke loudly for those outside to hear. "That's not true. Uncle is very kind. Why would he want to kill us? Don't speak nonsense." As he spoke, he gently stroked Lai Thuong's head and comforted him in a low voice. "The Shang dynasty is not our homeland. Little brother, you must watch your words from now on." Kuang Lai Thuong looked at Hai Lan with teary eyes and sobbed. "Brother, can we go home?" His older brother immediately replied, "We can. We will definitely go home." A few years later, the two of them had grown up. At this time, Lai Thuong was playing Go with his older brother. Hai Lan said slowly, "We have just returned to the Lai Kingdom. Our position is not yet stable, so it's very difficult to refuse the marriage proposed by the Empress Dowager. But if you are unwilling to marry the young lady of the two family, I will find another way to help you. For example, your illness has recently relapsed severely, so the marriage can be postponed." Lai Thuong's expression was unchanged as he replied leisurely, "It's just a woman, not a problem. I just don't know. What kind of empress will they present to you, older brother?" He took a ghost stone from the bamboo box and continued. "It's been 18 years. For the past 18 years, the two of us have just been puppets and chess pieces, letting others decide our fate." Lai Thuong held the ghost stone, his eyes solemn, as he continued. "If the young lady of the two family were just an ordinary woman, not the eyes and ears of the Grand Emperor, I'm afraid she would find it even harder to accept marrying a sickly person like me. In that case, her life would be even worse than mine." Lai Thuong was lost in thought, turning his head to glance at Xiao Yu, who was still fast asleep. He looked at her pensively, murmuring, "Everything I pursue is futile. The things I want to protect are also futile. The person I love is not the person I want to love. Even if I was truly created by you, my thoughts right now are no longer under your control." He held two identical flower hairpins in his hand and continued, "Right?" At that moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Lai Thuong asked from inside the carriage, "Demin, what's wrong?" Demin's face was panicked as he replied in confusion, Your Highness." Just then, Marquis Wu Wei and his troops were blocking the road in front of the carriage. His face stern as he asked, "Is this Prince Huck's carriage?" Kuang Lai Thuong gently lifted the curtain to look outside. At the same time, Thuong Gi, sitting in the carriage, stretched wearily and woke up. She said, "Ah, have we arrived in Linqiao already?" His face was grim, and he stared at her with an annoyed expression. Seeing this, she chuckled mockingly. Why are you staring at me like that?" At this moment, from outside the carriage, Demin's voice came through. "Prince Huck, your servant received a secret report. It said that something major has happened in Taiping Palace. Prince Huck is traveling to Linqiao in disguise. I wonder what his intentions are." Hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, a sudden plot twist. Marquis Wu Wei knows the Grand Emperor is dead. Demin continued, "Prince Huck seems to have come to the wrong place. Although this servant is untalented, I still know the meaning of the two words absolute loyalty. I understand that very well." His eyes narrowed, and he said in a harsh voice, "I thought we had a successful transaction that night." Thuong Gi propped her chin on her hand and looked at him, replying with a slightly sulky face, "But the deal you mentioned is really unfair. My only hope is just your promise." After speaking, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Besides, a promise without any binding force isn't worth a penny. Will you, in the end, be able to resist the temptation of will, power, and be willing to be killed by me? You are very good at acting and charming people. That's a personality trait I added for you. How can I believe you won't break your promise later?" At this moment, the impatient Marquis Wu Wei outside had drawn his sword, his voice full of authority as he said, "Prince Huck, you have committed a grave crime. Admit it." A few days ago, Marquis Wu Wei had learned what had happened in the palace that day. A few days ago, Thuong Gi was with Kuang Lai Thuong. He said slowly at that time, "The Empress Dowager must have been very frightened tonight. Your servant and the princess consort will not disturb the Empress Dowager's rest any longer. Let's go." Fuang Yi then turned her face to look at the Empress Dowager, muttering, Marquis Wu Wei. She looked at him and said with a smile, the Empress Dowager just wants more assurance when cooperating with you. But Prince Huck even dared to kill the Grand Emperor. Marquis Wu Wei has carefully weighed the pros and cons, especially worrying that the truth about the Crown Prince's death that year would be revealed to you. No matter how great his merits are, he won't be able to wash away his sins later, so he no longer dares to skin the tiger. Marquis Wu Wei, outside at this moment, shouted in a harsh voice, Prince Huck, is the face of a great general like myself not great enough to meet you? Seeing that Lai Thuong had no intention of cooperating, he immediately ordered his soldiers to surround Kuang Lai Thuong's carriage. Demin saw this and said in a panic, Your Highness, what do we do now? Marquis Wu Wei's face scrunched up as he yelled, How many more times must I beg? She sat in the carriage, leisurely fiddling with the knife in her hand, her eyes cunning, and said in a sarcastic tone, You believe my words, don't you? You know I'm not lying, so my deal is after I kill you, let me go home. After that, I will fix the plot for you. Otherwise, Marquis Wu Wei will launch a war to avenge the Grand Emperor. What do you think will happen to your two brothers? You can also kill me. She gripped the knife tightly in her hand, her eyes wide with amusement as she looked at Kuang Lai Thuong and said in a cold voice, We can repeat this once, twice, or countless times. I'm not afraid. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her. Fuang Yi held the knife decisively, raising her hand high with an excited and amused expression, and said in a cruel voice, I've tried it many times. It doesn't hurt at all. Be a good boy. Let me go home. I will change the plot. Tell me, what kind of life do you want? I'll fix it all for you. Anything is possible. I'll make you a merchant, the Midas touch of the business world. At the critical moment, Kuang Lai Thuong quickly grabbed her arm that was holding the knife. His eyes drooped as he looked at her, and he said in a pleading voice, Your world, it's very perfect, isn't it? Or is there someone you hold dear to your heart that makes you willing to die over and over again without hesitation? Tu Fuang Yi finally told Kuang Lai Thuong about her world. She remembered a world with tall buildings, remembered a world full of cars trailing one after another, roaring down the streets. My world, huh? She remembered the friends she used to joke with every day. I have friends I can share my joy with. Or remembered a family meal for four home. I have family who loves me, and I love them too. In the old world, Tu Fuang Yi had a job she loved. She also had her hobbies. She could follow her idols, satisfy her passions. Her life was very good, without the regrets of loss. There was no obsession with pursuing desires. When she was happy, she could shout out loud. When she was sad, she could find a place to have a drink and cry her heart out. Tu Fuang Yi held the knife tightly, tears streaming down her face as she looked straight into Kuang Lai Thuong's eyes. I just want to go home. I want to go home. Kuang Lai Thuong was utterly astonished in his heart upon hearing what she had just said. Tu Fuang Yi said, I don't know if after I return, everything here will be like a short, fleeting dream, or if it will be like Wang Ji, who watched a game of chess and returned to the mortal world to find 100 years had passed. Everything is different. I don't know if I'll still be alive. Don't know if I'll have been forgotten by everyone. I don't know anything. She begged Kuang Lai Thuong, I'm begging you, let me go home. After saying that, Tu Fuang Yi collapsed into his arms in despair, still sobbing, Please, 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 please. The space outside became silent. The soldiers went to No Ka to await orders. General, Kuang Lai Thuong finally spoke. I'm sorry. He used his hand to wipe away the tears streaming down her cheeks. He told her that right now, it's not possible. I believe your words, but I can't. Having waited for a while, without seeing Kuang Lai Thuong come out, No Ka's troops resorted to their final method. He spoke up, If your highness does not agree to meet, then please forgive my impoliteness. He raised his hand to give a signal. The soldiers received the order and continuously shot arrows towards the two of them. Kuang Lai Thuong rushed out to deal with them. No matter how agile Kuang Lai Thuong was, he was still hit by an arrow. I have seen too much killing, conspiracy, and lawlessness. You tell me that you can change everything, but how can I place all of my own destiny and hope onto you? Hearing this, Tu Fuang Yi could only agree, yes, you're right. If a person's only hope is someone else's promise, then that is too sad. Only the sword in hand, the blood on the body, to win everything back is the only truth. Kuang Lai Thuong successfully advanced to No Ka's position. He pointed his sword at him and greeted him cheerfully. General No, a pleasure to meet you. However, he did not expect that Tu Fuangyi already had another plan in mind. She aimed a crossbow at him. It seems the deal has fallen apart, so let's rely on our own strength. Finally, she pressed her hand and shot him. Her unexpected move caught even the men off guard. Seeing it, he screamed in horror. Your Highness! No, it was too late. The arrow was lodged straight in Kuang Lifehuang's back. He was stunned, not expecting Tu Fuangyi to betray him like this from behind. In the end, Kuang Lifehuang still smiled and accepted his fate. Everything was truly too absurd. The moment he died, the scenery around them suddenly cracked and shattered. Tu Fuangyi stood still in confusion. Did I succeed? Suddenly, she came to her senses. She saw that she was in her house in the old world. Tu Fuangyi, no, Yi Xiaoyu was overjoyed. I'm really home. She was so happy she started to cry. I'm home. Yi Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to enter the password on her door. The door slowly creaked open. She still couldn't believe the reality before her eyes. I really made it home. She tiptoed to look inside and called out to everyone. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Is anyone home? Suddenly, a voice rang out. No one's here, only me. Where are you going? Following the voice was the soulless, blood-covered corpse of Kuang Lifehuang. The lights in the room suddenly went out. Yi Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw him. How can this be? Where's my home? A series of images appeared. Hua Fuangdi could never know that in his eyes, her feelings were just a shackle. What good were her pleas? This marriage was a compromise and a transaction from the very beginning. She was wrong to have developed feelings, and so was he. After reading, Yi Xiaoyu was confused. These words are from the original text. Why are they appearing here? Beside her, Kuang Lifehuang sadly asked her, if this is a love story, then why did you never think of making me fall in love with you to end this story? Hearing him say that, Yi Xiaoyu was immediately stunned. How could that be possible? After speaking, she turned her face and said to him, then I would be too arrogant. I'm sure the person you love is the tolerant, kind, and intelligent Hua Fuangdi. I can't become her. Besides, from the time you and Hua Fuangdi married until she killed you, there was an 8-year love story. 8 years. Who knew things would turn out like this? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Yi Xiaoyu's eyes began to well up with tears again. She said to him, can I still go back? Can I still go back to being myself? She could only despair now. What on earth should I do? What I do to go back home? Lai Thuong sat with difficulty, clutching his wound, while Yi Xiaoyu stood looking around. She wondered where on earth they were. Yi Xiaoyu thought it over and said to him, I killed you and got out of the story, so that should be right. But you're still here, which means something is still not right. She turned to him in confusion and asked, where did it go wrong? What's not right? Where did it go wrong? Having reached a dead end, Xiaoyu decided to ask Lai Thuong, how about you try killing me? He felt that the girl in front of him must have gone crazy from homesickness. He asked her, what on earth are you talking about? Xiaoyu still maintained a sincere and pleading expression, saying, just try it. It's a waste not to try anyway. The ending of most sad stories is death. You don't want to be trapped here, unable to return, do you? Lai Thuong still refused. He calmly lay down. He thought that since it was all fake anyway, what did it matter if he returned or not? She was not resigned to this outcome. She went to shake Lai Thuong and pleaded with him. Hey, you clearly said that even if it's a story, it's still your life. Also, don't you want to go back and avenge your father? I told you the whole story so that your brother could stabilize the court, grasp military power, and attack the Shang dynasty to erase the past shame. Things having come to this, Lai Thuong couldn't be bothered to care anymore. He turned his back to her and said coldly, I believe you now. This was all written by you, so I don't care anymore. Even though he said that, he still felt sad in his heart. What did she mean by how could that be possible? Xiaoyu still didn't give up. She insisted on persuading him as if it were a noble mission. Son, your mother would be very disappointed in you for being like this. Lying flat and giving up on life is not right. You have to stand up and strive. You need to be outstanding. You really have to seize power. You can't continue to be hindered, bullied, and threatened by others. Lai Thuong finally sat up. He placed his hand on her head and asked, do you really think that if you kill me, or I kill you, that everything can go back to normal? Xiaoyu was resolute in her intention. She tried to persuade him. Even if it's wrong, we can think of another way. There are always more solutions than problems. How will you know if you don't try? Don't you want us to return to our normal lives? For a moment, Lai Thuong remembered the things he had been through, a bitter smile on his lips. Ha, as you wish. Seeing that he had finally agreed, Xiao Yu was determined not to waste any more time. She quickly handed him the knife. She accepted death as lightly as a feather, casually tilting her head back and telling Lai Thuong to do it. Lai Thuong held the knife in his hand, feeling helpless, not knowing what he was doing anymore. He allowed a sigh. How could a blockhead like this have the mind to write some kind of love story? In his mind, he remembered her from the past and looked at her in the present, not knowing whether he pitted himself or her anymore. After Lai Thuong made his move, Xiao Yu slowly opened her eyes. She was quite surprised that it did not hurt this time, and her body gradually transformed. Xiao Yu did not notice that behind her, Lai Thuong was in agony, trembling and collapsing. Suddenly, the corner of his lips curled up as if his wish had been fulfilled. Xiao Yu returned to the story right at the moment she was aiming to shoot Lai Thuong. Xiao Yu was stunned. Why am I here? Even if I returned to the story, shouldn't it be 3 days ago? Lai Thuong realized he had also just been revived and immediately turned to look at her. Xiao Yu quickly tossed the crossbow aside, scratching her head in confusion. Lai Thuong could only sigh at the sight. Back to the current life and death battle. Noka had some words of praise for him. Prince Huck is truly formidable, to be able to duel with me despite having countless wounds. Hearing this, Lai Thuong politely replied to him, General No is also very impressive. Even if I weren't injured, I wouldn't have gained much of an advantage. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere, Father! Then, the figure of a woman on horseback arrived. It was No Song, daughter of the No family. She hurriedly pleaded with him, Father, Prince Huck, please don't fight. Lai Thuong was a bit confused by the girl's sudden appearance, but he still listened to her and temporarily called a truce. Xiao Yu looked at the girl in front of her and recognized her immediately. Surprised, she's the daughter of the No family, No Song. Xiao Yu started to feel extremely confused. She speculated, upon reaching Lin Chao, No Song's story will appear. The situation just now was either Lai Thuong dies or Marquis Wu Wei dies. But if it continued like that, the subsequent events couldn't happen. So, is No Song's appearance here the story changing itself to resolve the situation? Suddenly, Xiao Yu realized something. In the original story, the events in No Lin didn't involve Hua Thuong Di. If she were here, wouldn't the current situation be appropriate? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement written on her face. At this moment, No Song hurriedly rode after her father, calling out to him loudly with worry, Father, please listen to me for a moment. Xiao Yu admired the beautiful and sharp-witted girl she herself created, silently marveling at her beauty. Wow, so captivating. No Song was now calmly persuading Ka Quan. The situation in the capital is complicated. Father needs to think more carefully. No Song leaned close and whispered in his ear, There is still the king's army in Nam Chao. It is not yet the end for the No family. Just now, older brother sent a letter. The Empress Dowager is being reserved. Taking a step back, we can just sit and observe. Hearing her words, Ka Quan fell silent for a moment. Finally, he lowered his sword, expressing his desire to stop this unfinished battle. I know, have long heard that Prince Huck is a young hero, and I hardly dare to believe it. Meeting you today, you are indeed very different. What just happened was merely a joke. Please don't mind it. Hearing him say this, Lai Thuong found it a bit ridiculous, but he still let it go. He lightly wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and politely replied to him. General No's way of receiving guests is truly unlike ordinary people. It leaves a deep impression. Feeling that the matter had been resolved, No Song sighed in relief. Suddenly, she raised her head to look at Lai Thuong. Then she silently walked towards him, but passed by Lai Thuong and ran to hug Xiao Yu tightly. No Song's worried voice spoke up. Silly girl, you've suffered. Even Xiao Yu, the author herself, couldn't have anticipated this development. She was bewildered, not understanding what just happened. Beside her, Lai Thuong raised an eyebrow in confusion. No Song hugged her and said, I heard the Empress Dowager betrothed you to Prince Huck. In my heart, I knew this was not a good match, but I was helpless. A few days ago, news came from Zhongqing saying that you, silly girl, you actually foolishly sought a short life. Her face showed clear worry. Are you a fool? Only by staying alive is there a chance to turn things around and have hope. Only then did Xiao Yu remember. She had almost forgotten that Tu Fuangyi and No Song once had a friendship through a handkerchief. It was just a setup for a single line. No Song cares for her so much. She is so kind. By the end of the day, their group returned to the palace city. Xiaoyu sat inside, still sad and pondering. She had killed the male lead. She had clearly escaped the story. She had returned home before. She was sure she had returned home. What went wrong here? Where did it go wrong? Then she and Lai Thuong returned to the story. But why wasn't it to the scene before the rock fell? That's right. She needs to quickly recall. 3 days haven't passed yet. But will she return to 3 days ago or to just a moment ago? Looking at Kwang Lai Thuong's expression, Xiaoyu knew he remembered what just happened and decided she must make him forget. Letting this human-shaped fox spirit break through the storyline is too big of a variable. She can't risk it. While she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyu's ear. Ahem. Although Xiaoyu reacted to him, she was still lost in thought, still unable to figure out what went wrong. Even killing Kwang Lai Thuong again would be meaningless. Lai Thuong looked at her and asked, "You're thinking about whether you should go back one more time to make me forget what has happened these past few days, aren't you?" Xiaoyu felt herself starting to become afraid of Lai Thuong. She asked him, "How did I not know you have mind-reading abilities?" Lai Thuong calmly replied, "It's all written on your face." Hearing Lai Thuong say this, Yi Xiaoyu immediately got sulky and covered her face. She told herself she still had to make Kwang Lai Thuong forget this. Letting this human-shaped fox spirit break through the storyline is too big of a variable. She can't risk it. Lai Thuong took a pair of sparkling hairpins out of his pouch, chiding her. "Look at you. What kind of young lady has such messy hair, not even wearing a flower hairpin?" He took one and put it in Yi Xiaoyu's hair, speaking softly. "But there are two. Although they're the same, which flower do you like more?" Just as he was about to place it in her hair, Xiaoyu excitedly grabbed his hand. "This flower hairpin, it seems like 3 days ago, when we fell into the water, it disappeared. How is it in your hands? Why are there two of them?" Her expression changed as she quickly took the two pins to compare them. The two indeed look identical. Seeing this, Lai Thuong thought to himself, "This is 3 days." Then he took out a letter. "I also don't know why this flower hairpin turned into two. I had thought you were a bit strange before. The events have become so bizarre that they are beyond speculation. Perhaps one can also use unconventional methods to tell oneself a few things. The flower hairpin can become two. In this letter that came with your hairpin, where the hairpin appeared, this letter also appeared." Hearing the mention of a letter, Xiaoyu was a bit incredulous. "A letter? You wrote a letter to yourself? You mean to say that even if I recall now, it's useless? The flower hairpin is from before you fell into the water. You had already received your own letter." Lai Thuong happily explained to Xiaoyu. "Otherwise, that evening, how could I have so easily believed the bizarre story you told? You should be very clear. I don't have the habit of waiting for fate. If I already knew you were suspicious, I would have to clarify what that suspicion was about in order to have a way to respond. I couldn't just let you be busy all by yourself." Xiaoyu looked at him warily. She sat and thought it over. "Wait, the flower hairpin can become two. I've always been thinking about recalling consciousness, so there's a bug? How can there be a bug like this? The timeline is skewed, the world line ends. No, that's not it. It's a flaw. It's a text that has been revised countless times. It's inevitable that sequential errors appear. No Song's sudden appearance just now was truly a flaw from changing the immediate plot based on the development of what had already happened. It's not that important plot points can happen at any time, but that important plot points, no matter what, must be guaranteed to appear. The pieces have been linked together." Xiaoyu finally understood what was happening. She joyfully grabbed Lai Thuong's hand and shouted, "I get it." With a determined look, she suggested to him, "Abuse me." At Marquis Wu Wei's private residence, Jia Min carefully supported the heavily injured Kwang Lai Thuong, gently showing his concern. "Your Highness, please be careful." But his expression was calm, without a ripple. Suddenly, a soft hand appeared, holding a handkerchief and touching his face, surprising him. A gentle voice, a smile with a bit of teasing like a teenage girl. "Your Highness, look at you all covered in sweat. Let this servant wipe it for you." It was none other than Tu Fuangyi. He showed a look of disgust, knocking away the handkerchief, wiping his face. Bluntly, not needed. Unlike him, she playfully smiled, putting on a cute and pouting face. "Your Highness, this servant just wants to care for you." He was annoyed. The more he heard, the more his head hurt. "Take your concern and stay a little farther away from me." In response to his words, a hand patted his shoulder hard. She said in an impolite tone, "You know your stuff, kid." Kwang Lai Thuong was already in pain, and Tu Phuong Gi patted his shoulder. She gave a thumbs up in praise. "Not bad, just like that, keep it that way. From now on, absolutely do not treat me well." Her beautiful face and sharp eyes pointed straight at him. "From now on, if you say just one nice thing to me, I will get angry at you." Half a shurchin later, she did a complete 180, grabbing his hand. "Handsome, want a date? It's the type where I'm completely infatuated with you, but you are cold and indifferent to me." He pulled his hand back and angrily replied bluntly, "No love." She pouted at him, ignoring that he didn't even spare her a glance. He thought, still lying despite knowing the real situation. Suddenly, the image and words of Yi Xiaoyu appeared in his memory. The person you love, who is not the person you wanted to love, who caused you to hate deeply in your suffering, never existed in the first place. He sighed helplessly, wanting her to stay away from him. But she kept clinging to him without letting go. Jia Min, beside them, was bewildered, not knowing what game these two were playing. He had had enough of this act of hers, shrugging his shoulder to push her away. "Get away, don't bother me." "Phuong Gi, be careful." Suddenly, No Song appeared and caught her. No Song asked angrily, "Is that bastard still treating you like this?" She couldn't accept such behavior. Even if the Empress Dowager's arranged marriage made him unhappy, why is he taking his anger out on you? She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. So she quickly tried to smooth things over for him. Actually, he doesn't treat me that badly. On the contrary, it's me, that thing. Actually, he hick-eye, that thing. You really can't blame him. No Song's expression softened as she asked her, "You've fallen for him, haven't you?" She quickly waved her hands in denial, smiling lightly to brush it off. No Song looked at her with a gentle gaze. "You two are already married. It's only natural for you to have feelings for him. But this man's heart is unfathomably deep. His ambitions lie with the world. His heart won't be entangled in matters of love. You silly girl. You should also leave yourself a way out." She thanked her awkwardly, but her conscience was eating at her. She couldn't tell her about all the cause and effect stuff. It would just make her worry for nothing. Evening finally came. She was lost in her jumble of thoughts, errors, the errors from countless revisions or script corrections. Could it be that the only way is to see the story through to the end, ensuring all the important plot points happen to complete the original ending? She was stuck in that mess of thoughts and couldn't get out. No, it's not like that. I am the author, whether it's completing the original story's ending or changing the original's unfinished ending. It all requires me to transmigrate into the story, so that doesn't make any sense. Most stories about transmigrating into a book or a story have a goal that needs to be completed, but I've been here for so many days. Even after leaving, I was forced to come back. What is it that I really need to do? The thing I really need to do, the thing I really have to do, the reason, the goal. Suddenly a maidservant came in, interrupting her thoughts. Your Highness the Princess Consort, all these tonics, putting them all in, isn't it too much? She looked at the pot of tonic she was brewing, quickly defending herself with awkwardness. "It's not much. The prince was just injured. I love him, so of course I want to personally brew a tonic to nourish his body. It's a supplement, so of course the more you put in, the better. What's in it doesn't matter. What matters is that I want him to feel my love." She said one thing and thought another. She thought, it's still better to follow the original script first, see how things develop, and then decide to avoid any other unusual bugs from happening again. Jia Min brought the bowl of tonic brewed by Tu Phuong Gi to Kwang Lai Thuong. Your Highness, this is the tonic that the princess consort said she personally brewed for you. She hopes you will definitely drink it. Anyone could see the hidden meaning in his hesitation. Jia Min only dared to think to himself, the princess consort has finally shown some goodwill towards the prince. Although this tonic looks a bit strange, it can be considered a good start. Before Jia Min could finish his thought, he saw the bowl of tonic and roared in anger. "Take it away. Give it to the dogs." As Jia Min turned away with the bowl, he silently cursed Lai Thuong. "Even if this tonic doesn't look very drinkable, how could you give a girl's heartfelt effort to the dogs?" Suddenly, Lai Thuong cut him off and changed his mind. "All right then, don't give it to the dogs." Jia Min's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned back as if afraid he would take back his words. "Your Highness, you want to drink it, right?" Before Jia Min could fully immerse himself in his excitement, he poured a bucket of cold water on him. What did the dogs do wrong to deserve such an unexpected disaster? Find a ditch somewhere and pour it out. Jia Min was speechless, not knowing what to say. But Jia Min still had to obey his master's words, and find a ditch to pour the tonic into. As he poured, tears streamed down his face. Princess consort, I'm so sorry. This subordinate is only following orders. No Song, who saw everything from the side, was also rendered speechless. Early the next morning, getting dressed was now quite difficult for Lai Thuong because it touched his bandaged wound. But Phuong Gi appeared out of nowhere, cheerfully running over, saying, Your Highness, how can you possibly dress yourself? Let me help you. But on the other hand, she roughly and recklessly touched his wound, causing Lai Thuong to wince in pain, almost coughing up blood from anger. At mealtime, Phuong Gi again put on a caring facade, saying words of concern that were all laced with teasing. Your Highness, how can you possibly eat by yourself? Let me help you. Ignoring the annoyed look on Prince Huck's face. After the ill-fated meal, just when he thought Phuong Gi had let him off, he lifted the curtain to get into his sedan chair only to see she had been sitting inside since who knows when, holding a fan in one hand and a teapot in the other. Your Highness, how can you possibly ride in the carriage by yourself? Oh, that's not right. Let me serve you on your way. Your Highness is hot. Would you like some hot tea? You're hot. Would you like me to fan you with a cool breeze? Lai Thuong finally couldn't take it anymore and threw her straight out, falling head first to the ground. Phuong Gi couldn't help but whine and call out Your Highness to make Lai Thuong even more annoyed, all of which was witnessed by No Song. After a long day of being pestered by Phuong Gi, Lai Thuong finally had a moment of relaxation in the warm water. His ears could finally have some peace and quiet. Not letting Prince Huck relax for long, Phuong Gi again appeared out of nowhere and jumped into the bathtub, startling Lai Thuong, her thin clothes soaked through by the water. With her sparkling eyes and that face, it was hard for anyone to resist. Your Highness, how can you possibly bathe by yourself? Let me serve you in your bath. The moment she finished speaking was also the moment Phuong Gi was kicked out. Phuong Gi fell head first and lay sprawled on the floor, rubbing her sore bottom, but not giving up. Good, very good. Well done, young man. Your awareness is high. In the future, I will still let you be the male lead. I think very highly of you. News segment, trying to complete the fake love script, continuing to strive relentlessly. Phuong Gi had been clinging to Lai Thuong since morning and didn't let up even at night. Still with that same seemingly obedient, smiling face, she brought a bowl of medicine, cooing Your Highness. At this point, Lai Thuong really couldn't take it anymore. He was extremely annoyed and held his face in exasperation. Still not giving up, are you? My headache is getting worse and worse. In the end, is she being tormented by me, or am I actually the one being tormented by her? If I can't solve this completely, I'll just avoid it for now. Then Lai Thuong slammed the door, shut in front of a bewildered Phuong Gi. How could he? She was about to try another door when Lai Thuong, quicker on the draw, slammed the window shut before Phuong Gi could finish her offer. Won't you have some of the food I brought yourself? Then as he closed the door, it accidentally hit Phuong Gi's nose, making her fall backward, her leg hitting something. Phuong Gi cried out in pain. Oh, so brunter. No Song couldn't stand it anymore and came forward, grabbing her wrist and asking, Why do you have to debase yourself like this, clinging to that person? With that, No Song pulled the still dazed Phuong Gi along. No Song, what's wrong? Sitting in the carriage, Phuong Gi asked, Where are we going? No Song propped her chin on her hand and smiled at her. Why must a person living in this world always care about the expressions of those around them? Of course, we're going to a place that will make you happy. You can think things through. In this world, it's not like Quang Lai Thuong is the only man. Arriving at the place No Song brought her to, it was unexpectedly a brothel full of sweet and delicious young men invitingly calling out, Young lady, do you have trouble sleeping at night? I have fine delicacies and good wine, and also old stories to tell. Looking at the handsome men in front of her, Phuong Gi couldn't help but drool and scream internally. This script, can it be revised in this direction? This is too wonderful. Amidst the charming scenery, No Song sipped her wine and recited a few lines of poetry. Before the flowers, one only regrets the shortness of spring. When the wine is gone, one only regrets the night is not long. The men beside them kept inviting them with seductive and enchanting voices. County Mistress, is the newly brewed wine from our spring blossom courtyard delicious? County Mistress, please try this cherry. This is the specialty of our chef from Jiangnan. The men served No Song one by one, but No Song's gaze was fixed on Phuong Gi. She seemed to be drunk as well. her flushed cheeks accentuating her face, a smile that wouldn't leave her lips. Oh my, why did I suddenly write a tragic love story? If I had known earlier that I could transmigrate into the story I wrote, I would have written a story about a tragic harem, and I even told myself I'd start a new project when I get back. She was like a child who found a new joy, running around the courtyard. Seeing this, No Song had to shake her head in exasperation, not knowing what to say to her. The night is still young. There are still plenty of handsome men. Why bother with headaches? No Song took out her sword and performed a beautiful dance. Combined with the blooming flowers, it made the scene even more enchanting. In this world, there is wine and there are flowers. With so many heartaches in life, why can't they dissolve with wine? In a fleeting moment of life, the important thing is the joy before you. Why suffer and beg for pity from those around you? No Song's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. I was willing to think that I was the one with the most miserable fate, but you were left with no one to look after you. The Empress Dowager won't care about whether you live or die. And now that Kwang Lai Thuong, seeing him, he can't possibly be sincere with you. You must live happily for yourself. You understand, Thuong Gi. Laughter mixed with the haze of wine. With handsome men beside her, she teased a man next to her, laughing and offering wine, disregarding her noble status. Min Chao, I'll teach you a new game called Truth or Dare. The handsome man helplessly said to the drunkard Thuong Gi, Big sister, this servant's name is Xienda. Min Chao is the name of the big brother opposite you. Seeing this scene, No Song probably felt her worries were unnecessary. Very good, you're very open-minded. No Song pondered thoughtfully in her mind. Kwang Lai Thuong, oh, Kwang Lai Thuong. Not everything in this world is within your calculations. Not everyone will follow your arrangements. No Song recalled the scene from that time. Kwang Lai Thuong brought an edict and gave it to No Song with a single sentence. General, this is a secret edict from His Majesty. His Majesty is sincere towards both the Yuan family and the county mistress. Over at the brothel, Thuong Gi was dead drunk, unable to tell east from west, north from south, yet still enthusiastically flailing her arms and legs. No more talk. Are you playing or not? Suddenly, the wine glass was taken from her hand by none other than Kwang Lai Thuong, who also teased her with a playful remark. Play? I'll play with you. I wonder how we're supposed to play. Thuong Gi froze for a few seconds, unable to believe her eyes. Although she already knew what the outcome would be, how could he have arrived so quickly? No Song came up from behind, scornfully provoking him with a few words. Isn't this Prince Huck? Does Prince Huck want to play with us? Someone, at another seat. As she got closer, No Song's face showed clear contempt. What? Are you not playing anymore? If you're not playing, then get lost. Kwang Lai Thuong bowed politely and offered No Song some advice. The county head has a clean reputation. You shouldn't tarnish it like this. In the future, you might be criticized by the world, bringing unnecessary gossip upon yourself. No Song gave him a stinging slap as a warning. Has Prince Huck forgotten what he said before? You are ungrateful, repaying kindness with enmity, and you're not afraid of the world's condemnation. So what do I have to be afraid of? Thuong Gi, on the side, soaked up the drama, cheering silently in her heart. Oh my, a fight's breaking out, a fight's breaking out. On the other hand, she felt a sense of déjà vu, Why does this scene feel so strangely familiar? But she also instantly decided to make a quick escape. Before she could flee the scene, Kwang Lai Thuong grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up like a kitten. At this moment, Thuong Gi was very seriously putting the saying into practice. In an awkward situation, all you need is a confident smile. Inside the carriage, whatever amount of wine Thuong Gi had chugged, she was now throwing it all up. Kwang Lai Thuong, beside her, also showed a look of disgust and criticism. If you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Thuong Gi immediately retorted, my tolerance is actually very good, you know. I'm called wretch. In short, 3 to 5 caddies of wine wouldn't even cause a reaction. Even while vomiting nonstop, she couldn't break the habit of talking back. Kwang Lai Thuong stood beside her, feeling both helpless and speechless. Then Lai Thuong changed the subject. During the day, I went to deliver the imperial edict for Marquis Wu Wei to ennoble No Song as the empress. This is her story. She knows it well. So why was she so angry with me just now? She didn't want to enter the palace, but couldn't defy the edict. So she dragged you out for a drink to have some fun. She's just throwing a tantrum at Marquis Wu Wei and also just wanted to make me unhappy. Unlike her disheveled appearance from before, Thuong Gi seemed quite a bit more sober, somberly posing a question to Lai Thuong from the side. Suppose it wasn't a matter of course. If you were given a choice, would you still go to deliver that imperial edict? Would you push for No Song to enter the palace? Quang Lai Thuong was silent for a moment at the sudden question. He recalled a time in the past when no song had saved him. I had an urgent matter and had no choice but to risk returning to handle state affairs. Today, my whereabouts were almost exposed. If it weren't for the county head's help, I'm afraid my master and I would not have escaped with our lives. It's just that now, I am empty-handed and unable to repay you. I am truly ashamed. No song at that time replied with great spirit. Nothing is certain until one is dead. You, sir, and your brothers are like the sun rising in the east. Although temporarily obscured by clouds, the future still holds hope. When there's a chance in the future, I will come to ask for repayment. Quang Lai Thuong recounted the story to Phuong Gi, sighing with self-blame. In the end, my repayment to her was to send her into the deep palace and even scheme against her no-family soldiers and reputation. I don't know what it's like for a life to have choices. Phuong Gi looked Quang Lai Thuong straight in the eye and said, but I can change it, whether it's for you or for no song, as long as I can go back. Phuong Gi rested her chin on her hand and confided. Actually, in the original story, after you delivered the edict, no song stabbed you in a fit of anger. You felt guilty and didn't fight back or dodge, almost like the scene just now. But tonight, she went drinking to vent her sorrows, and after getting drunk, her resentment was gone. So she just slapped you to let off steam, Phuong Gi said as she recalled. So it turns out the scene just now was one of the 30 drafts that were changed before, but I deleted that content, which is why I couldn't remember it clearly. Phuong Gi spoke nonstop as if wanting to pour out all her thoughts. These past few days, although the plot has changed chaotically because I keep remembering things, the revised plots have always followed the most basic settings and direction of the original story. Moreover, some of them were things I had thought of or had written before. Quang Lai Thuong asked doubtfully, so what? What are you trying to say? Phuong Gi deliberately slapped his injured shoulder with a smack and said with a laugh, it means that from beginning to end, this is still a torturous romance story, and you have to torment me to the very end. Don't be so negative and lazy, Mr. Male Lead. Quang Lai Thuong still didn't fully understand what she was saying when Phuong Gi launched into a long tirade. Like tonight, No Song took Prince Huck's consort out to find men and drink. As Prince Huck, you would definitely feel humiliated and even a little jealous. That could become a plot point to enhance our feelings, and we could even have some conflicts. And you, let me think, you could taunt, provoke, get angry, curse at me is fine too, or do a bit of forced love. In short, you have to show that you care about Prince Huck's consort, but don't want to admit it. That way, we can push the romantic storyline forward a bit. And another thing, your expression can't be too direct. It has to be subtle, a psychological struggle. Otherwise, I would definitely know that you like me, right? Then we wouldn't be able to drag this out for dozens of chapters, as is customary. Oh no. While Phuong Gi was chattering on, our Prince Huck on the other side helplessly held his head and sighed. Suddenly realizing she had said too many irrelevant things, Phuong Gi gave an embarrassed laugh. My apologies, not this. It's become a habit. I can't resist, haha. But Quang Lai Thuong didn't want to follow her script. He refused. I can't follow your script, nor can I torment you as you've said. Quang Lai Thuong and Phuong Gi sat in the carriage, his brows furrowed and his tone slightly annoyed as he said, forgive me, I cannot follow your script, nor can I torment you as you've said. Phuong Gi, with a sympathetic face, nodded and said, I understand. Being suddenly told to accept that you're a character in a novel, you can't get used to it yet. But this isn't hard. Let me tell you in detail about the plot developments. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut in, glaring at her as he said, have you never dated a man before, have you? His words immediately hit her where it hurt. Phuong Gi was embarrassed, her face indignant as she shouted, so what? What does that have to do with what we're talking about now? Phuong Gi never expected that he could guess this. Quang Lai Thuong smirked triumphantly, his voice dripping with sarcasm, because the torturous romance you're talking about is childish, tasteless, and utterly foolish. She immediately became furious and yelled loudly, bastard, what do you mean? He looked up, his voice quiet as he said, Jia Min, stop the carriage. The carriage immediately stopped at the head of a bridge. Quang Lai Thuong quickly stepped out of the carriage, walked to the bridge railing, and sighed. At this moment, Phuong Gi had a resentful look on her face, her voice reproachful as she said, hey, insulting someone and then running away. You're a really unreasonable fellow. Jia Min, who was on the carriage watching the two argue, smiled awkwardly and mumbled, please don't fight. Fighting affects your relationship. Quang Lai Thuong looked at her and said, "Aren't you afraid of others hearing what we're talking about?" She immediately panicked and said hastily, "You're right." Tu Fuangyi's face was worried. Her voice flustered as she said, "I got a little agitated just now and forgot to lower my voice. My apologies." He turned and looked down at her, his voice low as he asked, "I want to ask you, do you really understand what love is?" She was flustered, her voice annoyed as she replied, "What are you trying to say?" Kuang Lai Thuong unexpectedly took a step closer to her and said, "Do you understand what torture is? Is it wanting something you can't have, loving someone you must part from, resenting each other?" Tu Fuangyi immediately took a step back and said, "If you put it that way, then isn't that exactly it?" Kuang Lai Thuong moved even closer to her, his voice contemplative as he said, "No, none of that is it." Tu Fuangyi looked at him with an annoyed expression, her voice resentful. "I can hear everything you're saying. You don't need to get so close. And you don't understand anything at all." He replied to her words calmly. In contrast to him, she was annoyed and pushed him away, shouting loudly, "Get away, what on earth are you trying to say?" He stepped back, leaning his hand on the bridge railing, and let out a sound, "Ah." His face was calm as he looked at her, his voice slow as he said, "This story of yours was wrong from the very beginning, and this torturous romance should never have existed in the first place." She was surprised to hear him say this. Kuang Lai Thuong continued, "Do you think I'm wrong? Then let me ask you, even if the Empress Dowager bestowed the marriage and I couldn't refuse, why would I have to make things difficult for an unfortunate young lady?" Tu Fuangyi looked at Kuang Lai Thuong in astonishment, her brows knitting as she heard him speak. "You were dissatisfied with the marriage, thinking that Tu Fuangyi was the Empress Dowager's person and had ill intentions towards you." Kuang Lai Thuong shook his head with a mocking expression and said, "Then shouldn't I have treated her even better to avoid displeasing the Empress Dowager? What's more, I later learned that she was also forced into marrying me against her will. We are both people in difficult situations, not in control of our own fates. Why would I need to make things difficult for her?" Tu Fuangyi looked at him with determined eyes, her voice slow as she said, "That's because from the beginning, you didn't like her and were even extremely wary of her." His face immediately scrunched into a frown as he looked at her and said, "Even if I don't like her, she is a weak woman. It would be one thing to treat her with normal courtesy and interact little. This marriage was not what she wanted. It couldn't be dissolved or changed. Her food, clothing, lodging, and travel all depend on my mood. If I were to bully her on top of that, then what kind of person would that make me?" Tu Fuangyi looked at Kuang Lai Thuong, her voice contemplative as she replied, "You can say that so lightly now because you haven't fallen in love with her yet. Love is selfish, blind, and irresistible. If you truly fell for her, you would become greedy, you would be jealous, you would be unable to control your emotions, you would be helpless." Kuang Lai Thuong's gaze was cold, his brows furrowed as he looked at her, his voice stiff as he said, "Is that what you call torture?" Tu Fuangyi looked at him, her face contorted as she said, "Hurting each other in the name of love, only to be separated by life and death in the end. Isn't that torturous?" Kuang Lai Thuong shook his head and said, "If there was love, even if it's lost, it's still better than never having had it at all." He frowned, his voice hoarse, as he continued, "From the moment Kuang Lai Thuong and Tu Fuangyi understood their feelings for each other, this story of yours was no longer torturous. Whether separated by life and death, or in different places, as long as they have each other in their hearts, they have both fulfilled their wishes. And all that suffering and entanglement was merely the heartless attitude Kuang Lai Thuong deliberately put on, and the infatuation of a weak, pitiful Tu Fuangyi." He turned his face away, his voice contemplative as he went on, "The Kuang Lai Thuong you created is not me, and you are not Tu Fuangyi. You don't love me, and I cannot torture you." He turned to leave, his voice cold. "We can't possibly act out this insipid play, like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water. Stop doing these useless, laughable things." Tu Fuangyi watched him leave in a daze, thinking in confusion. The male lead has gone off script. This is no longer one of the plot points that should appear in those 30 versions. Tu Fuangyi leaned against the bridge railing, anxious and sad, sighing wearily and muttering, "But love, this is much harder than dying and much more troublesome." She looked up at the sparkling, starry sky, illuminated by the faint, bright moonlight. Tu Fuangyi reached her hands towards the moonlight, thinking wearily. However, it seems that in what he just said, there's something or some feeling related to the truth that I'm about to grasp. Her hands closed as she continued to think. What on earth is it? Suddenly, the hurried clatter of horse hooves broke the silence. It was No Song, her face anxious as she looked at Tu Fuangyi. No Song, panting, approached her and asked worriedly, Fuangyi, are you all right? It's my fault. Just now, I was only focused on my own anger and let Kuang Lai Thuong take you away. You don't blame me, do you? Tu Fuangyi's gaze fell sadly as she whispered, No Song, why are you so good to me? Tu Fuangyi thought anxiously. In the original story, Tu Fuangyi misunderstood that Kuang Lai Thuong and No Song had a past romance, so she always avoided her and didn't meet with her. I also didn't clearly write about what happened between them. No Song chuckled, looked at her, and said, What silly things are you saying? We are friends. Since you've come to Lin Chao, of course I have to take care of you. She looked at No Song anxiously, her eyes welling up with tears, thinking guiltily, Kuang Lai Thuong is not Kuang Lai Thuong, and I am not Tu Fuangyi. And her, if she knew her own fate, would she also refuse to be No Song? Thinking this way, I, the author, am truly a failure. No Song smiled lightly, gently stroking her hair, and said slowly, I remember the last time we talked all night was the year my father and I returned to the capital for an imperial audience. It's a pity I couldn't stay in the capital for too long. We still had so many heartfelt things to say to each other. No Song sighed and said faintly, just like that, 2 years have passed. I didn't expect so many things to happen. The Supreme Emperor abdicated. The new emperor ascended the throne. You got married, and I haze. Fuangyi was startled, looking at No Song in a fluster, and stammered in reply, yes, right. She grew anxious, breaking into a cold sweat, and thought in a panic, I'm doomed. That heartfelt talk was just something I briefly wrote to show that No Song and Tu Fuangyi once had a very good relationship. But I never wrote out the specifics. Big sister, please don't bring it up again. I can't make anything up right now. No Song suddenly took Fuangyi's hand and said slowly, Tell me, do you want to leave Kuang Lai Thuong? Fuangyi viplit bolang li hiu. No Song smiled, her eyes on Fuangyi, and said, Although your marriage was bestowed by the Empress Dowager, it's not impossible to change if I. No Song paused for a moment, raising a hand to her chin, and said slowly, If I really enter the Fengyi Palace to become the Empress, well, other things might be hard to say, but getting you out of this unfortunate marriage wouldn't be a difficult matter. Fuangyi was shocked and hurriedly asked, You've accepted entering the palace? No Song gave a faint smile, her face lowered, and replied slowly, Whether I accept it or not, I still have to endure it. My word doesn't count. My father, he also has to think of the No family, of the tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. No Song took Fuangyi's hand and said, But it's not all bad, is it? At least I can still help you. No Song's face showed excitement. She winked at her and replied cheerfully, Or I could also find a way to arrange another good marriage for you. No Song asked, That young Master Kyo, has he ever been married? Fuangyi stared blankly, looking at No Song in confusion, and stammered in reply, Huh, who? No Song flicked her forehead hard, leaving a red mark, and said teasingly, Have you gone silly? No Song chuckled, her voice gentle, Kyo Nam Tong. He was forced by your uncle to refuse the marriage. Weren't you sad about it for quite a long time? If you still like him, wait until I'm in the capital, and I'll think of a way to set you two up. Fuangyi finally understood, her jaw dropping as she stared wide-eyed at No Song, and quickly replied, Kyeonam Tung, you mean? Fuangyi had an epiphany and thought to herself, I actually forgot there was a second male lead in the story. How embarrassing. Kyeonam Tung, the second male lead of this novel, is the White Moonlight fiancé I previously set up for Tu Fuangyi to drag out the love-hate revenge plot between Tu Fuangyi and Kuang Lai Thuong for several dozen more chapters. Tu Fuangyi respected his character and admired his talent, but because of the matter with Grand Preceptor Tu, the two of them broke off the engagement due to a misunderstanding. Fuangyi suddenly remembered something and continued to think. According to the original story, Tu Fuangyi is still in the capital right now, and it's almost time for Kyo Nam Tung's appearance. Now I'm in Lin Chao, so Kyo Nam Tung has no opportunity to make his official appearance. and yet he still managed to appear through No Song's words. This script really follows the plot very closely. Fuang Yi turned to look at No Song, her eyes a little troubled. But you have your own troubles right now. Are you still in the mood to worry about me? Fuang Yi worriedly continued to think to herself. In the original story, No Song also sympathized with Fuang Yi's situation and had the idea of helping her, but their positions at that time made it impossible for them to have a close relationship anymore. No Song laughed, sighed, and turned around, saying, "A sword has two edges, a matter has two sides. Whether it's right or wrong, good or bad, it's all in one's perspective. If I just keep sighing and complaining, it won't change anything, right?" No Song walked to the bed and slowly sat down, a faint smile on her lips, and said slowly, "Besides, the position of Empress is something countless people desire. If I enter the palace unhappily, His Majesty the Emperor will only think I'm being inconsiderate." Fuang Yi's face darkened slightly as she replied in a low, firm voice, "Perhaps it's not impossible to change." No Song found it ridiculous, closing her eyes and saying, "Change it how? During the day when my father told me, I even thought about dying just so he could send someone else to the capital. But what His Majesty the Emperor wants is not me, but a daughter of the No family. Even if I were dead, I'm afraid he would still bury me in the imperial mausoleum under the title of Empress." Fuang Yi's face was a bit pensive as she replied in a worried tone, "I heard that these past few days, Crown Prince Truong has been secretly inspecting the So River. It's a small riverside town not far from here. If you dare to take a risk and take his head, such a great merit would surely shake the world." After hearing Fuang Yi's words, No Song was astonished and asked in a flustered voice, "Crown Prince Truong So?" In the original work, the Lai Kingdom to the west borders the 4 prefectures of Truong So. The two countries have gone to war many times to fight over Dong's son in Min Noyet Bay. In the original story, it was because Quang Lai Thuong learned of the Crown Prince's secret itinerary that he personally went to Lin Chao. He ambushed and beheaded Crown Prince Truong So himself, which terrified Marquis Wu Wei, frightened both the king and soldiers of Nam Chao, and further won the hearts of the people for the powerful authority he would later hold. No Song was shocked after hearing the news, looking at Fuang Yi in astonishment, and asked in a low, firm voice, "This must be a top secret matter. Did you hear it from Quang Lai Thuong?" Fuang Yi replied in a low voice, "You could say that." She frowned, her voice hoarse as she continued. "The ancient said that 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a good general is hard to find. Compared to the ready-made position of an empress in the Deep Palace, a brave and strategic female general who can even behead the enemy prince. His Majesty the Emperor surely won't have a hard time choosing, right?" Fuang Yi continued in a low, firm voice, "When you have a great merit in your hands and your fame spreads far and wide, even if His Majesty still wants to make you the Empress." After hearing the top secret news from Fuang Yi, No Song immediately rushed out of the palace and set off to take the enemy prince's head. No Song recalled Fuang Yi's words. "You must also listen clearly to whether you want it or not, whether you are willing or not. But the price of freedom might be fresh blood or even your life." At this moment, Fuang Yi stood beside Quang Lai Thuong, saying in a contemplative voice, "The No Song in the story did become the Empress, but her entire life she yearned for the vast sky and high clouds beyond the palace walls." Fuang Yi turned to look at Quang Lai Thuong, her brows furrowed, and continued, "Your big brother loves her, but he is the emperor. His heart is filled with hatred in the world, with not much room left for a woman in the harem." She paused slightly, her voice quiet. "He is suspicious and arrogant, and can never give No Song the love she desires. After Marquis Wu Wei was killed by your big brother, she, in order to protect everyone in the No family, requested to be deposed as empress and become a nun, never meeting your big brother again until her death." Quang Lai Thuong gave a faint, mocking smile. "How rare. Are you feeling compassionate and want to give her a different life?" Fuang Yi laughed and continued, No Song is very important. She is closely related to the future emotional plot lines. Whether it's the relationship between Fuang Yi and you, or you and the Emperor eliminating the King of Nam Chao later, and the whole situation of seizing military power back from Marquis Wu Wei, it's all closely linked. You could say, without No Song entering the palace to become Empress, the subsequent events could hardly unfold. Quang Lai Thuong stared at her and said in a low, firm voice, "You want to..." Before he could finish she shouted loudly. That's right, I want to change the entire story. Kwang Lai Thuong's eyes immediately narrowed as he looked at her. Thuong Yi turned back with a triumphant smile and continued. If the revised story must always follow the most basic settings and direction of the original work, then what if I make it so it doesn't follow the original story's development at all? She turned to look at Kwang Lai Thuong and said in a low voice, constantly reminiscing will lead to errors in the story. So if the entire story is changed, what kind of unpredictable bugs will occur? These mistakes and flaws are the breakthroughs to seeing the truth, just like these two flower hairpins you found before. Kwang Lai Thuong touched his chin, his voice quiet as he replied. In that case, why did you tell me about your intentions? Do you trust me that much? After hearing about Tu Thuong-gi's intentions, Kwang Lai Thuong thought she trusted him. He pressed her, but she asserted, no, I don't trust you. He was extremely surprised, immediately becoming flustered and stammering as he asked why. She said that the current Kwang Lai Thuong was no longer the man he used to be, so it was difficult for her to know what he wanted, what he feared, or how to hurt him or move his heart. But since he himself admitted he was no longer his former self, she could no longer trust him. He immediately grew somber, suspecting Thuong Yi wanted to use him. Thuong Yi raised her hand to indicate that was wrong. She continued, if this matter only benefited me, that would be me using you, but this benefits us both, so it's more accurate to call it partnership. Lai Thuong sighed, saying she even knew how to treat different people in their own specific ways. He chuckled to himself, then told her to just speak directly if she had anything to say in the future. There was no need for the two of them to beat around the bush anymore. She wasn't very pleased, then said she wanted to know what he was thinking right now. She felt very lonely, all alone in an entire world. She knew everything in this world was written by her own hand, but now she could no longer control it. She said she needed him, but she also needed to know what she could do for him and what he needed her help with. Although in the past, Tu Thuong Yi had once said that as long as she could return, she would change his life. But she didn't know how to put him at ease. So in her opinion, when it came to a partnership, mutual benefit was the most solid pact. Suddenly, Kwang Lai Thuong asked her, what is this world to you? He asked what he was to her. Tu Thuong Yi looked at him blankly and asked, is this that important? The man's deep, steady voice rang out, very important. Kwang Lai Thuong frowned, saying he needed to know if in her eyes, he was a living, breathing person or still a world apart, separated between reality and the story like before. Still just a puppet like before. As he said this, his voice grew soft and tinged with sadness. Tu Thuong Yi turned her head away, no longer meeting his gaze, and affirmed that Kwang Lai Thuong was originally a character in a story. In fact, this is a story. This place can only be a story. The moment she finished speaking, he couldn't hold back and pulled her into his arms, tugged down the robe on her shoulder, and left a bloody bite mark on her delicate shoulder. Tu Thuong Yi cried out, asking what he was doing. He whispered in her ear, getting hurt, losing your life, feeling pain. That's real, isn't it? You can commit suicide without hesitation to reset the story because you don't see your current self as your real self. You feel that your current self is just an observer hiding in the shell of the story's Tu Thuong Yi. Losing your life is just a way to once again correct the story's flaws. His words came out unhurriedly and calmly. She struggled, demanding he let her go, but he said if you had really killed yourself last time, you would have truly died. Their bodies were pressed close together. Kwang Lai Thuong asked if she still wanted to harm herself. She insisted that she was still very clear about what she was doing. He separated from her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and whispered, no matter what, he is Kwang Lai Thuong, and will always be Kwang Lai Thuong. He took her hand, his face tinged with sadness. Kwang Lai Thuong will still love Tu Thuong Yi. It's because his life was full of chaos until he met her and found comfort and warmth. In reality, he is a very weak person. He began to mock himself with a pained smile, saying how in the middle of the night he could soak his pillow with tears from fear and would resentfully curse the heavens and the earth. He deluded himself into thinking that as long as he was strong, he could protect what he cherished. She was very surprised, only able to look at him with a face full of confusion and doubt. Suddenly, he placed her hand on his chest so she could feel his beating heart, then said he couldn't bear the pain of loss, nor did he dare to wait for hope. He believed those things were a part of him, and she couldn't change that. Tu Thuong Yi was flustered and then suddenly hugged him tightly. She couldn't bring herself to apologize to him. How could she deny the character and the story she herself had created? She thought to herself, No matter what, even if this world is full of suffering and tragedy, whether the characters are despicable or noble, whether the ending is happy or a ton of tragedy, this world is still the peach blossom spring of her dreams. The heavy exhaustion made her collapse onto his shoulder to soothe her heart's troubles. Back at the Imperial Palace, Tu Fangyi lifted her robe to treat the bite from Kwang Lai Thuong earlier that afternoon. Looking at the wound, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that guy a dog?" Then she unconsciously wondered if she needed a rabies shot. Somewhere else, Kwang Lai Thuong, who was being labeled as rabid, also felt a little sheepish. The next day, by the clear blue lake, under the warm golden sunlight, Thuong Gi and Lai Thuong sat in the residence, continuing the unfinished story from yesterday. She was as beautiful and gentle today as she was yesterday while he was sitting. She began to speak. In the original story, halfway on his journey to Lingzhou, he escaped the pursuit of the Grand Emperor's assassins, but then went missing. When the news reached Prince Huck's residence in the capital, Tu Fangyi didn't know about those major affairs of yours. But she knew that if you died, her fate would only have two outcomes. One was, as Prince Huck's consort, to be sent by the Emperor to the Mu nunnery to mourn you for the rest of her life. Otherwise, she would be forced to commit suicide by immolation to avoid causing more trouble for the Empress Dowager and the Tu family. If so, it would be truly pitiful for her. Fangyi even thought about confiding in No Song, but she didn't have anyone she could trust to entrust with this. So she went to Lingzhou herself to ask No Song to find Kwang Lai Thuong. But halfway there, she met someone. She said that highly skilled guard belonged to the Grand Emperor. His name was Lu Ji. He was hunting you, and you injured him quite severely. Your whereabouts were unknown, so he risked going near the Muzhou region to treat his wounds, and it just so happened that he ran into Tu Fangyi passing by. When she had entered the palace to see the Empress Dowager before, she could be considered somewhat acquainted with him. After learning she had left the palace with you, he immediately thought of using Fangyi as bait to lure you out. Seeing her expression change, he squeezed her chin hard to threaten her. Of course, she was scared. She knew that once he found Lai Thuong's whereabouts, he would definitely report it to the Grand Emperor upon returning to the capital. So she feigned kindness to that demon. She endured for many days, just waiting for the chance. As soon as she gained his trust, she took advantage of a moment when he was unsuspecting and unconscious while treating his wounds, and she ended his life. After listening, Lai Thuong said grimly, "Everything has changed now, so what's the meaning of you telling me these things?" She ignored his question and continued the story. Later, he would also learn that to protect him, Tu Fangyi could have the courage to face someone who was clearly much stronger than her. She reminded him that he couldn't help but be moved. Fangyi smiled faintly and continued, "This is a very important emotional turning point for the two of you." After speaking, she turned to him and said, "Fangyi is not a weak woman who only knows how to sit and cry in the rear courtyard. She knew her own destiny was bound to yours, so she didn't just sit idly by waiting for your love and rescue. She's not weak at all. Don't you look down on her." Lai Thuong looked at her, his expression pensive. She was thinking that Lu Ji is the biggest threat to Lai Thuong right now, even though the Grand Emperor is now gone. Moreover, according to the logic the original storyline must follow, would Lai Thuong's story just disappear like that? The leaves rustled. The sound of an arrow suddenly cut through the air, whistling towards the two of them. Lai Thuong reacted sharply, quickly pulling her aside to dodge the arrow. Knowing there was danger, he hurriedly pulled her and ran away quickly. Suddenly, two figures gradually appeared on the city wall. In their hands, they held two bows. It was him, Lu Ji. The subordinates immediately shouted for the prince to go quickly. While running, he realized the arrows were all aimed at her. Lai Thuong frowned, wondering, why are all the arrows aimed at her? Didn't he come here for me? While running, she suddenly grabbed his arm and said in a trembling voice, "Wait a moment." She gritted her teeth in pain, her mouth uttering a single word, "Hurts." When he looked over and saw she had been hit by an arrow, he quickly supported her. She struggled to say to Lai Thuong, "I'm begging you, you must not let me die." Blood began to seep from her wound. Fangyi's whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "I changed the plot, so I have to bear the consequences related to me and the plot. No Song's skills are not as good as others. Assassinating the crown prince probably wouldn't go so smoothly. My agreement with No Song. If she encountered an unsolvable problem in Xiao Town, she must write down everything big or small, and send it to me. That way, I would be able to return to 3 days prior to rewrite her chapter on the plan to behead the crown prince from the beginning. But if everything on her end went smoothly, then the plot would definitely be completely changed, leading to it being unable to continue following the previous setup. If it's me, if I can't continue to write the story after that, the story stops. What will I do? I think I might have to delete this part of the story and return to a fork in the story. Actually, you were right. It hurts so much. My death is just a way to correct the story's flaws one more time. Therefore, no song has probably succeeded. That me must die, and go back 3 days, back to before no song, and I made this plan to kill the crown prince. Back to when the plot was controllable. She sobbed bitterly, crying that the pain was killing her. It's killing me, but this time I can't die. It hurts so much I really want to die. I never expected that death had become a familiar method of mine. Seeing her like this, he also felt a bit of heartache. Why? Why must you let yourself fall into such a miserable state? I believe you have other choices. You actually don't have to do this. Fuangyi, with tears welling in her eyes, said, actually constantly denying myself is no different from being dead at all. Xiaoyu was in a deep coma due to her severe injuries. At this moment, the scene shifts to her mind. She was still in the body of Tu Fuangyi, still wearing ancient attire, but her hand was holding a modern doorknob. Xiaoyu softly told her mother that she was home and pushed the door open to enter. A familiar scent wafted from inside the house. It was the stir-fried shrimp she loved. Besides that, her mother's voice called out, telling the father and son to stop playing and come eat. The family scene at this moment was so warm. The father and son were sitting and playing games. Xiaoyu was hugging and watching her mother cook, praising her for always being the best. But that warm atmosphere was immediately shattered when her older brother spoke up, asking, "Mom, do we have a guest today? You set out an extra set of bowl and chopsticks." The other three were all bewildered. She said, a little flustered, "I was just dazed. I thought your little sister would be home for dinner today." Xiaoyu was worried. Wasn't she already home and standing right next to her mother? After speaking, she turned to scold Yi Xiaoyan. "Are you trying to cause trouble by saying your sister isn't home?" But it seemed they couldn't hear anything. The father and son looked at each other in confusion. Her brother exclaimed, "Mom, since when do I have a little sister?" Xiaoyu's mother was still in a daze. She told Xiaoyan not to joke around. "You clearly have a little sister. Her name is Xiao." Xiao. What was the little girl's name again? She stammered but couldn't remember. Her husband immediately worried about her health, asking if she was too tired. They only had one son, Xiaoyan, no daughter. Although she had doubts in her heart, she had to let it go because she couldn't remember anything. Xiaoyan worriedly poured his mother a glass of water to calm her down. Xiaoyu felt like she was collapsing. She tried to shout, "You're all teasing me, right? Today isn't April Fool's. Stop joking, Yi Xiaoyan. You want to fight me for the shrimp again, don't you? Don't think I can't beat you. You just wait. I've just learned a super powerful move. Whoever loses does the dishes." But reality pushed her away from her family. She could only watch helplessly as she was separated from them while they gradually faded into darkness. She called for her mother in despair, but no one could hear her call. Suddenly, her mother remembered her daughter's name. "It's Xiaoyu. I remember now. Our daughter's name is Xiaoyu." Before she could rejoice, her brother threw a bucket of cold water on her, snapping her back to reality. He said, "What kind of mother would name her child Xiaoyu? You as in superfluous. How could you call her that?" Xiaoyu cried. She couldn't be recognized by her beloved family again. A voice echoed out, saying that someone named Xiaoyu seemed unimportant, very superfluous, and didn't exist in the first place. The scene returned to Lai Thuong's residence. Someone reported that Lu Ji had lost his life. The remaining people had confessed. And this was the Empress Dowager's order. The attendant continued. It seems the Empress Dowager was worried that if Chu No became the Empress, the Tu family would be discarded by the Emperor. She assassinated you and blamed Marquis Wu Wei, creating a rift in front of His Majesty. Lai Thuong pondered deeply, then waved his hand, signaling for silence. Beside him was Xiaoyu, recuperating from her injuries. He looked at her and thought, as she said, the story would be revised. Lu Ji's purpose was no longer important. It was just a script that used Lu Ji to kill him, but in reality, it was a script to kill her, thereby resetting the story back to the beginning. The attendant stared at him in astonishment and thought to himself, "Our prince is afraid of disturbing the princess consort's rest." Lai Thuong gently stroked her hair, thinking about the original story and the struggles between her in the original story. His face darkened as he gave a bitter smile about the cooperation, while behind him, the attendant was preparing to slip away quickly, happy that the prince had learned to care for the princess consort. The prince, however, still had that melancholic look, thinking to himself that his existence in her story was a part of her. How could he escape her thoughts and control? At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly woke up and called for her mother. The scene pulls back, showing him keeping vigil by her bed, looking very worried. Xiaoyu jolted awake, her face covered in sweat, worrying if what just happened was a premonition that if she didn't return, she might disappear forever. She thought of her brother and parents, afraid they would forget her, that her existence would be erased from that world. She turned her face away, tears streaming down, determined that she would find a way to go back. He reached out his hand, worried she had a nightmare, but she couldn't stop crying. A sense of pain and despair enveloped her. She mumbled, "It will definitely work. Solutions are all thought up by people. All difficulties can be solved as long as you try." Lai Thuong looked at her, troubled, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. At this moment, a voice from outside reported that County Head No had returned, bringing the head of the Crown Prince of Truong So and the 10 remaining prisoners. They had now entered the city, causing a commotion throughout the city. Hearing the news, Xiaoyu spoke up, "This great merit belongs to No. Now that the Grand Emperor is dead, you don't need to rush to build trust. And in the future, you won't become a target for everyone's attacks because of your high merits and great power." She struggled to sit up and asked Lai Thuong, "Actually, everything has been different since I entered this story, right?" She gripped his hand tightly and said, "Right now, my presence here is indeed not enough to change your past. But what about your future? There's a whole new future. The present is already changed, so every important event that follows can also be changed." She looked at him with expectant eyes. "You see, I'm very capable. You can agree to cooperate now, right? Even if I find a way to go home, I will make it so that the tragedies your story faced before will never happen again. Can you trust me? Besides, the past events can't be changed anymore. Even if you're worried that after I go home, I will change the entire story. But that would surely be a different story. The reason you are who you are is because all the things you've been through have made you who you are today. You no longer exist only in my story." He looked at her affectionately and gently stroked her hair, thinking to himself, is this what a person looks like when they live for themselves? So beautiful. He just chuckled softly and said, "You've worked so hard to make me trust you. It seems I really have no reason to refuse anymore. This is the promise the 9 heavens profound maiden who descended to the mortal world made to me." She was overjoyed. "You agree?" And she wiped her tears and said shyly, "But no bringing up old debts, okay? I was just joking a little." Then suddenly, her brother's words appeared in her mind again. "Isn't you just superfluous?" Both unimportant and very superfluous. So that means a person who doesn't exist. She said to Lai Thuong, "Well, for cooperation, there must be sincerity. How can you not know my name? My name is Yi Xiaoyu, Yu as in Yin Yin Yu Yu. I have a twin brother named Yi Xiaoyan. My father likes to fish, so he gave us siblings such names. If, one day, I'm gone, you must help me remember it. I'm begging you." Next were matters concerning the fate of the two of them. She told him he must listen to her seriously. She laid out a timeline of important events in the plot, such as the Emperor's grand wedding in September, the Laba Festival banquet in December. New Year. She took a wooden stick, tapped it on the plan, and said, "In the original story, after the incognito trip to Lingzhou, the Grand Emperor realized he could no longer suppress you. Your relationship with Tu Fuangyi also underwent a significant change because she left the capital to find you. The Grand Emperor's desire to eliminate you thus increased, but his body grew weaker by the day. All the power he could hold was also taken away by you step by step. Therefore, he was mad with anger, so he used every method he could think of to deal with you. After that, both the imperial court and your relationship with Tu Fuangyi were thrown into greater turmoil, because of it starting to involve the interests of various parties. The situation became even more tense, almost to the point of a life-or-death struggle. Then she snatched the paper from it, threw it into the fire to burn, and said, "This also shows that the two of us need to change the story. There could be many directions to start from, just like this, and then like that. In the end, it will definitely." Her eyes lit up as she described her perfect plan. While speaking enthusiastically, She even slammed her hand on the table. As a result, her wound reopened. It was killing her with pain. Quang Lai Thuong just smiled lightly and supported her. She didn't stop but said their next plan would be like this. Understood? Then she thanked him for that. He said, I understand clearly, and also said there's no need to be polite. A few days later, No Song's banner flew in the wind, along with the echoing sound of horns. Following behind were carriages carrying the prisoners of war. No Song appeared majestically, riding a white horse. In the carriage, Tu Phuong Gi wondered. No Song is entering the capital to present the prisoners. Why do we have to travel separately from her? Quang Lai Thuong replied, in your story, the Grand Emperor was the greatest enemy of mine, and the Emperor before he died, my brother, and I also had a common enemy. But now the Grand Emperor is dead. If the story still tries to develop the plot based on the original events, then next, who is the enemy that might appear? He pondered deeply. Suddenly, the name of Empress Dowager Tu appeared in his mind, but it couldn't be. She looked at him, confused, and asked, you're saying it's. He replied pensively, I don't hope the story will go in that direction, so we must try to prevent such a situation from happening. No Song has achieved great merit this time. It is her effort alone, with no connection to either you or me. Marquis Wu Wei is loyal to the Lai Kingdom. He is an upright official and a loyal general. Before, he was loyal to the Grand Emperor. Later, he will be loyal to His Majesty. After hearing this, she said, I know now. I should have thought of this possibility. A while later, she dozed off by the carriage curtain. Suddenly, the carriage hit a rock. She frowned in discomfort as her wound reopened, blood seeping through her clothes. Seeing her enduring it like that, he reached out his hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. Quang Lai Thuong said, the road is bumpy. Lean on him and sleep. She was injured and it was inconvenient to lie down. Lean against my chest and sleep. Her back was injured and it was not convenient to lie down. Tu Phuong Gi looked up at him in surprise. He gently asked her, what's wrong? She smiled, looked at him, and said, as a senior with rich experience in the theory of love, let me give you a reminder. When you show your gentlemanliness and kindness to a woman, it's very easy to make her fall in love. He helplessly showed a look of resignation and asked, could it be that she has fallen in love with me? She massaged her own shoulder and said, that's not impossible. After all, the suspension bridge effect can easily make people develop feelings. And right now, we are TSK, like two grasshoppers on the same string. Suddenly he asked her, had she ever thought about something? She blankly uttered, huh? He turned his face away and then said, actually in the original story, the me of now might have already fallen for her. Tu Phuong Gi didn't realize the meaning in his words. She clapped her hands and said loudly, I have it. She took out a piece of candy from who knows where, took his hand, placed the candy in it, and said, have some candy. Tu Phuong Gi looked at Quang Lai Thuong's confused expression. She looked at him seriously and explained, the flip side of a fictional love is a piece of sweet cake. Inviting you to eat candy means that being with me will be very sweet. He was puzzled but still told her, promise me that in the future she should switch to writing jokes. Don't force herself to write such terrible love stories anymore. She scratched her head and said casually, that's fine too. It seems some things are unavoidable. Suddenly, Tu Phuong Gi glanced over at Lai Thuong, saying that using some tricks is also necessary. He was stunned and worried about what she was planning to do. Before he could speak, she placed her hands on his cheeks, patting them and saying that she would be a little impolite next and asked for his forgiveness. As soon as she finished, she puckered her lips, wanting to kiss Lai Thuong. He got scared. The closer she got, the more he sweated, asking her what she was doing. While puckering her lips, she explained her wild plan to turn a fictional story into a sweet one, telling them they had to do it well, telling him not to be afraid. She would be as gentle as possible. The moment their lips were about to touch, he covered his mouth with his hand. So Xiaoyu kissed his hand, but because her eyes were closed, she still thought she had hit the mark. He was speechless and turned his face away. He placed his hand on her head, turned it to the other side, and said, when your head hurts, you only know to check the head. When your leg hurts, you only know to check the leg. Is that it? What kind of sweet story is this? But he accidentally turned her head too forcefully, straining Xiaoyu's muscles. She cried out in pain, and it even pulled at the wound on her back. He immediately apologized and asked if she was okay. Suddenly, the carriage seemed to hit something and shook. She couldn't sit steadily, so her body started to sway and fall backward. His hand reached out and pulled her into his arms. Quang Lai Thuong was helpless. To let a woman like her take the initiative in such a matter, it was really forcing her too much. It was better for him to take the lead. Tu Fuangyi waved her hand, indicating that it wasn't forced at all. She recounted that from the very first time she wrote his name, when she thought about his past, then thought about his thoughts, when she portrayed his current personality, she said this while smiling very brightly. She had thought, the male lead in her heart is definitely worthy of being loved. Kwang Lai Thuong's face froze. He was truly moved. He told her to close her eyes. Then his face moved close to hers, and his lips pressed against hers. He kissed her gently. Xiaoyu's heart rate was increasing, but it seemed her feelings were denied by herself, as she saw this as the most correct way to solve the problem. She looked at him happily and said they had succeeded, but his expression was a little sad and lost. Fuangyi didn't seem to notice and continued talking about how, in the story, all the plot points are unimportant, whether No Song becomes the empress or not, who killed Crown Prince Chuangso, whether the Grand Emperor dies early or late, whether the Emperor intends to kill Kwang Lai Thuong or not. Only the emotions are the true theme of the story. She said that what the two of them wanted to change was never the plot of the original story. A story can be expressed in hundreds of thousands of ways, but the emotions that can be expressed are only one. She spoke confidently about what makes a fictional story completely unable to develop further, which is emotion and reconciliation. When all the grievances and injustices disappear, then there is no point in continuing to be entangled. The change in the story's plot can sever my recollection, but the outcome of the emotions. Unless my existence is completely erased, but if I no longer exist, then this story is no longer related to me. Fuangyi turned around and said their cooperation had truly been achieved. She turned towards Lai Thuong, held out her hand for a handshake, and said this was it. If they had cooperated sooner, the story could have ended here, and even requested a happy cooperation. Unexpectedly, not only did he not shake her hand in agreement, but he also flicked her forehead and said that if they followed her foolish method of developing feelings just now, it wouldn't end even in 100 years. He told her to stop being so smug. Xiaoyu rubbed her forehead, wincing. Clearly she had tried very hard. Wasn't that okay? He retorted, saying she still hadn't left as before. This story, how will it continue from here? According to her, all the previously revised plot points were stubbornly trying to develop as in the original plot. And the most important main line of the whole story is the tragic romance. The more she spoke, the more indescribably excited she became. Fuangyi couldn't help but wonder, in this story, who is the most pitiful, most wronged, most aggrieved person hurt by the tragic romance. Then she thought again. Even so, she was still the culprit behind all of this. She thought the one who most hoped that the creator of this tragedy would also suffer a similar tragic life. The person who cared most about the development of emotions in this story was the female lead she created, Tu Fuangyi. At this moment, the scene shifted to Tu Fuangyi's memory. On her wedding night, her husband didn't want to share a bed with her. This made Fuangyi blame herself, thinking that perhaps she was treated this way because she was ugly, until the prince fell ill with a cough. No matter how much she inquired after him, she was not answered and instead received his annoyed gaze. It made her blame herself even more for not being virtuous enough, which was why he disliked her so much, until she fell into a miserable situation with the sword in her hand plunged into his chest. She still believed it was because of her bad fate that she had committed a grave sin in her past life, leading to the retribution of this life. She resentfully remembered that person's belated apology. She hated the heavens. Where did she go wrong? Did the heavens want to play with her? If you want to grant me death, then bestow it clearly. The scene suddenly changed. Now it was a scene of a laptop being closed. Our Xiaoyu had just finished her story. She was even planning to treat herself to a lavish meal. Then in a completely contrasting scene, Fuangyi on the other side, as if drained of all strength, collapsed in sorrow when she heard that her life was just a story. Tons of tragedies seemed to replay in her subconscious. She cried in sorrow, then she collapsed, crying helplessly and aggrieved. She screamed out in grievance. She did not. Then suddenly, that scene no longer echoed with those tragic cries. Instead, she wore a pained smile and said that if Xiaoyu found the story she wrote so interesting, then she should experience it for herself. Xiaoyu seemed to sense her presence. She spoke loudly, hoping Tu Fuangyi could hear her, saying that Fuangyi had already become her own person and was no longer a controlled character in Xiao Yu's story. Xiao Yu wanted to go home. This story had ended, and the life ahead belonged to Fuangyi to decide. Xiao Yu reached out as if trying to hold her back. But Fuangyi spoke decisively without a hint of hesitation, saying that her staying here would do no good for this world. Xiao Yu losing her memories was the biggest bug in this world. But Fuangyi did not stay to listen. Xiao Yu could only ask helplessly why she wasn't willing to listen, as everything could be discussed slowly to find a solution. Xiao Yu cried in pain, saying she just wanted to go home. She slumped down in loneliness, still muttering to herself that she really wanted to go home. At this moment, Fuangyi's voice rang out, asking Xiao Yu if she wanted to go home. Wasn't she the one who wanted to come here? Did she regret it now? Xiao Yu's face darkened as she reflected on herself, believing she was a failure. Returning to the time she submitted her work results to her superior, wanting her signature. But after looking at it, the superior praised her, saying that her talent was originally very good. But after the drafts she was revising now, she suggested they stop wasting each other's time, a tone that clearly meant she was terminating her employment. On the way home, she answered a call from her best friend, inviting her out with other friends. Xiao Yu had actually stayed indoors for months. She declined, saying she had to go back to revise her drafts and wish them a good time. Back home, she quietly greeted her parents, but her presence seemed completely overshadowed in that house. Now, there were only arguments between her parents, as her mother reproached her husband for meeting another woman. She warned him not to go anywhere, but her father didn't back down. He argued that his mistress had given him a son. He claimed that because his wife could only save the daughter out of the twins she carried, he had to spend money on another woman to bear him a son. They kept blaming each other. Her mother mentioned her difficult labor and called her a damn brat whose tough fate caused her brother's death. Her husband shouted back, asking if it wasn't because her body was weak and that for years she couldn't have another child, nearly leading his family line to extinction. At that time, Xiao Yu could only hide in her room, holding her head and crying in despair, as if she no longer cared about anything. She wondered if the one who survived back then wasn't her, but her brother. Would he also have lived a difficult, failed life and be called redundant just like her? She soaked her drafts with tears and lamented that this life was too harsh. She secretly thought that if she could just enter the story, it would be wonderful. Xiao Yu had now regained her true memories. She trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Tu Fuangyi, sitting opposite her, smiled mockingly. "Have you remembered now?" Then she casually said that it was you who wanted to come to this beautiful world, Yi Xiao Yu. She laughed contemptuously, saying that since Xiao Yu was such a redundant failure, did she still want to return to that so-called real world? Xiao Yu couldn't say anything, helplessly listening to Tu Fuangyi mock her life. She said that the beautiful motivation in the real world that made Xiao Yu desperately want to go back was actually just something Xiao Yu had imagined to escape reality. A dark color appeared with the memory of her sitting on a hospital bed waiting for medicine. Tu Fuangyi gave a savage, scornful smile. Xiao Yu had discovered that the world wasn't wrong at all. This peach blossom spring that Xiao Yu created for herself could no longer protect her. No matter where she was, a useless thing like Xiao Yu would still be useless and redundant. Yi Xiao Yu tried to deny everything Tu Fuangyi said, but she was cut off. Fuangyi laughed coldly and said, "Yi Xiao Yu, you definitely don't dare to believe these things, do you? Just like how Tu Fuangyi herself once didn't dare to believe her own life was just a joke arbitrarily created by someone else. But unfortunately, that's the truth." After speaking, Tu Fuangyi turned and left. Yi Xiao Yu hurriedly tried to stop her, wanting Tu Fuangyi to tell her how to return to the real world. She missed her family. She missed everything. She didn't want to be here anymore. Tu Fuangyi coldly asked if Xiao Yu wanted to go home. "You don't have a home, and you won't be able to go back. Never, ever again." With that, Tu Fuangyi vanished, leaving Yi Xiao Yu to helplessly let go and leave the dream. Kuang Lai Thuong saw her return and grew worried upon seeing her drenched in tears, asking if she was all right. Yi Xiao Yu turned and said to him, "If one day you could suddenly enter your own story, perhaps anyone would be excited to the point of madness. To be able to see the characters from your own pen standing alive right before your eyes, to be able to interact with them, that in itself is already very magical." After saying this, she wiped her tears and gave a bitter smile. He slowly approached her from behind. The atmosphere seemed somewhat off, very suspicious. Yi Xiaoyu tried to continue speaking, but her throat felt choked up. Then she wanted him to hug her. He agreed and held her tightly in his arms. She apologized, saying it seemed she still couldn't do it, but that it was all right. Their cooperation would have a long-lasting effect. He told her to rest assured that he would think of another method. But the other method he spoke of was. Then he suddenly took a knife and stabbed Yi Xiaoyu deeply from behind. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But because he acted so suddenly, she didn't have time to say anything, her face only showing the despair she had to endure. She had died again. At this moment, he just sighed. In Quang Lai Thuong's thoughts, he had once been bewildered by his own helplessness in the struggle for power. He had also been very tired, questioning the unfairness of the heavens. Quang Lai Thuong recalled the time he was captured and forced to kneel before others. He was once told, "You people from the Lai Kingdom have quick tongues and are eloquent." Just then, that man accidentally stepped in dog poop, and he mocked Quang Lai Thuong's quick tongue. "If you lick my shoe, it would probably be very clean, wouldn't it?" To be slandered and humiliated like that. Was that truly the life of a human being? In his mind, he thought that if Yi Xiaoyu had let him know that all of this was a boring, intentionally arranged fate, then everything he had to endure was just a hope to change his own fate, like this joke. It was truly hard to avoid the utter absurdity and foolishness. He caressed her cold face and said, "If this is just a story, then I exist in your story. In the end, I can only be a part of you, a puppet of your will. Our cooperation, in the end, was just your one-sided willingness." Quang Lai Thuong recalled his conversation with Tu Phuong Gi. When he asked her what this world was to her, he asked her if he was important to her. Tu Phuong Gi said that changing the plot of the story could kill her memories. If she no longer existed, then this story would no longer have anything to do with her. Quang Lai Thuong pulled out the knife, believing that Tu Phuong Gi's existence was a constraint. Even if everything was changed, it would just be struggling within the old cage of the story as before. She, in the story, could not die. But now, as she said, this story has ended. With that, he laid her down. Her body lay in a pool of blood while he sat and spoke of his ideals. He said he had to escape from her and her story. He asked if this was the only way. Only if she didn't exist could this world truly no longer have anything to do with her. He turned and left, apologizing to her because she couldn't go back. She had to disappear. As she wished, if it's just a story, then no real feelings would exist between him and her. Just call it an ending. Just let it pass perfunctorily like that. After an unknown amount of time, Tu Phuong Gi opened her eyes and woke up. She sat up, not knowing what had happened to her. Quang Lai Thuong immediately realized she was Tu Phuong Gi and no longer Xiaoyu. She stammered, asking him, "You killed her?" He didn't answer. She took the opportunity to laugh like a maniac. "Ha, you killed her. You killed her." He said, "She has disappeared. You come back. Shouldn't you thank me?" Tu Phuong Gi lao get gon li tang ju. Ha ha ha. I really like this ending you've created for yourself. Finally, this story has become interesting. It's starting to get angsty now. Then she stood up and asked, "You don't understand, do you?" Tu Phuong Gi's eyes widened as she laughed at him and said she would explain it to him. She began to explain. In the beginning, Yi Xiaoyu, like many people with a strong desire to create, brought what she believed to be righteous enthusiasm to create this world, along with the people of this world. This world has nations, heroes, and beauties, and naturally, it also has the suffering of wanting what one cannot have, and the tragedy of loving someone one cannot be with. Even if this story couldn't move others, at the very least, it moved her. One day, perhaps feeling her own life was too miserable, she jumped into her own story. She knew this story was also very painful, but she didn't want to change it, because she thought that changing the story meant changing herself. She could lose anything, but she didn't want to lose herself. Her tone was one of feigned regret. Unfortunately, she was still swayed. The scene then shifted to Yi Xiaoyu and Tu Phuong Gi discussing the story together. Xiaoyu told Tu Phuong Gi that a real person must have their own hope. Something called hope will shine even in a dark world. Xiaoyu said that even if Phuong Gi was a character in her story, as long as she had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, had her own wants and loves, had hope, then she was a real person. Xiaoyu encouraged Fuangyi, saying she was the author of this story and had a golden finger, that she could change anything and to believe in her. Fuangyi recounted that Xiaoyu wanted to change Tu Fuangyi's tragic life, but her life was the very essence of this story. Her gaze fell on the orb in her hand as she said that if she changed the story, then she would no longer exist. She said she would disappear, she would be no more. But the person trapped in the story had become Yi Xiaoyu. So what was to be done? She held out the orb containing Yi Xiaoyu's hope and said to him, "Look, now she has disappeared, but her hope still remains. But I think this can no longer be called hope. It should be called stubbornness and a bit of foolishness too. If Xiaoyu changed the story, she would disappear. If she changed her, then he, the one who loved her, would also cease to exist. If Xiaoyu wanted to help everyone, then she would lose herself." Tu Fuangyi let out a sigh. When the people in the story became real in her eyes, she too would become a person in that story. Fuangyi continued mockingly. It was clearly a tragedy that Xiaoyu created, yet she delusionally hoped to save him and me from that tragedy. It's laughable, isn't it? Each person can only have one soul. And how can one soul endure so many tragedies? She continued. So every time Xiaoyu entered the story, she would give up the memories of the previous story. Countless orbs of hope appeared in the sky. Tu Fuangyi's voice was as light as a feather. Otherwise, no matter how much hope a person has, after experiencing so much despair, they would eventually collapse. And all of these are the so-called hopes she held onto after failing countless times, but never giving up. Fuangyi pointed to the brightly shining orbs filling the sky. Can you still kill her now? The person who wanted to save you so many times? Fuangyi asket Huang Li Tuang. He was utterly astonished. Fuangyi continued. He was the person she wanted to save so badly. Yet in the end, she died at his hands. Tell me, isn't an ending like that very angsty? Tu Fuangyi asked excitedly. At this moment, Kuang Lai Thuong looked up at the sky. They were all beautiful memories of the two of them. His hands began to tremble, wanting to touch them. Fuangyi expressed that she was liking this story more and more. In every story, no matter what purpose Xiaoyu had at the beginning, in the end, she would always save him, but it would always end in tragedy. She supposed that at this moment, he must also be in great pain, right? He killed Xiaoyu, thinking he could gain his freedom. But can he peacefully and comfortably enjoy this kind of freedom? Her mocking and sarcastic words were like daggers stabbing his heart. She laughed triumphantly and said, "But I like it very much." She had witnessed Xiaoyu's countless failures, even started to feel a bit disgusted with this kind of satisfaction. But then he killed Xiaoyu, haha. Tu Fuangyi's pupils stared straight at him as she laughed coldly and asked, what could be more ironic and despairing than the person she wanted to save hundreds of thousands of times betraying her, even wanting to completely erase her? She grabbed the hem of his robe and said, Xiaoyu has become even more tragic than the characters from her own pen. How very interesting. With that, she let out a triumphant laugh. While he clutched his chest in anguish, the corner of his mouth starting to bleed, his mouth constantly wondering why. Why is it like this? All he received was Tu Fuangyi's smug laughter. Kuang Lai Thuong screamed in pain. Why does this agony feel as if my whole body is about to be torn apart? Does this mean? Tu Fuang suddenly appeared and looked him straight in the eye. She wanted to know what his mood was like right now. Sad or regretful? Pain because he himself killed Xiaoyu? Her deep feelings for him. She loved him so much. Will he fall into despair because he lost her? Fuangyi demanded that he quickly describe his regret to her now. At this moment, the image of Kuang Lai Thuong's body began to change. It seemed the story was gradually collapsing. He laughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then said as expected, "This is her story. The entire existence of this place is based on her will." Meaning, he was talking about Xiaoyu. He was gradually disappearing within the story itself, but still tried to say that no matter how many times she dies, she can never escape this place. We are all trapped in it forever. Now that she has disappeared from this world, or rather, this world will disappear along with her. But suddenly he stopped, his eyes becoming more determined. The disappearance suddenly stopped, and his body began to be restored to its original state. He suspected that since he still existed, it meant this world needed a new controller at the helm. Kuang Lai Thuong waved his hand. This story that cannot reach a perfect ending needs someone to continue writing it. He turned to ask Tu Fuangyi, "You ask if I regret it?" He thought this feeling probably couldn't be called regret, but rather the realization that Xiaoyu had repeated it so many times for no reason at all. Tu Fuangyi was horrified. She began began to gradually fade away. He spoke up to thank her. If not for her, he still wouldn't have found the direction to search for the answer to the problem. At this moment, the scene returned to the time he was sitting in the carriage with Xiao Yu, but now she was gone. Only he was left with her hairpin beside him. Huang Li Tuang Thao Wen picked up the hairpin, but it too gradually vanished in his hand. His whole body involuntarily trembled. He wondered if she already knew it was just a story. Why would she want to fall into such a desperate situation in this story so many times? He covered his face, heartbroken for her, the pitiful one. Kuang Lai Thuong stood on a cliff, thinking back that she had repeated the story countless times, but could never escape the tragedy. Perhaps the real answer was never in the plot of the story at all. He thought, maybe I should see what kind of ending this world will reach if it continues like this. What will the outcome be? After that, a series of events in his life began to unfold. He was now covered in blood, leading an army on horseback, breaking through the gates of Ingtian capital. Kuang Lai Thuong ordered the generals and soldiers. After 10 years of campaigning, today we breach Tianjing. All the wealth in the city is for the people of the Li Kingdom to use. Whoever captures the Holy Emperor alive will be rewarded. Charge. After breaking away from the so-called plot, he had seized control. He had gone on a killing spree everywhere and captured the Holy Emperor alive. Scene change. He was kneeling before a person called Elder Brother Kwang Ho Ailon. He said, "The promise your humble brother made that day has now been fulfilled from now on in this land. Whether it be the white snowy plains, the yellow sand deserts, or the vast 19 ancient prefectures, the 3,000 cities must all submit at the feet of our army and people. No one will dare to go against your will. Your merits and achievements will be sung by people everywhere." Kwang Ha-Ailon told him to rise quickly and praised him as the greatest hero of the Li Kingdom. This boundless land was all exchanged for his blood and sweat. This person also said whatever he wanted, no matter what it was, even if he wanted the emperor's life, the emperor would not be stingy. But in that very moment, he was stunned, not knowing what he himself wanted. When Kuang Lai Thuong began to write his own story, he had never thought this problem would follow him for so long. Through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he has had long, drawn-out memories. He has held the highest power and also once held enormous wealth. He has even lived to other eras. He has seen the vastest appearance of this world while standing on a large ship, and has even gone to a more distant future where he himself was standing before a large electronic screen. Until the present, while he is in a modern car, he has always been pursuing his own aspirations, as if to fill the emptiness of 1,000 years that has been stretched on and on. But in the end, what does Kuang Lai Thuong desire? He probably thought he was very sure. Suddenly, there was a familiar voice calling out Xiao Yu. He looked ahead and saw a mother and child. The child called Xiao Yu asked her mother, "Mommy, can I raise a little fish?" The middle-aged woman replied, "No, my dear, you're still too young. You can't take care of a little fish yet." He was momentarily stunned, watching the mother and child talk to each other. Then remembered the words Xiao Yu once said to him. "My name is Yi Xiao Yu, the Yin Yin Yu. I have a twin brother named Yi Xiaoyan. My father likes to fish, so he gave us these names. If one day I forget this, you must help me remember. I beg you." Kuang Lai Thuong dropped the coffee cup in his hand, remembering that she had used forgetting countless times to escape the despair in this prolonged period. He could have also disappeared from the story. He felt so lucky that he still remembered her name, Yi Xiaoyu. Alone and lonely in his room, he was writing a diary of the lives he had lived. Kuang Lai Thuong. This is day 405,352. 1,230 days have passed since the last letter. This is his 22nd life. In the past 3 years, not much has happened until today, when he suddenly remembered her name. He then realized the only connection left between him and her was just that name. One day, when Kuang Lai Thuong was alone in the living room, the person next to him suddenly called him Mr. Kuang and asked how he was feeling today. He put his hand to his forehead, frowning in discomfort. Recently, he always felt his memories were in great disarray. He even suspected that the answer to the question he had always been pursuing was just his own imagination. The person who looked like his psychologist then asked him, mainly in what aspect? He replied that there was one thing It was precisely a question that had followed him for a very long time. When he was still a character in Xiao Yu's story, she had given him purpose and meaning in life. The person then brought him a glass of water and told him to continue. Kuang Lai Thuong said he didn't know how to answer this question, but it always existed every second, every minute, almost in sync with his breath. He had searched for countless answers, but none were right. He knew he had to find the end of this world, but now it seemed to be endless. He told the other person that he thought he should have known the correct answer already, but there was still one thing missing, the most important thing among these answers. But he couldn't face it. Just thinking about it, he felt a sorrow, as if being choked by someone. He had no way to face that sorrow directly. He had failed. This question began to exist when he left Xiao Yu's story. His sense of confusion and sorrow was clearer and more intense than any experience in the original story. The doctor then asked if that was related to love. For a long time, he had seen that he always talked about his work and his life. But he felt that didn't seem to be his real concern. He had never mentioned his own feelings. Could it be that from beginning to end, there hasn't been a single person who could enter his heart to share his secrets? The doctor's words immediately made him think about his past memories with Xiao Yu. Kuang Lai Thuong's hand, holding the cup, trembled. He said that has nothing to do with this. The doctor standing in front of him immediately asked, why is it not related? He said humans are emotional animals. Everyone has the need for contact, yet you always avoid your feelings. Could it be because you're afraid of love? At this point, the doctor's face transformed into the face of Tu Fuangyi. She asked again, is it because you're afraid of love? Agitated, he crushed the cup, but Fuangyi continued to speak. Kuang Lai Thuong, you've lived for 1,000 years, so have you found the life and freedom that you desire? She said he has everything. There's nothing he can't do, but he has never stopped for love. Is it because he's afraid of love? Then she chuckled and said she knew. In her opinion, it is ultimately a love story. He was not satisfied with the love in the story. He was not satisfied with the life in the story. Even though he became the master of his own destiny, he still always avoided love. Tu Fuangyi let out a laugh and said it was truly a paradox. Only adolescents deliberately go against their parents' wishes. She looked straight at him and said, just because you hate being a character in a romance novel, you don't even dare to face love. How dare you think you are free? Even when you have everything, you still don't dare to overcome the real fear in your heart. She contemptuously said that in that case, he was still just a puppet in her hands, a product of her consciousness. After the talk, Kuang Lai Thuong stood up to leave. At this moment, the doctor had returned. He told Kuang Lai Thuong that every time he came to his place, he never opened his heart. Such an expensive treatment cost made him feel really embarrassed. But Kuang Lai Thuong did not answer. In his mind now, there was only one thought. This world was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. It will be destroyed with his death and rebuilt with his rebirth. He even found traces of himself having lived a very long time ago. With that thought, he opened the door to leave and thought that every person he met had their own complex life. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, he felt that rather than being the one who wrote this world, it was more like he had become one of the many living beings in this world. That evening, Kuang Lai Thuong sat alone, drinking wine and contemplating life. By now, he had dragged out this fanfiction for a very long time. Perhaps it was time to return to the original principle and continue that perfunctory script one more time. Then he thought of her again. Don't cry anymore. Don't keep thinking of new ideas. Take a rest. Being in such pain, can she endure the despair that comes after striving so hard for hope? If he, as powerful as the one Xiao Yu created, could only wait to be rescued by others time and time again, that would be too incompetent, wouldn't it? Kuang Lai Thuong thought unconsciously. He had found what he truly wanted. He had a soul. To literature, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it's all just a few strokes, a mere moment. Returning to her story, this place should not have changed at all. Oh, look who's here. Tu Fuangyi suddenly appeared before him and said it's been a long time. He asked, are you Tu Fuangyi? Where is Yi Xiaoyu? She's dead. You killed her. Have you lost your memory? Please, this plot is so old. Change it to something else. Tu Fuangyi said jokingly. Kuang Lai Thuong, said he never negated Xiao Yu's story. The fact that he could return to this place meant the story and she still existed. He asked again where she was to tell him. Tu Fuangyi frowned in annoyance. He had clearly become the controller of this story, and also the only one who knew the truth of this world. He had everything, could control his destiny, which made him a god. Why did he want to come back, not continue his wonderful life? Then she moved closer to him and guessed if it was because he found that having it all wasn't as good as he had imagined, so he regretted it. Now, she asked if he wanted to find the 9 heavens profound, maiden to beg for a different life. Kuang Lai Thuong steadfastly asked where she was. Tu Fuangyi sarcastically said he was the one begging, but didn't know how to say words like please, I beg you, excuse me. It seems he really hasn't regarded anyone with respect these past few years. Huh. He then bowed his head and begged her to tell him where Xiao Yu was. Tu Fuangyi mockingly said she didn't know. Kuang Lai Thuong couldn't help but sigh. She said she really didn't know. She had long been tired of the freedom and hope that Xiao Yu talked about. She was bored of reading such a long and uninteresting story. Fuangyi said she didn't appear. Perhaps she too was tired of that hopeless story. After all, to her, it was just a story. If this story failed, she could start a new one. Tu Fuangyi said sarcastically she could also create new main characters, create new lives for them, and probably learn a lesson from that story too. Oh, look who's here, a voice rang out, momentarily stunning Kuang Lai Thuong. Xiao Yu spoke, long time no see. It really has been a long time, hasn't it? He reached out to caress her cheek, but the person before him said she was already dead, killed by him, and asked if he had lost his memory. Please, this plot is so old. Change it to something else. She won't appear anymore. She can start a new story. The unidentified person in front of him suddenly sighed, saying that her turning into Tu Fuangyi to escape reality was a bit ridiculous. No matter what she said, it sounded like a loser talking nonsense. The person in front of him looked up at him and admitted, that's right, I am Yi Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu continued, Kuang Lai Thuong, I don't know when you came back here, nor do I know what this story has become since you returned. At first, I was very angry. I felt I should immediately come up with a brilliant idea to get back at you. At least I would turn you into a hedgehog and step on your face to laugh at you. But she felt it was meaningless. Xiao Yu's eyes drooped. Initially, I created you all with new hope. My life was terrible, so I wanted to create a story with a dark beginning. Her whole body trembled, a sorrowful smile on her face. Her male and female leads had extraordinary courage and wisdom. They overcame everything. They had love, and this love would not fade, even if they died. Tears had unknowingly filled the corners of her eyes. She felt as if she could gain comfort and courage from this story. Then she helplessly waved her hand and said, but no one wants such a terrible life. Tu Fuangyi and Kuang Lai Thuong, they also felt the suffering. She just wanted to compensate, but ended up making the story worse and worse. Even her own story has disappeared. She looked up and said slowly, Tu Fuangyi is gone too. Only this soulless body remains. Every time, she told her that next time it would definitely work out. She has endured for long enough. Her eyes lost focus. Besides, Xiao Yu can no longer enter the story. She thinks the current controller of the story is probably him. That's fine too. She's tired as well. Then, she put on a happy face and said, so let's do it this way. If he can see these words of hers, congratulations to him on getting the life he desires. She set off fireworks, happily congratulating him. It seems she wanted to say this was their last meeting. It was his own choice. She no longer decided his life, whether happy or not. It had nothing to do with her anymore. She said he won. She felt she should still play fair, then said goodbye to the person in front of her. The words lingered in the space. It's best we never meet again. Bronze doesn't want to meet the king anymore. After saying that, she disappeared, and the space became quiet again. Kuang Lai Thuong was stunned. Is it over? He asked himself, as well as the one who had disappeared. Is this all your counterattack is? Tu Fuangyi suddenly appeared. Yi Xiao Yu's voice spoke. Oh wow, look who this talented person is. Tu Fuangyi smiled brightly and asked her, you need help? You've come to the please, I beg you, excuse me part. You don't even know how to beg? Yi Xiao Yu held a cantaloupe in her hand and said to Tu Fuangyi, congratulations. Kuang Lai Thuong appeared with a darkened face. Fireworks exploded. He slowly opened his eyes. You created me. You understand everything about me. But I have never truly understood you. He looked at the glowing orb in front of him. Then Kuang Lai Thuong slowly raised that orb. He silently watched Tu Fuangyi and Yi Xiao Yu talking. You don't like the male lead torturing you? Then I'll change it to a sweet story. Let you two be sweet from beginning to end. How about that? He could love her, because you wrote it, not because he truly loves me. She already knew all of this was fake. What's the point of this kind of sweetness? Yi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Then let's change it to a revenge story. He is your greatest enemy. You stab him 108 times a day. Isn't that very exciting? If not, you can think about it a little more carefully. Tu Fuangyi wondered why it had to be killing instead of loving. She asked Yi Xiaoyu if she couldn't let her life be a little more peaceful. Yi Xiaoyu replied that wouldn't do. It's not appealing at all. Reading novels is for entertainment. Without dramatic ups and downs, wouldn't it be very boring? Tu Fuangyi then wondered, but don't you have anything else to do? Why is it all about love all day long? You want the strong female lead type with no romance. That's not a problem. It's very popular right now. She asked Tu Fuangyi if she wanted to become incredibly rich or a high-ranking official. How about opening a harem? Tu Fuangyi was very confused because her body was suddenly disintegrating, but Yi Xiaoyu continued. Or how about conquering all directions and expanding territory as a female general? Oh no, Wu Song is already a female general. That clashes with the character setup. Suddenly a light flashed. Tu Fuangyi was gradually disappearing. Both of them were panicked. Tu Fuangyi hadn't had a chance to answer. She was still very worried about herself disappearing. An idea immediately popped into Yi Xiaoyu's head. There's a couple, there's love, and they love each other very much. They thought it seemed not to work. This was originally a love story. If the story was completely changed, it would cease to exist, and Tu Fuangyi would also cease to exist. Suddenly, she realized there was a problem in the story. She would have to enter the story to find the answer. And her answer was her own appearance with a stab wound. Tu Fuangyi worried. Wasn't she supposed to be checking the plot after the revision? Why did it turn out like this? Yi Xiaoyu said it seemed not to work. She had set the characters to be unchangeable in the story. Moreover, Kuang Lai Thuong, having lost the love that saved him, went completely mad. He became a great demon king. Tu Fuangyi wondered, I was killed by him? Yi Xiaoyu replied, no, it was you and him who perished together. Moreover, he died before you, so it's considered a one-for-one trade. We didn't lose out. Kuang Lai Thuong, listening to their conversation from the side, could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu opened her laptop and said, it seems that just modifying Kuang Lai Thuong alone is really useless. The original plot will still happen and then completely collapse. She said, let me think some more. Then there was the scene of Yi Xiaoyu appearing on the wedding night with Kuang Lai Thuong and giving him the middle finger. The two girls sat together, laughing their heads off. Then followed a series of ironic scenes like drawing on his face, the two women sitting and laughing like two children. But then it cut to the scene where Kuang Lai Thuong handed a knife to Yi Xiaoyu, asking her to stab him. She found everything was starting to get boring. Tu Fuangyi, standing beside her, got up and said she felt it was enough. Let's start from the final stage of Yi Xiaoyu's story. The end of all this was predetermined long ago. The two of them couldn't change anything at all. But Yi Xiaoyu still insisted it could be done. It could be fixed. Everything can definitely be fixed. She told Tu Fuangyi that if she could escape the shackles of the stories, then what miracle couldn't happen? Yi Xiaoyu said firmly that one must always believe in love, courage, and light. Tu Fuangyi wondered how she could shamelessly say these words. Xiaoyu winked and said those were genuine words, and that in fact, after so many times, it wasn't as if she hadn't gained anything at all. She said she had found some interesting patterns, but just needed to confirm them a little more. Tu Fuangyi thought she wanted to test it. Yi Xiaoyu said that was exactly right. After that answer, Yi Xiaoyu turned into an old woman. Tu Fuangyi was stunned to see Xiaoyu in the body of an old woman. She asked where this was. Shouldn't this old woman go down to the underworld to meet the 10 kings of hell after she died? Or was it because she had done good deeds and accumulated virtue her whole life, achieving perfection? She even asked if the young lady was a fairy maiden here to welcome her into immortality. Tu Fuangyi shed tears. Yi Xiaoyu, do you know you've already spent 18 years in the story this time? You fool, not knowing if the dream is the butterfly or the butterfly is the dream. Tu Fuangyi sat down, hugging Yi Xiaoyu tightly in her old woman form. Suddenly, the old woman's form vanished, and Xiaoyu returned to the form of a young girl. Xiaoyu said softly, Even though I forget everything each time, that feeling is like a mountain, constantly growing, pressing on my heart, getting heavier and heavier. She smiled faintly at Fuangyi. A gentle voice sounded, Fuangyi, don't worry, I just need to rest a bit and I'll be fine. Xiaoyu leaned her head on Fuangyi's shoulder, her eyes closed, feeling the warmth, and said, I just need to sort out my thoughts, and then I'll remember. Tu Fuangyi frowned, her expression darkened, and she said, that's enough. Xiaoyu stared at Fuangyi, feeling surprised. Fuangyi's voice became firm, her eyes narrowed slightly. Looking straight at Xiaoyu, all of this is meaningless. Xiaoyu asked in confusion, what meaning? Fuangyi then said, have you figured out what you really want? Is it a perfect ending to let the characters from your pen have a free life, or is it to satisfy yourself? Xiaoyu curled herself up, her face lowered to look at her feet, and said softly, I don't know what I want. The cycle of life and death, the tormenting emotions, the stubborn pursuit, they really aren't important. Xiaoyu raised her head to look at the countless floating spheres, her voice a little choked, but if I leave the story, the world within the story will disappear. The corners of Xiaoyu's lips curved into a bitter smile. The one who created this story is me. The one who experiences it is also me. The reader is also me. My existence is the foundation of this world. The spheres began to show countless images from the past. Her voice choked slightly, but the people in the story have their own feelings. They struggle with their own hopes. Even if I want to give them a perfect ending, a tragic story is still a tragedy. I can't change it. Xiaoyu didn't dare to leave. She could only try to live in it. But in the end, she herself would also leave. Everything would come to a close, just like the reincarnations. Kuang Lai Thuong appeared from behind her. Xiaoyu instinctively shrank back, lowering her head in worry, not knowing what to do, and said, everything will stop at the final period of the story. I can't change anything. Time returns to the real world. Yi Xiaoyu sat neatly on her bed, a laptop on her lap. It seemed there was a loud argument outside the room. A loud voice said, I went to the company. You're always using the company's name to pay that person's salary. The argument grew louder. Xiaoyu seemed to be used to this. The woman's voice rang out, an assistant, and you give her 60,000 a month. Very nice. Are you trying to get me to sue you for transferring assets? Xiaoyu's father shouted, what? She gave me a son. Shouldn't I give her money? If you have what it takes, you can have one too. She ignored it and continued to look up information on her laptop. Yiji Xian, that's enough. Think about it. You started with me when you were poor. Xiaoyu's mother said in a strained voice, in the beginning, my parents and my relatives were against it. I married you because I loved you. The sound of a shattering bowl echoed. Xiaoyu's father shouted, in the beginning, your whole family looked down on me. I didn't force you to marry me. You did it willingly. Xiaoyu stared at the laptop screen, her hand on her chin, and uttered, how did it turn into a rule? How on earth should I write this? Xiaoyu flopped onto the bed, stretching her arms out, and said cheerfully, I agree. I myself agree. She laughed happily, ignoring everything around her. Yes, I agree. I was blind, I was stupid. Xiaoyu's father's voice came from outside the door. I didn't want things to turn out like this either. Don't send people to bother Fong Fong and her son anymore. You're still my wife. Have I ever let you go hungry or without clothes? Xiaoyu's father said angrily, look at how you've raised our daughter. You've ruined her. She stays cooped up in her room all day, not going out. Who knows what she's plotting with you? Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes lit up, and she said aloud, I've got it. If Tu Fuangyi can talk to me like this, can become a real person, maybe Kuang Lai Thuong can too. She shot up and sat on the bed, her eyes shining as she thought to herself, I can go ask him, switch to another character to question the problem. Life will surely feel clearer then. Xiaoyu immediately stood up and walked towards the door. The loud argument grew even louder. Her mother shouted, you still want me to accept that homewrecker and her bastard child? Wouldn't killing you just be giving you what you want? Xiaoyu's father panicked. Fuck, you're crazy. Put the knife down. Yi Xiaoyu opened the door, looked at them with emotionless eyes, and whispered, you too, just get a divorce. Xiaoyu's mother turned around. Her clothes were stained with blood. Fresh blood flowed all over the floor. Her face was panicked as she looked at Xiaoyu, the bloody knife still in her hand. Not long after, the sound of police sirens blared. Xiaoyu and Kuang Lai Thuong appeared together on the rooftop of a building. She sat down and confided in him. In my story, your life is so full of suffering. If you could be yourself, what would you choose? What kind of person would you become? Would you live the life you want? My male lead. Her lifeless eyes stared at the city's night sky. Kuang Lai Thuong said nothing, just sat down next to her, put his arm around her shoulder, and comforted her. Yi Xiaoyu, in her story, was immersed in emotion, her eyes filled with tears, her face crumpled. Fuang Yi, I don't have a home anymore. I only have you and this place. After saying that, she quietly looked at Fuang Yi with a pleading gaze. Later, at the hospital, Xiaoyu was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor and Lawyer Wang were discussing her condition. Lawyer Wang asked, Dr. Xie, how is Missy today? Dr. Xie frowned slightly, his voice contemplative. The infection is improving. It can be considered stable for now, but what comes next is unknown. Right now, the important thing is her mental state. He looked towards Xiaoyu's bed, his voice worried as he replied, her condition suggests she doesn't want to wake up. From here on, we can only leave it to time. But the longer it takes, the slimmer the hope will be, I'm afraid. Lawyer Wang cast a worried glance towards Xiaoyu and said, to witness her own mother kill her father. An ordinary person would find that hard to accept. Dr. Xia looked at the lawyer quietly and asked, Lawyer Wang, what if she can't wake up? Lawyer Wang sighed heavily and replied, the matter of dividing the assets is very complicated. But right now, there are more people who want her to not wake up than those who want her to. I can't say too much. Please take good care of her. The scene changes. Xiaoyu appeared next to Fuang Yi again. She sat curled up, her vacant eyes staring into the distance. Xiaoyu spoke softly. This story up to now has been a dead end. Xiaoyu's eyes welled with tears. She forced a strained smile and said, I want to. What if I enter the story not in the name of Tu Fuang Yi, but as Yi Xiaoyu? I will find a chance to tell Kuang Lai Thuong that he is actually a person in a story. Tu Fuang Yi remained silent beside her, showing no emotion. Xiaoyu chuckled and continued, but we have tried many ways and none have succeeded. So, let's change the character to let Kuang Lai Thuong break through the story. She thought, could this be the way to break through the story? As soon as she finished speaking, Fuang Yi, who was standing beside her, suddenly pushed Xiaoyu forcefully downwards, leaving her stunned. She stammered, what's happening? Tu Fuang Yi frowned, her face cold as she looked at Xiaoyu, her voice weary, but I've lost interest. She said, so what if I become a real person? Just like you, I still can't control my own destiny. Kuang Lai Thuong stood behind Fuang Yi, his face astonished. After a moment, he burst out laughing, raised a hand to touch his face, and whispered with a sarcastic laugh, I once thought I had escaped your story, but it turns out it was all just your thoughts. I thought my enlightenment was for myself. I never expected it was an opportunity you gave me. He praised softly, very impressive, young lady. In front of Kuang Lai Thuong, a brilliant golden chair appeared, like a symbol of power and domination. The dazzling golden light from the chair illuminated the entire space. His amber eyes seemed to see through the entire universe, yet they weren't looking at anything specific. His voice was deep and contemplative as he spoke. Why is my life so filled with a sense of powerlessness? He asked himself, his quiet voice echoing in the empty space. As if searching for an answer from within himself, he was silent for a moment, then said, when you told me that everything was just a story, I was truly furious. He recalled that moment, when he learned that his life was no different from a game, a story created by someone else. He turned his back and said, but I can't be angry with you, because you're also being toyed with by fate. Neither of us is wrong. His hand lightly touched the golden chair, the coldness of the metal seeping into his skin. Kuang Lai Thuong walked through the golden chair, a determined glint in his amber eyes, and said solemnly, as I continued to move forward, I discovered that this world is incredibly magnificent. His voice grew hoarse, deep and quiet as he said, whether it's the birds flying overhead, the green grass underfoot, or the sound of the wind blowing through the branches, the lights of the boats passing on the river at night. All of it is just pieces of this story. He gave a faint smile, his thin lips curling slightly as if mocking himself, and said slowly, even hardship, desperate situations, or death, they're all so captivating that one cannot stop. He stood behind the golden chair, reached out to touch it, and his clothes suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Although long memories can be enchanting, the pain from the intertwined memories of others can make one despair. He paused, letting the truth in his words soak into the space, calmly saying, but determination appeared in his eyes as he turned his back on the golden chair, his clothes changing once more. He continued, I do not feel uncomfortable because I'm always moving forward, facing a future that I can yearn for, while you are the one who is always repeating. A smile flickered across his face as he tilted his head back, lost in thought. His hand unconsciously touched his chest, and taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Thank you." He continued to whisper, "For creating me, for giving me the chance to see it all, to experience it all." He put his hands in his pockets, pulled out a lighter, and said slowly, "But I originally thought." He was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "You have a persistence that is admirable." After speaking, he lit a cigarette, his voice hoarse. "I want to see how far you will go for this story, whether the cooperation you speak of is something that can be abandoned at any time." His voice faltered slightly as he said cautiously, "I'm sorry, I cannot give up on myself, so I choose to be selfish." He brought the cigarette to his lips, took a drag, and said calmly, "Now it seems." He sat on the golden chair, his legs crossed, his voice tinged with sarcasm as he said, "You're only this and nothing more." His amber eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, "You have been searching for an answer for so long, but in the end, you found nothing." He murmured, "You will be heartbroken, tired, sad, until you despair and finally run away." The cigarette was still on his lips. His eyes closed. "I know you're still here." He smirked, letting out a derisive laugh. Otherwise, this place would have long disappeared, and this story would have completely vanished. The smoke around him was hazy. He put the cigarette down again, his voice low. "What a pity for you. You have never despaired. You are still hoping, especially when you left that ridiculous illusion to display your own failure." He continued, "But what are you hoping for? Are you hoping that fate will sympathize with you and grant you a chance to turn things around?" He smirked, his eyes slightly raised as he said, "Or are you hoping some hero will come to your rescue?" His hand holding the cigarette, he tapped it lightly on the armrest, replying sarcastically, "Oh, that's right. I'm afraid you don't know that when I continue writing your story." He said slowly, "The world that I write will not disappear when I leave." Images of this world appeared in his mind, birds flying in the sky, green grass underfoot, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the beeping of vehicles, the lively chatter of people. How much for a caddy of vegetables? So annoying. That stupid ex-boyfriend is here for attention again. You got promoted? Treat us. Treat us. I have a patient who suddenly disappeared. Strange, their surname is Kwong. Can you help me contact them? He thought, she is complex and vibrant. I think she has become a true reality. Whereas before, you reincarnated countless times, but could never give this world a soul. All your difficulties, helplessness, and despair stem from that, don't they? Suddenly, a glowing golden orb appeared, hovering in the air. Kwong Lai Thuong was surprised, staring intently at the orb. He exclaimed, "I have done what you could not do." His hand gripped the armrest tightly as he continued, "I think I've found the answer that you couldn't find for so long." The hovering golden orb now shone even brighter. Kwong Lai Thuong's lips parted slightly in a smirk, his voice hoarse. "It's you? You are not as important as you think." The glowing orb suddenly dimmed. He stared at the orb, his eyes narrowed, his voice suddenly becoming sonorous. "Now you can give up, you can leave, with or without you. The earth still turns." The glowing orb suddenly multiplied into many orbs and blazed brightly in the air. At this moment, Xiaoyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, had not yet woken up, her face scrunched up as if having a nightmare, her mouth muttering, "How dare you? Shut up." Kwong Lai Thuong immediately burst into laughter, his voice a whispered exclamation. "Long time no see, Yi Xiaoyu." He thought, the best way to deal with someone with an unyielding personality is to provoke them. In the palace, Kwong Hai Lan's voice rang out. "We have just returned to the Lai Kingdom. Our foundation is not yet stable. We cannot refuse the marriage bestowed by the Empress Dowager. If you really don't want to marry a woman from the Tu family, I will think of a way, or perhaps your illness could worsen to delay this marriage." Kwong Lai Thuong's fingers, moving a game piece, suddenly froze. He suddenly looked at Kwong Hai Lan sitting opposite him. Not expecting to have returned to this place, he realized this was the opening scene of the story when he had just arrived here. Kwong Hai Lan, having just placed the game piece, said, "You have no more moves, I win." He looked at Kwong Lai Thuong and smiled. Teasingly, "Why does the mention of marriage scare you like this? You've made several wrong moves in a row." Kwong Lai Thuong lowered his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. He thought, Tu Thuong, Gi must have just returned, which is why I've reincarnated once more. His hand on the game board unconsciously clenched. Quang Lai Thuong looked up. His gaze was mournful as he looked at Quang Ho Ai Lon. Speechless, no. It's just seeing you, elder brother. Quang Lai Thuong remembered it had been 1,000 years to return once more. It turns out 1,000 years is so long. Elder brother, to be able to see you, I am very happy, extremely happy. Quang Ho Ai Lon was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. On the wedding night, the entire residence was adorned with bright red lanterns and flowers. In the room, Tu Phuong Gi, her head covered by a red veil, sat quietly on the bed. Quang Lai Thuong, dressed in a red robe, pushed the door open from the outside and walked in step by step. He walked up to Tu Phuong Gi, an anxious look on his face as he looked at her. Will it be you? He hastily reached for the head veil. Quang Lai Thuong slowly lifted the veil, unable to hide his nervousness at this moment. The veil was just halfway lifted when Tu Phuong Gi's murderous eyes were revealed, looking at him. She grabbed the knife she had prepared beforehand and stabbed towards him. Quang Lai Thuong looked at the scratch on his hand, and although he was injured, he felt very happy, his voice unable to hide his joy as he said, "It's you." Quang Lai Thuong excitedly hugged Tu Phuong Gi, his hand gently caressing her face. Tu Phuong Gi wouldn't stab me. It's you. Tu Phuong Gi did not expect the other person to behave like this. He said in a low voice, "This is great. This is great. I've been through a long gamble." His hand kept pinching her cheek. She angrily scolded, "Let go, are you out of your mind?" The surroundings around Quang Lai Thuong began to blur. He said tremblingly, Luckily, I bet correctly." Tu Phuong Gi just looked at him and replied coldly, "So what?" He didn't understand why previous images appeared in his mind. A flood of memories from when he met her rushed back. He clutched his head in pain, screaming as he rushed outside. Tu Phuong Gi stood behind, staring at him in shock. She didn't know what was wrong with him, just letting him rush out of the room. Outside, Quang Lai Thuong stood by a cliff, panting heavily. He looked at his hand flickering, disappearing, and then reappearing. He didn't understand why this was happening. Quang Lai Thuong looked up in alarm. The scene before his eyes also turned into a constantly flickering illusion. Back inside the room, Tu Phuong Gi, as if in a trance, held the knife and looked around the room in confusion. She quickly dropped the knife and said, "What is this? Where did this come from?" She fearfully recalled what had just happened. "Wait, what did I just do? I stabbed Quang Lai Thuong. I stabbed Quang Lai Thuong. I stabbed the super black-bellied, terrifying male lead that I wrote. He didn't strangle me, but ran away instead." She wondered, am I that badass in my own story? No, that's not right. Let's see. I need to reevaluate the current situation. She painfully recalled, I accidentally transmigrated into the female lead Tu Phuong Gi in my own story. But why did I have to kill Quang Lai Thuong? She broke out in a cold sweat with fear, putting a hand to her temple to think, did I have a death wish? So I launched a surprise attack to commit suicide. But why do I feel like killing Quang Lai Thuong is something that must be done and is very important? She looked at the room, which had suddenly become an illusion. Why? Why did I want to kill Quang Lai Thuong? Although he seems sharp-tongued, full of malice, and tortures the female lead time and again, so he does deserve to die. No, that's not the reason. What is the reason? Why? My head is full of things, so many things, but why can't I remember? Why can't I remember? What on earth have I forgotten? She clutched her head and screamed. Why did I transmigrate here? What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Who am I? Princess consort Quang Lai Thuong hugged her from behind. The illusion gradually disappeared. The room had now returned to its original state. He held her tightly, not letting go. At the same time, in the hospital room, a nurse looked at Yi Xiaoyu lying on the hospital bed and said to the doctor, she was just talking, probably scolding someone, but now the doctor standing beside her interrupted. It was probably an unconscious reaction. Let's observe her further. Returning, Quang Lai Thuong hugged her and comforted her. It's okay now. Everything will be fine. He knew that this story might be created by her consciousness, that her spiritual strength was supporting the existence of this world. We can't be hasty. Let's take it slow. It's okay. Everything is okay. Inside the room, Phuong Gi was sitting deep in thought. She recalled Quang Lai Thuong comforting her by her side and felt that it was very wrong. She slammed her hand on the table, remembering the intimate image from that moment. Extremely wrong. Phuong Gi thought it over and over. according to the original plot. On their wedding night, he should have paid her no mind, ignoring Tu Fuangyi. So why was it like this? The next morning, Fuangyi had just woken up. At this time, Lai Thuong had woken up at some point. He was lying beside her, propping up his chin and looking at her, a gentle smile on his face. He asked solicitously. Last night, the princess consort suddenly had a headache. Is it better now? Opening her eyes to see Lai Thuong, she was scared out of her wits. Fuangyi cautiously hugged her body, at the same time thinking to herself, in the original work, nothing was supposed to happen on the wedding night. After making sure she hadn't lost a single piece of flesh and her clothes were still intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's still my story. The plot and my integrity are still there. Sleeping with a character from my own writing is still a bit absurd, but it still feels strange. Something isn't quite right. That guy could have been transmigrated into by someone too. And did I suddenly transmigrate into the story just to stop a transmigrator from changing my story? Wow, this reasoning is very logical. Otherwise, why would I have transmigrated into my own novel for no reason at all? Seeing her own crazy thought, Fuangyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm overthinking it, aren't I? How could this be possible? This is a work I wrote. How could someone else transmigrate into it? She shook her head to comfort herself. Something this absurd wouldn't happen. I must have written until my brain broke to have such an illogical speculation. At this moment, Lai Thuong walked in carrying a plate of food. He called out caringly, "Princess consort." Fuangyi pointed at him. Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Kwang Lai Thuong raised an eyebrow, not understanding what she was doing. H, he, li, b, b, c, n, o, sweet or savory soy milk, Ophiophagon japonicus or KFC. He thought she was having a fit because she was hungry and naively asked, "Is the princess consort hungry? Would you like to eat something?" Fuangyi looked at his unusual behavior. Not matching her original work, she was extremely guarded and kept her distance from him. Seeing him place the plate of food on the table, she felt a bit tempted, but still held back. Lai Thuong picked up the bowl of congee, stirring as he said, "This congee, phew, tastes very good. You will surely like it." At this, memories seemed to flood her mind. Thinking back to the time she rushed forward to lick his lips for a bite of congee, Fuangyi wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it immediately. He gently brought the spoonful of congee towards her, saying suggestively, "Or perhaps, for us newlyweds, the princess consort wants your husband to feed you?" The gentle Lai Thuong before her was something she was not used to. She looked at the spoonful of congee in panic, as an image of him feeding her congee, just like now, unconsciously flashed through her mind. Fuangyi lowered her face, trembling as she clutched her head, and mumbled, "My head hurts. Why does this scene feel so familiar? What's wrong?" Then she decisively knocked the spoon away and pulled out a knife, pointing it at Kwang Lai Thuong and asking, "Who on earth are you?" He raised an eyebrow and looked at her with an unreadable expression. Fuangyi said menacingly, "You are not Kwang Lai Thuong." Hearing this, he calmly stirred the congee in his hand and listened to her continue, "Those nonsensical things I just said. You didn't react at all. If you were really Kwang Lai Thuong, when I said those strange things, why didn't you react? Who are you really? Are you also a transmigrator? I said those things, and you were afraid of exposing yourself, so you didn't know how to respond, right?" He let her point the knife at him, leisurely put the bowl of congee down, and mused, she really has no memories of the past anymore. Whether it's her painful reality or the countless failures she has experienced in the story, she remembers nothing. He sighed, thinking this was another news cycle. She must have hidden away all the pain and despair of the past. Only then could she return to the story, continuing a plot whose purpose even she herself doesn't know, right? Fuangyi shouted angrily, urgently said, "Speak! Don't think you can get away with it by saying nothing." He looked at the room, flickering again, and couldn't help but worry. This world, it seems to be getting more and more unstable. Is it because she can't hold on anymore? If this world disappears, will I disappear with it, or will it be? At this point, Lai Thuong finally spoke up, "You're smart." He felt that since she already thought so, he would play along. "That's right. Actually, I did accidentally transmigrate into this novel, becoming the person named Kwang Lai Thuong. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be found out by a character in the story." He smiled gently and continued, "So you're a transmigrator too? That's great." Fuangyi thought she had guessed correctly and slowly let her guard down. At that moment, Lai Thuong moved forward and slowly took the knife from her hand. He said soothingly, We can probably cooperate. Think of a way to return to the real world. Two people are always better than one person fighting alone. His eyes no longer showed any clear emotion. Right now, he was just thinking that this was good too. Letting her think he was also a transmigrator would make things easier to handle later on. Otherwise, he couldn't pay attention to his daily speech all the time and was afraid he would expose himself. The horse-drawn carriage rolled along the road. Tu Phuong Gi sat in the carriage and looked at Quang Lai Thuong, asking, "You said you're also a transmigrator?" Quang Lai Thuong smiled amicably and replied, "That's right." She found him a bit suspicious and continued to ask, "So who were you before? What's your name? Where are you from? What year did you live in?" Quang Lai Thuong stammered, not knowing how to answer. After a moment, he closed his eyes and coughed dryly. "My surname is Jiang." She looked at him curiously. "Jiang?" Quang Lai Thuong smiled and said, "Yes, the Jiang with 3 water radicals. My name is Jiang Tung. I work in finance. I'm 24 this year. I arrived here just after spring." Tu Phuong Gi was a bit skeptical, but still accepted that he was a transmigrator. She thought to herself, "Why is there another transmigrator here besides me? It's so strange. Is it just the two of us, or are there others? And why'd I transmigrate into my own book?" Suddenly, an image of when she was still Yi Xiaoyu flashed through her mind. She was horrified to see her mother holding a bloody knife. Seeing her appear, her mother trembled and called her name. "Xiaoyu." Seeing that image, Phuong Gi's head started to ache again. "My head hurts so much. Does transmigration give me headaches? Why is it so uncomfortable every time I remember? What on earth is wrong with me?" It's both chaotic and vague. Quang Lai Thuong saw that she was unstable and reached out, calling her, "Little princess consort." Tu Phuong Gi clutched her head in agony, mumbling nonstop, "What's happening? What's happening?" Meanwhile, in reality, Quang Lai Thuong was sitting in front of a computer. He looked at the computer screen while tapping his fingers on the desk. On the computer were comments from readers. They couldn't accept the ambiguous ending of the story, Meeting the East Wind, written by Yi Xiaoyu. He frowned upon seeing something. Quang Lai Thuong tried to click on Chapter 1 of Meeting the East Wind 2, but it was empty. Not a single word was written. Below were dissatisfied comments from readers. At the same time, in the hospital room, the electrocardiogram monitor next to Yi Xiaoyu's bed was beeping incessantly. Quang Lai Thuong moved the mouse and chose to close Yi Xiaoyu's story page. He wearily rested his forehead on his hand. "I can find traces of you. Does that prove that my world is connected to yours?" His eyes couldn't hide his helplessness. He looked out at the city and said, "But in this sea of people, where are you?" Tu Phuong Gi saw Quang Lai Thuong reaching his hand towards her. Seeing that he looked worried, she thought he was sad about being transmigrated into the story. She reached out and took his hand, saying, "It's okay." Quang Lai Thuong was stunned by her sudden action. Quang Lai Thuong asked her, "What?" She held his hand tightly with both of hers and comforted him. "I know you're also distressed about suddenly transmigrating here, but don't worry, I'm actually the author of this story. I know the upcoming plot." She confidently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, we can definitely go home." Outwardly, she said they were both transmigrators, fellow countrymen who could cooperate, but in her heart, Phuong Gi had her own calculations. "I didn't expect him to transmigrate into the male lead of the story. Maybe we need to support each other. Even if we can't cooperate, I can't let him become my enemy. No matter why I transmigrated here, I will figure everything out." Quang Lai Thuong looked at her with an unreadable expression. Tu Phuong Gi continued to chatter. "You're the one who said it." She smiled brightly and happily. Two people are ultimately better than one person struggling alone. Hearing her say that, Quang Lai Thuong also smiled and said along, "Okay, let's cooperate." Seeing her act like this, he sighed inwardly. In the past, when facing Quang Lai Thuong, you were never this gentle. The two of them stood waiting outside Singtai Palace. Tu Phuong Gi whispered to Quang Lai Thuong, "On the second day after the wedding, we enter the palace to pay respects and give thanks to the Empress Dowager. This is a plot point in the script. Don't worry. You just need to pretend to be seriously ill. Leave the rest to me." Although he had already experienced this plot point and felt very relaxed, he still pretended not to know and replied gently to her, "Okay, I'm not worried." As he finished speaking, a eunuch approached the two and said respectfully, "Prince Huck, Princess Consort Huck, you may both enter now." The eunuch gestured for them to enter, she hesitated, looking at the tightly closed palace doors. Kuang Lai Thuong calmly took a step inside first. She remained rooted to the spot, deep in thought. I still haven't figured out the reason for my transmigration, and for now, I can't find a way back. I'll just follow the script for now. The content of this paying respects plot is that in a moment, Kuang Lai Thuong will go to see the emperor, and the Empress Dowager will keep me, Tu Phuong Gi, behind to make her pay attention to Kuang Lai Thuong's every move. Kuang Lai Thuong turned around and looked at her, so lost in thought, finding it a little amusing. She didn't notice his gaze on her at all, still immersed in her own thoughts. After that, Kuang Lai Thuong becomes even more guarded against Tu Phuong Gi for the upcoming angsty romance. Let me think if I missed anything. He looked at her. The one who was actually worried was her. He abruptly turned back. What's wrong? Tu Phuong Gi was a little startled to see him lean against her, as if he had no bones. She supported him and asked in a whisper, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? He gently took her hand. If I'm seriously ill, wouldn't it be more convincing if you supported me as we go in? He whispered in her ear. At this moment, Tu Phuong Gi understood. She looked at him excitedly, as if enlightened. That makes sense. You're still the most thoughtful one. Inside Singtai Palace, after seeing the two of them bow, the Empress Dowager said happily, all right, you may both rise. They replied in unison. Thank you, Empress Dowager. She addressed them both. Seeing you husband and wife, so loving, the Emperor Emeritus, and I can also rest assured. She continued with a gentle expression. Lai Thuong should also go to Yongji Hall to pay respects to His Majesty. Although you are brothers, now the distinction between ruler and subject is different. Etiquette cannot be neglected. After speaking, she looked towards Tu Phuong Gi and asked, Phuong Gi, can you stay here and chat with your aunt? She stood in silence, her hands clasped tightly as she thought. This old woman is going to use Tu Phuong Gi's widowed mother to threaten her, reminding her not to forget that she is a member of the Tu family and shares their glories and failures. Her face was pensive, and she broke into a sweat as she thought to herself, could it be that this is really just following the script? That would be meaningless. She recalled being in the illusion with another Tu Phuong Gi. She remembered that other Tu Phuong Gi saying that these were all script development directions they had tried before, but none had succeeded. This is called the exhaustive method. We list out all possible directions the script can go, then try them. One day, we will find a path we can take. At that time, she had said, but my sense of immersion in the story is too strong. I have to forget that I've entered the story, otherwise my memories will become chaotic. I'm afraid I won't be able to persevere. She remembered the other Tu Phuong Gi. I'll stay here to help you preserve this story, and each time you enter the story, I will prepare a usable persona for you beforehand, ensuring you don't stray from the path. The illusion gradually faded, leaving only her voice. Otherwise, I will surely forget everything and lose my goal. She couldn't help but wonder if transmigrating into the book was just to act out the story she wrote, or if her existence had any meaning. Seeing that she didn't answer, Empress Dowager too called out, Phuong Gi. Only then did she snap out her thoughts. Her voice sounded softly, her eyes lowered. Yes, as Her Majesty commands. No, Kuang Lai Thuong's voice rang out at that exact moment. The Empress Dowager and she were both a little shocked. She looked at him angrily. What did you say? Don't say it. Kuang Lai Thuong pretended not to hear her and said respectfully, Empress Dowager, please forgive your nephew's impudence. Your nephew cannot be separated from the princess consort. He had already calculated in his heart that this part of the script was not important. As long as the main script was not wrong, everything would probably follow. She didn't need to endure this unnecessary anger. He feigned a cough, saying he was ill. If the princess consort hadn't been taking care of him all the way here, given your nephew's health and the fatigue from the wedding night, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even made it to Yongji Hall. I would have fainted halfway before even seeing my imperial brother. Tu Phuong Gi never expected he could say such things. Empress Dowager, too, still didn't give up and said to the servant beside her, Chong Bao, go and support Prince Huck. Kuang Lai Thuong was determined to see it through. He pretended to be tired and staggered towards Tu Phuong Gi, saying weakly, no, there's no need. Your nephew often takes bitter medicine, and I can't stand the smell of other people. After speaking, he leaned weakly against Tu Phuong Gi, looking frail and powerless as he said, "It must be a match made in heaven. Last night, smelling the princess consort's fragrance made my body feel at ease. Truly, only the princess consort can support me." As she supported him, she couldn't help but silently give this guy a like for his great acting. Empress Dowager, too, looked at the affectionate couple and was left speechless. The old lady didn't dare to look directly and just waved her hand in response. "If that's the case, then you may go." Outside the palace, Kuang Lai Thuong, afraid she would be suspicious of his earlier actions, quickly explained, "Although I have Kuang Lai Thuong's memories, you weren't by my side. I was afraid that being new to this, I might accidentally reveal something." She thought he was telling the truth and easily believed him. "Oh, so that's how it is. Makes sense. Makes sense. You're still the thoughtful one. You scare me to death just now. You have no idea how difficult that old woman is to deal with." She was easily fooled just like that. She patted his hand and said proudly, "Having you is really something." He didn't understand what she meant. Tu Fuanggi gave him a thumbs up in praise. "Those shameless words you just spouted came so easily. Too good. Truly without integrity and shameless." Empress Dowager, too, must have gotten goosebumps listening to that. "I'm complimenting you." Kuang Lai Thuong didn't know if he was being praised or insulted. She nudged him with her elbow, not forgetting to tease, "Aze, do you have a girlfriend? Or are you already married? You're so good at showing off your affection." He looked at her with deep affection, a gentle smile like warm sunshine, and replied, "Let's just say that heaven has arranged for a certain woman to become my wife." The horse carriage was moving along the road. Tu Fuanggi sat inside the carriage, dazedly looking at the knife in her hand, thinking, "It seems like everything is shrouded in a fog. I have no direction to move forward. What do I want to do? Why am I here? How can I get back?" She looked at the knife, trembling. Fragments of memories of herself dying countless times by this knife appeared in her mind. She cried out in pain. "Again, damn it." Kuang Lai Thuong, sitting beside her, reached out. He took the knife from her hand and put it in its sheath. At this moment, his face had darkened, his expression unreadable. She looked at him in surprise. He concealed his strange emotion from just now and asked with a smile, "Do you want to get out of the carriage and take a stroll?" The streets are bustling with lanterns. Tu Fuanggi walked beside him and asked, "Why the sudden urge to take a stroll?" "Later, when we get back to Prince Huck's manor, a scholar named Yen Wu from the Taiwan Pavilion will come to see you. You can't miss this plot point. We need to discuss it beforehand." After that, the Grand Emperor Emeritus will find out that Kuang Lai Thuong is not as weak and harmless as he appears on the surface and will test him several times. But even though I'm so familiar with this plot point that I know every line of dialogue, now that it's the two of us who have transmigrated, I'm worried that if we slip up somewhere, there's a risk of things spiraling out of control, some kind of butterfly effect. Kuang Lai Thuong looked at her like that, but said nothing. She continued talking, but was calculating in her heart. "I can't let him see that I'm actually not sure about anything. I also don't know how to get back. Tonight, I feel completely lost and helpless. But if I, as the author of this story, don't have confidence, Mr. Jiang will surely worry too, right? I must calm down. I must think, find a path we can take." Suddenly, an arm grabbed her hand. She was unexpectedly pulled away by Kuang Lai Thuong. The two of them stood before a sachet stall. Kuang Lai Thuong took down a pink sachet. "Smell it. Is it fragrant?" "It is," but before she could finish, he had already attached the sachet to her belt, praising it non-stop. Beautiful. Tu Fuanggi was stunned, bewildered, not understanding what he was doing. Before she could recover, he pulled her into another jewelry shop. "Young master, you have good eye. This hairpin has a new design made by our most famous jade carver. No other shop has this model. It suits you." She looked at the hairpin that had been placed on her hair at some point, listening to the two of them talk, not knowing what to say. Kuang Lai Thuong pulled her into a fabric shop. "The princess consort likes them all. Yi Ming, pay for it." She looked at the items inside, wondering if she had ever said she liked them. Walking on the street, Tu Fuanggi complained helplessly, "Mr. Jiang, you're being a bit strange." He acted as if nothing was wrong, calmly saying, "Me? How am I strange? Look at all this." She spread her arms to show him the things he had bought for her, covering her from head to toe. She pointed at the pile of things Yi Ming was struggling to hold and said, "In this whole pile, why did you buy so much? Even if we go back, we can't take these things with us. I've already tried selling antiques to get rich back home. It proved to be useless. A memory suddenly flooded back, leaving her dazed. Quang Lai Thuong stood behind her and covered her eyes with his hand. He spoke softly in her ear. Listen, what can you hear? Feeling their intimate contact, Tu Phuong-gi couldn't help but feel shy. All around, she could only hear the hustle and bustle of people on the street. Shopkeeper, a little cheaper. This new tea of yours isn't even from Jiangnan, yet you're selling it so expensively. This lady really knows how to bargain. I've already added 5 sticks, and you still want to reduce the price further? My business is small. I can't. Plum wine from Yang Family Inn, fresh from the cellar. Osmanthus oil, abalone flower oil, scented powders of all kinds here. Grandpa, I want to eat malt candy. Grandpa, malt candy. Grandpa, bye. Aya, stop being so noisy, my little ancestor. Quang Lai Thuong took her hand. She calmly pushed him away forcefully. What on earth are you trying to say? You said you're so familiar with these plot points and every line of dialogue that you couldn't be more familiar. But are you familiar with this world? He put his hands on her shoulders and continued. Miss He, besides the people with names and stories under your pen, this world, so real like this, still has thousands upon thousands of real people. He moved his face close to hers. Mr. Jiang, are you hitting on me? Oh my God, just think, if the fated woman of your life has a wandering eye, the heavens will strike with thunder. He sighed. Am I just casting pearls before swine? She recalled a time when Phuong-gi had asked Quang Lai Thuong, Mr. Quang, you're not flirting with me, are you? You keep calling yourself your husband. Are you trying to seduce me? Back inside the carriage, Tu Phuong-gi rested her chin on her hand and wondered, why does that line feel a bit familiar? Phuong-gi felt the image was very familiar, but couldn't quite remember it. It seemed like sometime in a dream, she had joked like this with someone. Tu Phuong-gi recalled Quang Lai Thuong's word from earlier. You said you're so familiar with the plot points and every line of dialogue that you couldn't be more familiar. But are you familiar with this world? Phuong-gi rested her chin on the window and looked outside. Of course, she was very familiar with this world. Her eyes widened as if she had spotted something. A male figure flashed past Phuong-gi's eyes. Is that him? Tu Phuong-gi hurriedly pulled the curtain and said, Yi Ming, stop the carriage. Phuong-gi got out of the carriage, pushed through the crowd, and chased after the man from before. Grabbing his sleeve, she said in a panic, wait. The man turned around. Who is it? Phuong-gi clung tightly to his clothes. Young Master Chiao, it's me. I have something to tell you. Chiao Nan-tung saw that it was Phuong-gi and called out softly, Is that Tuesday No? Is that Princess Consort Huck? On a street corner, Tu Phuong-gi took his hand and said, Young Master Chiao, if my paternal uncle looks for you again later, don't pay any attention to him. In a few days, His Majesty will summon you for a royal audience. You must say that you wish to serve the people for the sake of your parents. Don't stay in the capital. Don't stay in the capital. He hurriedly took her hand off his sleeve and reminded her, Your Highness, you are already another man's wife. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Phuong-gi ignored his words and urgently instructed, Remember my words. She recalled the plot where Chiao Nan-tung later learned that Tu Phuong-gi was not living well and believed it was because he had rashly believed the gossip of those around him and hastily broke off the engagement, filling him with shame. Grand Preceptor Tu used this matter to take advantage of him. Later, when the two brothers, the Grand Emperor Emeritus and Quang Hoai Lan, fought fiercely, Chiao Nan-tung was inevitably drawn in, ultimately ending up dismissed from his post and returning to his hometown, his ambition shattered. Chiao Nan-tung, seeing her strange behavior, asked worriedly, Miss Tu, why? Phuong-gi, with a serious expression, assured him, Don't ask why. Trust me. She thought back and blamed herself. I can't let their tragedy continue. It seems like no one in this story finds happiness. Why did I write it like this? Quang Lai Thuong, with his arms crossed, leaned against a wall not far away, watching them talk. He pursed his lips, looking in their direction with a thoughtful expression. Back in the carriage, Tu Phuong-gi's mind was in turmoil. She anxiously instructed Yi Ming, make a trip to the two residents. I want to go home to see my mother. Yi Ming looked to Quang Lai Thuong for his opinion. Your Highness? He nodded and replied, Let's go to the two residents. Arriving at the Tu manor, Tu Phuong-gi ran in hurriedly, calling out to Lady Tu, Mother. Lady Tu the Ninth was embroidering a handkerchief and couldn't help but wonder when she saw Phuong-gi appear. Phuong-gi, why are you back? Tomorrow is supposed to be your day to visit home. Saying this, she stood up worriedly. Did you come home like this because someone bullied you? She ran over and took her hand. Mother, you're not happy living in the Grand Preceptor's manor. Since I'm already married, why don't you find a chance to talk to Aunt about moving out? Lady Tu the Ninth was stunned to hear Fuang Gi say this. Later, Mother Tu would learn that she was being used by Grand Preceptor Tu and Empress Dowager Tu to threaten Fuang Gi. In her grief and indignation, she would commit suicide by drinking poison, not wanting her daughter to be exploited by them anymore. So she thought, heaven must have let me transmigrate into the book so that I could change everything. The flower petals in the manor's courtyard seemed to fall ceaselessly, as if in tune with her thoughts. A hand reached out to catch the petals. Kuang Lai Thuong stood behind a wall, pensively looking at the petals in his hand. At Prince Huck's manor, Tu Fuang Gi wrote, while thinking, I must write a letter to No Song, telling her not to enter the capital. She can go on the punitive expedition to Sizhou, to her own world beyond the pass. Thinking of something, she dazedly stopped her pen. But why do I feel like I've done these things hundreds, thousands of times before? What on earth am I doing? Is there any meaning to what I'm doing? Kuang Lai Thuong reached out and snatched the pen from her hand. He stood outside the window, holding the pen, and said with a profound smile, the greatest meaning in life lies in the unknown and in change. Although you created their past, don't so easily decide their future. After all, this story, right now, has only just begun. He recalled his reincarnations, threw the pen in his hand away, and continued, please trust me this once. I have a bit of experience in this matter. Fuang Gi looked up at him and called out, Mr. Jiang. Kuang Lai Thuong comforted her. You look very troubled. But if the trouble can't be solved for now, why not think about the important matter at hand? Lai Thuong sat on the windowsill, rested his chin on his hand, and asked with a bright smile, what do you want to eat for lunch? We went out early this morning and haven't eaten anything. Just now, your esteemed mother-in-law said she wanted to keep you for a meal, but you rushed back. Are you made of iron? Monsieur. Tu Fuang Gi looked at his expression, scratched her face, and thought, this guy is not normal. Tu Fuang Gi recalled the times he had deliberately acted intimately and caringly towards her. She rested her chin on her hand and thought silently, based on my experience, this guy is definitely acting up. He's really not normal. Kuang Lai Thuong pushed himself up from the windowsill and said, in the vastness of heaven and earth, eating is the most important thing. With that, he started to walk away, saying cheerfully, if you can't think of what to eat, then I'll decide. Yiming. Before he could finish, Fuang Gi quickly interrupted. I've thought of something. Lai Thuong turned back to look at her. She smiled brightly and made a rowing motion. I want to go boating. Kuang Lai Thuong was puzzled. The leafy branches by the riverbank rustled in the wind, their leaves falling and making soft sounds on the water surface. Tu Fuang Gi and Kuang Lai Thuong sat on a boat, eating snacks, the boat drifting gently on the water. As she picked up a pastry to eat, she said, when we passed the flower garden this morning, I already wanted to go boating. Saying this, she rested her chin on her hand, her eyes filled with an unconcealable nostalgia. Once I went boating with a friend at a scenic spot. We waited in line for a long time to buy tickets, but then it started to rain. Our boat had a roof, and renting it was very expensive. So as not to lose money, we just kept rowing in the rain until our time was up before heading back. Today, it's free, and we don't have to line up for tickets. I'm going to row until evening. Kuang Lai Thuong, who seemed to be listening intently to her story, asked, and then what? Fuang Gi had an innocent look on her face. Then what? Then we want to visit another scenic spot, of course. Kuang Lai Thuong smiled meaningfully and said to her, tell me your story. She held the pastry in her hand, looked at him, and asked, my story? Are you interested in me? He evasively made an excuse. Yeah, just to chat. Since you said you want to row until evening, we can't just sit here in silence, can we? Fuang Gi agreed with a bright smile. That's true. So what should we talk about? Kuang Lai Thuong suggested, for example, your friends, the person you like, things like that. Hearing him say this, Fuang Gi remembered something. Oh, right. I asked you this morning, but you still haven't told me where you're from. We need to check our information. Maybe we can find the reason why we transmigrated into the story. Kuang Lai Thuong touched his chin and asked her back. I asked first, so you go first. Fuang Gi didn't argue. Fine. Tu Fuang Gi looked up at the tree canopies. Friends. Everyone has their own life, their own things to be busy with. It seems we haven't been in touch for a long time. Quang Lai Thuong picked up a piece of pastry, placed it in Thuong Yi's hand, and asked, "So, do you have someone you like?" Thuong Yi pouted, her expression not very happy. "I guess so." Oh. Although he pretended not to care on the outside, his ears were already perked up, wanting to hear clearly what she was about to say. She held up the pastry and said gloomily, "But it's a one-sided crush. It was so hard just to get his WeChat." Thuong Yi recalled a memory. A man standing in front of an elevator took the cat from her arms and spoke. "Miss Yi, thank you so much. I had just opened the door when this little guy took the chance to slip inside. If it weren't for your help today, I really wouldn't have been able to catch him." Thuong Yi happily poked the cat and replied, "It's nothing. Don't run off next time, okay? You don't know how to press the elevator button. If you run in again, you won't be able to get home." The man held out his phone and asked, "Miss Yi, can I add you on WeChat? Don't get me wrong. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to treat you to a meal, Miss Yi, to express my gratitude. I troubled you to help me find my cat all afternoon." "Oh, okay." Thuong Yi, both embarrassed and mumbling. "It's okay if you have other intentions." The memory ended, and Tu Thuong Yi continued her story, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. After that, there was no after that. Quang Lai Thuong was curious. Why? Thuong Yi acted as if it was no big deal and replied nonchalantly, "I like him. It's just because he's handsome. I never thought about getting to know him." It was like during that time, a series of bad things happened, and I was in a very bad mood. So I projected a lot of beautiful imaginary traits onto this specific crush. Actually, it's not fair to him. The person I like is just the him in my imagination. When faced with a real person, I don't know how I would get along with him. Tu Thuong Yi's expression was a little sad. "Someone like me, I can't bring happiness to others, can I?" Quang Lai Thuong looked at her and thought to himself, if we were here in this one lifetime, would she find happiness? Just like in those hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, she had never once chosen to grow old with Quang Lai Thuong. After finishing her story, Tu Thuong Yi rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. "All right, you wanted to hear my story, and I'm done. Now it's your turn, Quang Lai Thuong." Quang Lai Thuong hesitated. "Me? I." Thuong Yi blocked his water cup and said, "No lying, Quang Lai Thuong." Tu Thuong Yi's eyes were full of teasing as she looked at him without blinking and asserted, "You're not Jiangting at all, are you? Your name is Quang Lai Thuong. You are Quang Lai Thuong. I called you Quang Lai Thuong, and you answered immediately. If you were a transmigrator who just became Quang Lai Thuong 2 days ago, how could you accept this name so naturally?" Thuong Yi let go of her hand, staring intently into his eyes. "So, Quang Lai Thuong, have you awakened?" Quang Lai Thuong remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he forced a smile and said, "How could that be? Of course I'm Jiang Tong. Quang Lai Thuong is just a character from your pen. Even if he awakened, how could he understand things like transmigration or the modern world?" Tu Thuong Yi did not hide the coldness in her eyes and stated firmly, "You were written by me. Your expressions, your thoughts, your inner world, they all follow the settings I created for you. Just like now, you seem a little flustered, but your expression tells me you're thinking of a countermeasure and are determined to deceive me. What have you experienced? What have you discovered?" He frantically reached his hand towards her. The moment he touched her, everything turned to nothingness. Quang Lai Thuong broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. He looked around. It was no longer the idyllic scene on the boat, but memories between him and her appearing one after another. Tu Thuong Yi, seemingly unaware of the strangeness, continued to speak. "What do you want to tell me, Quang Lai Lai Thuong?" "No, no." He anxiously tried to touch her, but she suddenly disappeared. He was worried that after she realized the truth of the story, the main plot would collapse. The original story would not be able to continue. So could this version of the story only end here? He looked at the flickering scene before him like a separating screen. Tu Thuong Yi was brought into another space. Only now did she come to her senses, looking around, not understanding what was happening. Quang Ly Thuong's hand forcefully broke through that separating screen, and now Tu Thuong Yi seemed to be strongly sucked into some space. He reached his hand towards her, calling incessantly, "Miss Yi, take my hand." What's wrong with him? He looked so desperate. Her body was gradually being swallowed backward. Just as he was about to touch her hand, she was completely swallowed. "Tu do!" Quang Ly Thuong shouted her name loudly. In the other space, Tu Fuangyi's hand hung limply. Her face was expressionless as she looked forward. Her eyes seemed lifeless as she said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Another failed revision. Huh? I'll just save it as is. This time, what should I think of for a save title?" At this moment, everything had returned to normal. Kwang Ly Thuong stood helplessly on the boat. He slowly pulled out the knife, his eyes determined as he said, "I haven't said this story is over yet." Kwang Ly Thuong decided to kill himself. The arm holding the knife dropped limply. The first time returning, Tu Fuangyi, like in the previous loop, did not remember what had happened, once again sitting on the bed with the red veil over her head. This place again, is it still her? He had just lifted the veil when she drew a knife towards him. Male lead, go die, I want to go home. He grabbed her arm, pulling her into a tight hug and sighing in relief. This is great. I can really keep her in the story. Tu Fuangyi, just like last time, saw his strange behavior and warned, "Hey, don't you think about taking advantage of me. This time, it's my turn to find a way." And after that, all the events unfolded just like the previous loop, until the two were once again sitting and talking on the boat. Tu Fuangyi rested her chin on her hand, looked at Kwang Ly Thuong, and said, "It's your turn to talk, Kwang Ly Thuong." His hand holding the cup trembled uncontrollably. "Don't you dare lie, Kwang Ly Thuong. Why aren't you answering me? Is it that you're not some Jiang Tong, but you are actually Kwang Ly Thuong?" He looked up and once again killed himself. The fifth time returning, nothing had changed. Kwang Ly Thuong, just like last time, said with smiling eyes, "What is the princess consort talking about? What's all this nonsense? Do you want to eat chicken or do you want to eat duck? Stop pretending, Kwang Ly Thuong." Tu Fuangyi pointed the knife at him. "Starting from last night, I haven't acted like a well-bred lady at all. With your caution, how could you not suspect me at all?" He closed his eyes and sighed, once again killing himself in a pool of blood. The nth time returning, Kwang Ly Thuong held that familiar knife and looked at her. He killed himself once again. The knife in his hand fell heavily. He bowed his head, truly helpless. Kwang Ly Thuong held 2 hairpins in his hand. He picked up the knife. So it turns out, if I were in her situation, I would make the same choice as her. Right now, I am also defining the future just like her. But why is it like this? Why do I have such a deep obsession and unwillingness to give up? Could it be that I feel the same way she does? At this moment, their eyes met, their hearts constantly letting go. Suddenly, she bowed her head, tears streaming down endlessly from letting go. Only by letting go of the old story can a new one be written. If I let go, then what about you? What will happen to everyone? Tu Fuangyi is gone. She's really angry with me. She won't see me anymore. Maybe she's also confused, but she once existed. You also exist. How can I let go? She's right. I have existed. How could I disappear? In the long story that I continue to write, I see that everyone is the writer of their own world. When this world has countless different writers, countless stories, you, the reader of these stories, feel joy and sorrow for the people in them. Our minds are connected. Can you still distinguish between what is a story and what is reality? He gently took her hand, his eyes filled with emotion. He gently placed her hand on his cheek, whispering deeply and quietly, "I have become the writer of my own world, and I have also talked with you. You see me as a real existence. This is after you granted me the power to know the truth that I found a new turning point in the answer." He gripped her hand tightly. His voice rang out, full of emotion. "We had a happy collaboration. We succeeded." Her face had now changed, showing clear anxiety. "Everything I modified before, it turns out, was all wrong. It would have been better if I did nothing. This world, in fact, never hindered me. When I tried the story over and over again, feeling confused and desperate, I really wanted someone to give me the correct answer. I just never expected that the answer to this question was myself. I know now. All along, I was the one who needed this world. I was the one running away from my own life. I'm like a fool. Actually, if you want to continue living in the story, it seems that's not impossible. You can stay here, do what a transmigrator should do. You don't know yet, I know a lot. If we cooperate later, maybe we can achieve great things, like modernizing the world early. Damn it, don't you dare mess up my story." He held her shoulders tightly, a radiant smile full of life on his face. "I have to delete these confusing stories. Only then can I leave and go home." but I don't know if the current you will disappear or not. To do, thank you. You made me realize my own existence. From now on, my life, my world, must be written by me. I can't stay in your story forever, being the omnipotent male lead. It's come to this. Why are you still joking? You're ruining the mood. She was stunned, tears streaming down like a child amidst an emotional storm. She turned on the computer to review her captivating script. Every story will end. Indeed, it's time for me to make my own choice. Stay in the story, in the endless loop, or break it all, and then go home. She reached for the computer mouse, started to highlight the folder containing her story script. She pressed her lips tightly, her mind lost in a haze of thoughts. I should go home. Even if my home is broken, my life is a mess. Then she shouted loudly, "Come on." Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared before everyone. I should go back. I've always wanted to go back. Although hiding in this story's paradise is nice. But as you said, your pain is also a part of you. Me too, this place. I'm not each you do. The suffering isn't real enough, and the joy is destined to be fake. She slumped down, eyes looking up at the sky, sobbing beside the laptop in her hands. Vibrant colors appeared, along with his beautiful image. His arms slowly faded into the air. His whole body gradually sank into the quiet void, like dissipating smoke amidst her deep sorrow. Chu-do turned her back and looked at him. He raised his hand and waved at her cheerfully. At this moment, her tears fell like a child's. He turned to look at her and waved goodbye. Chu-do. She immediately shouted, "Wait. Actually, story controller, you don't have to re-enter the story to meet me here. You can tell me the truth. Why do you want to go back to the original story, to experience it all over again?" He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The me of now probably likes you. I probably want to give myself a chance. I want to see if it's because I'm still following your settings, or if it's because of me myself. Yi Chu-do's eyes widened in surprise. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. You had to endure thousands of failures in the story, but never gave up on your goal. I also have to strive to find the answer I want. Perhaps this will take a very, very long time, but that's okay. Fortunately, we can all truly write our own stories. We have just started managing the country. Our foundation is not stable. The Empress Dowager has decreed a marriage. If marriage alliances were truly solid, there wouldn't be conflicts between husband and wife, fathers and sons turning against each other, or discord between brothers in this world. They won't even spare a sick person like you, younger brother. It's ridiculous. You're my younger brother. If I can't even decide on your marriage, then I don't need to be emperor anymore. Don't mind the Empress Dowager. I'll just feign ignorance later. Okay, thank you, elder brother. A gust of wind flashed past his face, pieces of paper fluttering in the wind. The scene shifts to the general's manor in Lingzhou. As soon as the door opened, they were stunned by the sparkling gift boxes. County Mistress, these were all bestowed by the palace, specifically for you. The maidservant had just finished reporting. The county mistress immediately drew a sharp knife in her hand. She immediately injured herself. The maidservant shouted loudly, County Mistress, what are you doing?" and continued to shout, "County Mistress, you can't." The county mistress wiped the wound on her face and said, "Call the registrar to write a letter for me to submit. Say that the daughter of the Wu family is so ugly she would frighten the nobles in the palace, so she cannot personally go to the capital to express her gratitude." The maidservant asked, "County Mistress, why are you doing this?" But she is loyal to the court, to the world, to the common people without a second thought, and would never dare to betray the monarch's grace. At that time, the sound of hurried footsteps. That crown Prince Zhang of Chu is really a Jinxiao River. Yes, our men have been watching for months. We see this group's defense is extremely tight. It must be him. Does he think my Lingzhou is unguarded? I'll make sure he comes, but never returns. She gently took a hairpin from her head. Then it was launched into the sky. She whispered, let's go have a look." On the bustling street, the crowd was dense. Treasures from the south, furs from the north. We have everything. The Huidan troupe just released a new play. I heard it's quite good. Shall we go see it tonight? Someone beside her replied, "Sure. Our lady is multi-talented. Why don't you come upstairs to rest, young master, and have a cup of fragrant tea? Let go of me. This madam has no shame, soliciting customers in the middle of the street. Aya, this gentleman. I see your glabella is dark. Things haven't been going too smoothly for you recently, have they?" Suddenly, she sat bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide with surprise. I've returned to her story? Or have I escaped the story? Try to live well every day. I will watch your story, and you will see me. It turns out you are truly amazing. You do. Then she reached out, closed the book, and said, "All right, I will try my best." Transition to a hospital room. Light streamed through the window. She slowly opened her eyes. Someone entered and gently drew the curtains. On the hospital bed, the 4-bag was still swaying. The other person spoke, "Miss Deep, please look over these documents first. If there are no issues, you can sign at the bottom." Kudu took the file and read. "It's about handling Dad's assets. I remember not only that, but he was supposed to have moved out a long time ago, which is why Mom argued with him. Certificate of property inheritance. Are my paternal grandparents suing my mother for civil compensation now? I understand. Miss Deep, if you're tired, I'll come back tomorrow." "It's all right. There are a lot of documents. It will take some time to read them. There's still some time before the court hearing. I also need to explain some matters to you in detail." "It's fine. I think I'm well enough. I'll look at them carefully. Give them all to me." She held out her hand to take the file. She beamed with a vibrant smile. "There are some things that one must eventually face. If a problem isn't solved, it will always be there. I'll never be able to escape it, right? Thank you, Lawyer Vong. I know you've been visiting me often, talking to me, and enlightening me." "You're welcome." "Me too. I was asked by someone else." Chiu-Du was stunned, holding the documents in her hand. "Huh." The elevator doors slowly opened. She slowly wheeled herself forward in the wheelchair. She turned her head to look into the distance. She suddenly stopped upon hearing whispers. "Oh, the daughter of this family is back. Didn't they say she jumped off the building?" Someone next to them replied, Luckily only one person died, and the one who jumped is still alive. Even with one death, the building is now considered inauspicious. Our property values have dropped because of it in the past 2 years. What's the difference between one death or two?" The girl pursed her lips, lost in thought. Why should our property values suffer like this? Can we sue her for compensation? Everyone gathered around, questioning her relentlessly. "Are you paralyzed?" "Aya, how pitiful." "You don't know?" The man of this family was keeping a mistress, and the woman got angry and killed the man. Mental illness is hereditary. Did her mother have a psychotic break and kill someone? That's terrifying. Has her mother been sentenced yet? A suspended death sentence or execution? What's going on? The daughter is mentally ill. Jumped off a building. It was even on the news. You should look it up online. Maybe she also. She sat in contemplation, suppressing the sorrow in her heart. Suddenly, she turned around and spoke. "If your property value has decreased because of my family, you can consult a lawyer first. If the court rules that I am at fault and must compensate, I will compensate you based on the verdict." Everyone was stunned, momentarily speechless. She continued speaking. "As for my mother, she has received a fair sentence. She will undergo rehabilitation and strive for a reduced sentence. I'm not paralyzed. I just have muscle atrophy and need some time to recover. I'm not mentally ill. This is a society governed by law. There's no need for me to kill anyone. Besides, I didn't jump. I just drank too much and accidentally fell from the rooftop upstairs." She fell to the ground. The beer can remain. The man only had time to scream, "No." She lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched, and spoke. "Damn, wrong direction. Which bastard removed the rooftop guardrail? Don't go upstairs when you're drinking. Don't drink when you're going upstairs. That's right. Originally, there was a railing on the rooftop, but I don't know who removed it, so I fell. I was in a coma before this. So this incident is considered an accident. I just called the police after getting home. The police will come to investigate tomorrow. Thank you all for your concern. I don't have any new rumors. Excuse me, I have to go home." All eyes were on her. She gently pushed her wheelchair and continued on. She opened the door and entered the room, light illuminating the space. Before her was a modern room with a large, vibrant television screen. She looked down at the desk, seeing the computer waiting on it. She gently touched the computer. She immediately plugged the charger into the computer. She watched the screen intently. She searched for the folder containing her script. She was lost in deep thought. It must not be a dream, not a dream. But even if it wasn't a dream, we met in a dream. Now we both have to continue writing our own stories. At first, I thought I had encountered the biggest dilemma of my life, one that I would seemingly never overcome. Fortunately, my story isn't over yet. She held onto the staircase railing and took a gentle step. Countless opportunities to make Yi Chiu-Du's story more unique and interesting. Scene changed to the outside. A bus is approaching. Suddenly, she remembered something special. I still have so many ideas. At this moment, the bus stopped in front of her. The door opened. The staff member professionally helped her onto the bus. He meticulously fastened her seatbelt. She gave a satisfied smile and said, "Thank you." The staff member welcomed her with a bright smile. "You're welcome. Please be careful." She gazed intently out the window. She gently touched the glass window, her soul settling. I have returned to my own story. I have returned to my story as the female lead of the story. I will face the world and the ups and downs in this story. She was lost in her thoughts. But what kind of story will I write for myself? Meanwhile, he pondered silently, his thoughts complex. The bus just pulled up to a stop. The staff member helped her off the bus. A man quietly approached from behind. "I have read the stories you wrote, and the regret in my heart is hard to dispel." He placed his hand on the staff member's hand and said softly, in the mistaken east wind, for better or worse, their story was the choice they could make. "But what about my story with you?" Her face was sorrowful, tears streaming down endlessly. "Leaving my story, I am not an intelligent and clear-sighted person. I am just a vulgar person, so vulgar that I want to see a happy ending in a love story to console myself. Actually, you are in control. You can see me here without having to re-enter the story. You can tell me the truth. Why we have to go back to the original story and experience it all over again? Besides, I still haven't answered your question." The wheelchair started to rush down the slope. A single voice echoed in the space. Only one. Her face was tense, beaded with sweat. She gripped the wheels tightly and thought to herself, "I am no longer the hero of my story." The man behind her quickly reached out to help. Suddenly, from inside the bus, a handsome young man rushed out and grabbed the wheelchair firmly, leaving her astonished and speechless, while he flashed a confident smile and spoke. "You're welcome." She bowed her head, a bright smile on her face. "I haven't said thank you yet." The man stood still, then became lost in thought. There's no way this female lead would be waiting for me to appear. We won't know each other just because of a few numbers, and the stories will unfold naturally. At the office, he stared intently at the computer screen. He picked up the phone in his hand and made an urgent call. "Mr. Zhang, based on the information you provided, it seems this person does not exist." Yichivu looked at the handsome man opposite her. His smile was like the bright, dazzling sunshine of May, fresh and genuine. She suddenly felt very good. After experiencing so much, she felt in her heart that this was not a dream. This was a great adventure. She was just too immersed in it and didn't want it to end. However, she would still write new stories and have new adventures. She would keep the old stories in her heart, like old friend from afar, and hope that everything would go well for them. Whether it was real or fake, reality or a dream, that experience was a part of her life and a part of Yichivu. Yichivu influences the story, and Yichivu is also shaped by this story. She knows how she will resist when faced with endless desperate situations. She is very strong. Looking at the handsome man opposite her, his smile seemed to be searching for something truly good. After so many things and great adventures, she was just immersed in it. She will write a new story and make new friends. I hope everything will go well for them. Fake, real, or a dream. This part of the plot. Yichivu is also influenced by this story. What kind of person will she be? He gently touched her hair. Then, he continued to contact someone to discuss. "Oh, I see, trouble." Then he hung up. Closing the story, your leading man is waiting for you. Therefore, I must work harder. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. The girl glanced back. The friend beside her immediately asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She replied, "It seems like someone is following me. But how can I find you? You became a story I read in my world. I know of your existence, but I cannot find you." She was very tired, in pain everywhere. She couldn't even tell where the pain was. It seemed as if life was made up of all kinds of pain, with no place to escape, no place for release. Her mother must have loved her, but her love was mixed with too many other thoughts. She hoped Xiaoyu would be beautiful, good enough to receive praise. She hoped her only daughter would live on, achieve brilliant success, so she could feel that all the sacrifices she had made were not in vain. Including this marriage, this whole life, she didn't understand what she lived for. Loving her husband wasn't wrong. What was wrong was considering the price she paid to be everything. She expected great rewards. Love is a form of death, and loving is not a gamble. But now it has such a painful ending. Xiaoyu didn't feel she needed to understand anything in the play. She was just herself, and she also had her own sky. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. She gazed intently at every scene inside. At this moment, their four eyes met, and the atmosphere became tense. "I know you will cry at this moment, but I can't wipe your tears when you cry." Her eyes filled with tears, emotions surging. Her tears couldn't stop falling. Suddenly, a hand appeared to shelter her tears. She no longer wanted to take any assets. The daughter has paid the mother's debt. Xiaoyu, one cannot be too greedy as a person. The paternal grandmother said so. Your vicious mother killed my son, and you still have the face to fight with me for the assets. Give us two old folks a way to survive. Xiaoyu didn't answer. She just lowered her head to look at the documents in her hand. It seemed her father's financial situation when he was alive was not very optimistic. Clearly, the company's operations were also declining. At least, the grandmother's high-end clothes and jewelry showed that her own finances were quite good. Xiaoyu knew she had been in a coma for 2 years. Anything that could be operated had been transferred away. In reality, there wasn't much left, only a few real estate properties. She read the contract in front of everyone. The silhouette of a man quietly observed her. He raised his hand to look at his watch, which just showed 9:08. Time gradually passed. The clock struck 9:20. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, lost in thought, then let out a soft sigh. Our times are different. We cannot be in the same world. Our meeting began with a story. I came from your story and continue to write a new one. The stories I experienced have become my world. In this world, countless people create countless stories, and countless stories form a larger world. When one day, our stories simultaneously blend together in this vast and boundless world, that is what is called our meeting. But the world is too vast. Different stories are too hard to understand. I have thought of countless ways for us to meet. There is still a slight difference, but a small difference can make a huge difference. So, perhaps the time has come. I will continue to work hard to get the timing right. He was silently lost in thought. She sat in the vehicle, her eyes shining with a smile. The image of him beside her on the bus was captivating. The sound of a clock chiming echoed everywhere. 3:28 p.m., then 3:35 p.m., She smiled very naturally. Then she lowered her head and continued with her work. She smiled brightly and greeted the person opposite her. At this moment, the clock chimed. 11:08, then 11:13. At the desk of the presiding judge, the old woman shot up, her hands pressed firmly on the table. Her eyes followed the figures of the two people walking ahead. At this time, the clock also reached 1:29 p.m. He was currently talking on the phone. Thank you. The inheritance lawyer you recommended is very competent. It's nothing major. Thank you for recommending the company. However, you paid the lawyer's fee. If she's confused about why we didn't charge a fee based on a percentage of the amount, I don't know how to answer her. His eyes held a deep sadness. The clock struck 1:27 p.m. It's okay. I will personally explain it to her when I have the chance. I can find your information, contact people related to you, and connect with you. It's wonderful. We're getting closer and closer. The heavy rain fell incessantly. Do you have an interview on Tuesday? Are you free? Okay. Can you text me the address? He was stunned, then immediately apologized. She smiled and replied enthusiastically, Hey, it's you. Thank you for that day. Otherwise, I would have fallen. As soon as she finished, he broke into a bright smile. Yes, it's me. The rain came very unexpectedly. I have an umbrella. I need it. The sound of his voice echoed. I have an umbrella. I accidentally brought an extra one. Let me lend you one. She wondered, her mind full of strange doubts. Accidentally brought an extra umbrella. She was stunned to see someone holding an umbrella over her. Under the pouring rain, a car sped by. On the sidewalk, people walked with umbrellas. The image of the man holding an umbrella for the girl, that moment was so romantic and wonderful. At this moment, he smiled radiantly and spoke. My appearance shouldn't have changed much. You still recognize me, right? She squinted her eyes, smiled brightly, and replied, Not at all. He looks very handsome, even dressed like this. Suddenly, she stopped in astonishment, but how can you? He smiled faintly, his voice ringing out. Why am I here? Are you curious? I'll tell you slowly. Okay. Then they both strode under the downpour. From a distance, a man admired the image of the two. He praised aloud, good. He looked over with a satisfied smile. The girl beside him suddenly sighed. Suddenly, the umbrella hit an iron bar. A sigh echoed everywhere. Alas, the umbrella is broken. Seeing this, he snatched the umbrella from her hand. He hurriedly made a new offer. Let's use mine together. She widened her eyes, stunned by the offer. She uttered an slowly sheltering herself under his umbrella. The two walked silently in the rain. She cast a suspicious glance at him. It's broken? Why did it suddenly break? He smiled gently and explained. Yes, I bought it at the subway entrance. The quality isn't good. She kept asking suspicious questions. Are you sure you accidentally brought an extra umbrella? He replied, don't worry about such details. Scene changed to inside a coffee shop. At the coffee table, she was focused on her computer. Suddenly, she asked a question. You mean you calibrated our timeline in your story, right? He was lost in thought. Do you remember when I took control of the story? Now I can see the story you write. I think we must have a chance to cross paths. The rhythmic sound of keystrokes echoed. She widened her eyes in surprise. To grasp the story, you went back from the past to the present. Holding the coffee cup, he replied gently. I deleted the story I continued before, just like you. Otherwise, I would be trapped in that story and couldn't return to your story to find you. Her jaw dropped, sweat pouring down. Then, from ancient times until now, how many times would you have to try over 1,000 years? He held the coffee cup on the table and spoke. Forget, the human brain has limited capacity. I can't retain too many memories, or it would be very confusing. So, as long as I didn't succeed, I would delete it. Actually, I should be thankful that I forget. Regarding time alignment, you can understand it this way. The real world you are in is a great river. For various reasons, countless small rivers also exist. When a certain condition is met, the small rivers will merge into the great river. Why? Why do you have to be so reckless? This is too painful. The ticking sound of the clock hands turned ceaselessly. If the answer I want is important enough, the process of finding it won't be difficult. She was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. The answer you want. What is the answer to the love story? He pondered, resting his chin on his hand in silent contemplation. After all, you are writing a love story, and you must finish it. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. Do it over. I'm just here. Seeing this, she chuckled softly, but I've already finished the story of Quang Lai Thuong and Tu Phuong Gi. After that, they have their own stories. That's right, you finished telling the story of Quang Lai Thuong and Tu Phuong Gi, and I also have my own story. Now I want to find a female lead to write it with me. She was surprised by his words. Sweat dripped down. She only managed to call out you. She closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself, after such a difficult process, you just want a mediocre ending? Maybe this ending will ultimately disappoint you. Maybe I'm not worthy. Maybe I'm not worthy. She gently bowed her head, only uttering, oh. He shot to his feet. He held out his hand, politely inviting her. Miss Yi, may I ask you out on a date? There's a good restaurant upstairs in the mall next door. She was dazed by his unexpected invitation. Finally, she accepted his hand. All right. Anyway, the rain is getting heavier, and I'm not in a hurry to go home. Going shopping sounds fun, too. They were lost in each other's eyes, their hands clasped tightly. The scene fades to monochrome. The two walked and talked. It seems all stories should have an ending. You can't eat spicy food? Then you've missed out on so much delicious food. It's not that I can't eat it. I'm just not very used to it. Did you know when two people are together, if they can't eat together, they'll miss out on a lot of fun. You can try it. She smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling. I'm just teasing you. In a relationship, you don't have to listen to me completely, otherwise you'll get tired, and being together won't be much fun. Being together means you feel happy, and I feel happy too. He widened his eyes in surprise, then gently caressed her cheek with his hand. Next, he pulled her tightly into his arms. She asked in surprise, you haven't even officially confessed yet. Silly girl. She looked at him in surprise, then she closed her eyes. She suddenly wrapped her arms around him. So I confessed first. Does that mean I've won? He gently replied, yes, you've won. She whispered softly, thank you for being willing to travel for so long to find me. I hope to become the female lead in your story, so we can create a new story. He nodded with eyes full of contentment. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, she smiled from above, her gaze fixed on him. Immediately, come down immediately. No one thought that a story would never end. Holding a pair of rings in his hand, he whispered into the air, oh, beautiful girl, was it the silver ring or the gold ring that you lost? He held the ring, dressed in an elegant suit, standing in front of her. He was lost in his thoughts. Or maybe this is the diamond ring for a proposal. She beamed with a radiant, happy smile. But she still liked to joke with him. Hey brother, you're so unusual. Therefore, this story probably also needs an ending. The two of them in wedding attire entered the wedding hall. He gently took her hand and placed the ring on it. What will the final story be like? I think that in a love story, the main character finds love and achieves perfection. That's the kind of happy ending that can heal people's hearts. The two of them shared a passionate kiss. So let's give it a happy ending. She turned her head and left. She quickly opened her laptop to get to work. You can't do that. The story has already happened and you can't change it. Nothing can be changed. There is no perfect ending, no bright future. Just give up. The light flared for a moment. Actually, I'm thinking of something. I can't go against the story's setting, nor can I change the story's ending. Every time I enter the story, there's a force that compels the story to be corrected. She was silent in deep thought. That power is also myself. I want to change now, but I'm stubborn and afraid of change. I don't know what I will have to face after changing. I'm afraid that I will lose control and lose this story and everything. Therefore, if I want the story to escape the loop and the setting, I can't make these small and easy changes. I must pay the price by changing everything. I shouldn't continue to fight against myself. I should replace her and become the rule of this world. The scene of civil and military officials appeared vividly. Scene change. The two of them pushed a cart together on the road. She was lost in her train of thought. And my rule is that there are no rules. I am the story. I've tried it many times. It doesn't hurt much. Be good. I've already said, you can live however you want. Let me go home. I will come back and change the plot for you. Tell me, what kind of life do you want? I will change your life. I said, you can have whatever life you want. Anything is fine. Even if you drive a car, special powers are handed out wholesale. She gazed into the distance, lost in thought. I want to eat. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Wait, what about you? Where is reality? A drop of sweat rolled down her face. How is she? Is she still alive? You know you can't go back anymore, right? So, you gave everyone control over their own stories. In the end, you gave everyone a happy ending, and the price was yourself, wasn't it? Only Ichidu said she would cooperate with you. She was forced to awaken, but you can't go back. You broke your promise. When did you realize there was no turning back? Maybe from the beginning, right from the very start, I knew I couldn't go back. Even if the other shore is truly broken or doesn't exist or has long since disappeared. But isn't that what humans are like? Chasing something out of reach, thinking they can do it all. Give yourself a reason to persevere. In the end, you still need to face reality. Make a choice, but how can you be sure that the present is not reality and that the so-called I exists? She suddenly widened her eyes. The other person gave a satisfied smile, then turned their back and waved goodbye. She walked gently through the sparkling space. In this world, it's hard to distinguish right from wrong. Life is like a dream. Live fully in the present moment. The sound of continuous typing was heard. Ichidu turned her head, playfully winked at Fuangyi, and said with a very lovely smile, "But how can you be sure that now is not reality and that the so-called I truly exists?" Fuangyi was stunned. She didn't understand her meaning for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. That's right. She felt she was just an awakened character in a novel. But how do characters in a novel determine that they are awakened? Fuangyi looked up and saw Ichidu walking further and further away. Her figure almost merged with the orb of light, gradually becoming transparent. In the end, she truly disappeared, as if she had never appeared. But she seemed to exist. She was everywhere. Countless orbs of light symbolized countless worlds. They filled the entire picture, one orb overlapping another. What Fuangyi didn't know was that Ichidu, herself, and the entire world here were actually part of a larger orb of light. Regardless of whether it's reality or the world in a book, we all live in the present, and this moment is reality. A streak of light shot across the sky. The black and white screen blended sharply. The sound of a mouse click echoed incessantly. A screen appeared capturing the moment, creating a new Microsoft Word document. The brilliant light was vividly displayed. The new Microsoft Word was renamed. As for stories, there will always be someone to tell them. The story collection ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wish you all a day full of energy.